You know what? YouTube may have actually gotten its shit together this past week. Because the last 2 weeks, going live was a whole headache. And hey, Spoofy! Thank you so much for the raid, I appreciate that, I hope you had fun. I don't remember the name of the game. It's the one where you dig a hole, and people explode, and then they fall to death, and pain happens. And all that stuff. But it was very fun. What were you, like... There was something that... Oh, you had jumped over to someone, and the ground exploded below you. Pratfall. For completely undiscernible reasons. And the amount of cackling was wonderfully joyful. I greatly enjoyed the absolute maniacal cackling that happened there for a good minute and 30 seconds or so. Because I don't know what happened. You just jumped to like help someone and it just went boom and they fell to their death. But yeah, for those who don't know Spoofy, absolutely fantastic content creator. A lot of fun chaos over there. Highly recommend. Was collaborating with Lollip was there. I think I saw Curly there. Queet was there. I didn't catch who else was there. I think Denzi was there. I was watching from your angle and on my phone, so the names are like this big. So it was a little. Apparently, big butt smashing is a sex-based term. I can understand why. I don't think it gets used in common language, but you know what? Big butt smashing does sound like a sex-based term out of context. But yeah, no, absolutely fun time. A lot of fun chaos. Does play similar games to what we play over here as well, and all that stuff. You haven't had a master face like that for years. Oh right, so you were also playing New Blood. I'm following you, right? No, I'm not. Let's correct that. I have watched you before. It's one of those things that you just assume you're following someone, and you're like, I've seen this person a bunch of times, and then you see the follow buttons like just sitting there, and you're like, oh no. But yeah, no, because I've seen you hang out with like Spoofy and like doing a bunch of those games together and all that stuff. So I've seen a lot of the stuff with the collaborative and all that. But yeah, so definitely again like it's gonna take a minute to get through these shout outs. So we got Spoofy. Let's also get a shout out for Denzi, and let's also get a shout out for Nubalot. And seeing if we're missing anyone else who popped in here because there's a lot of names came by. Yeah, so let's get through the list there. You're so happy you never get to raid you? Yeah, no, that was the thing. When you came across, I was like, wait a second. Because you're usually long since wrapped up by the time I start. Here, let me go ahead and I'll get the next one, because it should be on cooldown, I believe. And so also check out Zenzi, another fantastic content creator. Been playing some retro games and all that kind of stuff. I missed what retro game you were playing. But, you know, retro games, all that kind of stuff. Nice, relaxing, cozy place to be and all that. Really good time. A lot of these channels I don't get to catch as often because I'm asleep. It's worth making it to the end of the game together. Yeah. And so I already started the VOD and everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and get into RimWorld, and then once that cooldown goes down at about a minute or whatever, we'll get a shout out for Nubalot. I actually don't know a lot about the content you cover, Nubalot. So if you would like to do your self promotion, you are more than welcome. This is your like stamp of it's okay to like let people know what you do there. Ooh, you're playing your Castlevania area. Oh, okay, which Castlevania are you up to? Because I played pretty much all of them until they went 3D. When they went 3D, I fell off. But like prior to 3D, I think the last one I did was Aria? But yeah. Either way, so in the meantime, let me go ahead and load up the colony and explain what we got going on. So we're doing some RimWorld today. For those unfamiliar with RimWorld, this is a colony building game where it's like you've got a dungeon master sitting on the background and just kicks you in the pills every time you start to feel comfortable. So yeah, that's going on. But there's a twist. So normally what happens in the game is you build your colony and attacks happen and there's some back and forth and like slowly you build up and eventually you launch a ship and get off the planet and you roll credits and you go, that was a good time. I'm only mildly traumatized. But this time we are running a mod called the Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. For those who are familiar with the Odyssey DLC, you get a spaceship, my spaceship, and you land on the planet, and every, like, season and a half or so, the mechs come saying, hey, we're coming to kick your door down, and it's not your normal raid. They bring everything and just absolutely pummel you to death. And the idea is you have to kind of run from them. We've got that, except anyone who's hostile to us will do that. That's a lot of people, because everyone started hostile to us. And so far, we got one group to be, they're not friends, but they're not upset with us anymore. So we've got 1 out of 12 different groups to not want to murder us anymore, and the mechs are still on the table as well. So we are running constantly around. This colony has been a very 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of colony, in that it has been distinguishably growing and progressing, while also you really don't want to be a melee pawn in this colony. I have had a really, really bad run of luck with that. Now, this is a game I've got a lot of experience in. I've got over, I think it's 4,000 hours now? Whatever, it's a bunch of hours. It's in the thousands. Hours experience of the game. I have beaten the game many times. I've done 500% naked brutality, yada yada. We are not running that with this. Generally these days, I tend to be on just a little on the hard side without going quite as hard. And that's because I like to do all sorts of weird challenges and all that doing the 500% naked brutality kind of doesn't really enable you to do that. So stuff like where you max out the pollution on a tile, and then you make it so you're not allowed to ship them off, and you're not allowed to take pawns that like it, and you just live that horrible life. Alright, so we should be good for the next shout-out. So we got Nubalot, who's been doing games and demos, which makes sense. We got a bajillion emails coming in about every single demo coming out recently, so it's always fun to be checking out whatever, like, the latest, you know, indie title to drop and all that. Oh, I missed the tangent I was going on earlier today. So periodically I'll go to, like, the Steam, like, here's the calendar for the releases coming up, to see what's upcoming, to see what exciting things are coming by. September 20th, I believe it was, looks appalling, and over 35 games are dropping on one day. 35 games in a singular day, just one. And it's just like, I don't know what to do. I know for me personally, I'm looking forward to Big Ambitions 1.0. I'm looking forward to TCG Card Shop Simulator 1.0. I'm looking forward to Valheim 1.0. I'm looking forward to Grave Seasons dropping here, I believe, next month. It was supposed to be a couple days ago, but they bumped it back. And yeah. Low-key, the game I'm the most excited for is Grave Seasons. For those who haven't seen what Graves... Well, actually, you know, I'll get back to that. But, with Grave Seasons, it's basically, imagine you're playing a nice, cozy farm game. It's like Stardew Valley. It's whimsical. You're out there. You're farming. You're making friends. There's an active serial killer who's killing your neighbors, and you don't know who it is, and it changes each time you play. It's fine. But yeah, so it's got like this whole like murder mystery thing going on where as you play, your neighbor's getting knocked off one by one because there's this serial killer in your town. And so part of the game is like sussing out the serial killer and figuring out who it is and all that. My headset's giving me low battery. Don't do that. It must not have gotten plugged in well. This will be an interesting stream then. No, the murder mystery, it's a game that's coming out, I believe, next month called Grave Seasons. It's very, like, Stardew Valley Graveyard Keeper-esque, but, like, there is one of your townies is actually a serial killer killing the other townies. And so part of it is, like, you figuring out who it is, which it's interesting, because, like, you know, it's a meme in a lot of those games, like Stardew Valley, where you'll like go in and just go into someone's house and it's just cool. This game you go in and you break into their houses, and you might break into the house and realize that person's been killed by the serial killer, and now you're like, oh man, they got this person. Maybe you get some information that helps you figure out who it is. Maybe you go into their house and you're snooping around and they come home and are like, what the you doing in my house? And so it looks really, really promising. Obviously, we haven't played it yet, so who knows if it's actually good or not. But that looks very encouraging. But to circle about, so you were playing, yeah, it was Aria of Sorrow. Yeah, that was the last one I played. I remember really liking that one. Aria of Sorrow was like very much Aria of Sorrow was very much like Castlevania Symphony of the Nights. For those who really loved Symphony of the Nights, Aria of Sorrow was a very strong one to consider. Yeah, that is my low battery sound. Okay, well this will be interesting. I don't think I've done a stream tethered to this in forever. You didn't get, like, unplugged on the other side, did you? No, looks good. Alright. So I'm gonna be, like, weirdly cozy up to my desk today. That's gonna get obnoxious fast. Is that scripted or procedurally generated? So I would say procedurally generated because the killer can change. There isn't just, like, one person who every time is the killer. The killer does change. Each killer has their own motivations and all that. How replayable it is, I don't know. Like, I don't know if, like, it'll be worth playing each and every time until, you know, you've gone through everyone who can be the killer being the killer. Because I don't know if everyone can be the killer or there's a handful. Like, we don't know that. We haven't played it. And all that stuff. So, it'll be very curious. Because we do know there can be multiple killers. We do know you can marry the killer. Whether or not you know they're the killer. Which is interesting. There were comments that people made. They're like, "Oh, in this game, I'm disappointed to realize that you are not the killer." And it's like, people were like, "Oh, that's okay. You can vicariously live through your spouse as they kill people." And it's like, ah, yes, this would be perfect for like the RimWorld crowd. This matches perfectly with what the RimWorld crowd would want. It's like, oh, I'm not allowed to murder people and dismember them and take their organs? Oh, well, my spouse can do it for me? I guess that's acceptable. What's the name of the game again? Grave Seasons. I believe it's coming out next month. It was supposed to come out on the 14th, but they delayed it a little bit. Marries the killer, has marriage fights, tries a divorce thing. Secondhand war crimes aren't as much fun. But yeah. Now, that's probably the one I'm looking forward to the most is Grave Seasons. Valheim I'm looking forward to. It's interesting. So, Valheim is the example of, to me, of like, the bad side of EA. Early access. And it's just kind of one of those things that the way I described it is when it came out, I was like, this is amazing, and I binged the game. And I did like 4 playthroughs with a bunch of different friends and completely and utterly burned myself out in Valheim. Like, I boot it up, I get to about the swamp, and I go, I can't do it. Like, I was having fun, I've gone to the swamp, can't do it. I can't do the grind anymore. So I take it a couple years off. But now it's like 1.0, I'm feeling a lot better that I think it'll be good to jump back in and actually, because I've missed a lot of content, obviously. But it is one of those things that, these days with early access, I usually will take the game, I'll do like 1 stream of it, or even just a half stream, just enough to be like, do I like this game or not? Okay, I like this game, I'll be back when it's 1.0. It helps to save, it helps a save having, like I said, it's helped having a save that got upgraded over the years. Yeah. No, but that's kind of thing. I am looking forward to Valheim. I'm looking forward to Big Ambitions. That's a game that's flown under a lot of people's radars. Big Ambitions is a game I played a bunch of times on the channel. I jokingly call it like a serial entrepreneur tycoon. That the gimmick of that game is you're supposedly an 18-year-old who gets dumped into Manhattan, New York, with a little bit of money, and your wealthy Uncle Fred is like, hey man, you need to get a job. And then you open a gift shop, and then use the money you get from the gift shop, and then you open the next place. That is actually not as many shamblers as I thought it was, but the problem I have right now is I'm dealing with 4 children and 3 adults, of which one of those adults is only 19 years old. So, not really a good fighting force. So the shamblers are going to come across. The good news is these aren't going to grow for a little while, and I've got plenty of food into storage. So what we're going to go ahead and do is say, everyone, get in the ship, and just let the shamblers do their thing. We do actually have more colonists than this. I've got 3 adults who are currently away for another 10 days. What was that gonna give me again? It was gonna give me a unique SMG. I don't remember what the unique It's not telling me the perk it has on it. I want to say it had like faster fire rate or something. Honestly, actually, we'll change it to restriction nearby. And for right now, we'll expand the nearby zone here. Because the Shamblers in the Shambler Walk-By, they won't actually, like, go out of their way to target you or whatever. They just kind of walk by. Yeah, it's the Cursed SMG. Or no, did we already get the Cursed SMG? That's... You have the Cursed SMG. No, you have the Ornamental SMG. Yeah, we got the other one, which is the Cursed SMG. And these are just unique weapons. They have a bonus stat to them. You're pretty over the EA at this point. Yeah. No, and that's, I've actually been having... Because for those who don't know, I've got over 15 years experience in software development prior to getting into content creation. And then on top of that, like, I'm also a former educator, both on the college level, as well as, like, just technical stuff. So, early on, I taught college-level courses. And then later career, I was the person you'd go to where, maybe you learned Java, and then the boss would show up one day and be like, hey man, I acquired this project, it's in C# and I need you to maintain it. And you go, but I don't know C#. That's where I would step in, is I would teach you C# or whatever technology you're looking for. I hit a whole bunch between like .NET languages, Java, Python. No, I didn't do Go. That was one of my coworkers. I helped him with this project. But he spearheaded that. A lot of cloud services like Azure and all that. But as such, I've actually had a number of like indie devs who are starting and like trying to learn stuff going on. Reach out being like, hey, I'm working on this game, like what should I do with this and that? And sometimes I can't give them a good answer. Like there's stuff, it's like, I genuinely don't know what the market situation is with that game. Like it's a new idea. It sounds cool. And usually the advice I always get them is like, yeah, I'm making a game. I think it's going to be really good. I want it to be successful. It's like, what's your marketing? Well, it's a good game. It should do fine. It's like, no, you need to be marketing. Like, you could have the greatest game that has ever been made for all time. You need to be marketing. No one buys the game, no matter how good it is, that they've never heard of. Like, it doesn't mean your marketing needs to be money and advertisements. Your marketing can just cost you lots of hours on social media. But you need marketing. Alright, so they are going to cut right across the base, so pretty soon I'm going to have to make my people run back inside the ship. It's just a lot of people. If these are all adults with high weapon skill, I'd feel pretty comfortable taking them on. But right now I don't have a good defensive position, and I'm dealing with a bunch of children who are really terrible at everything. So, we want them to live long enough to not be terrible at everything. So that means hunkering down for now. But if one person knows the game, and that person is you, and you have the best game in the world, exactly 0 persons will buy it. Yep. It's the reality. The way I usually will phrase it to people is like, all your marketing and that gets people to your Steam page. Once they get to your Steam page, only then does the quality of your game get to decide whether or not they buy it. Which, arguably, the Steam page is still marketing. But you get the point. Until you can get them to physically come to your Steam page, your game doesn't get the opportunity to market itself, sell itself, and convince people it's worth buying. Advertising works. Let's see, you're waiting for this colony to go full Lord of the Flies, all the adults are killed, leaving just the children. Or one good streamer, like that, and for record, getting content creators involved is marketing. Like, you get the right game in the right person's hands, and it will do numbers for you. That's not as reliable a path, but it's like, for a lot of people when they're trying to, like, sponsor with me and everything, usually it's kind of one of those things is like, by the time you get me involved as a content creator to sponsor your game, or where your game sponsors me to play your game and all that, you already want your marketing started. You already want to have some momentum going. Think of it as a force multiplier, not your marketing within itself. There are exceptions. There's no one path. You want to get yourself some food, Jim? No, absolutely no problem. I appreciate the lurky as well. You get your food. Me and Tomb... So Tomb got double Like, not double shifted into what that actually means. She got shifted on a second followed by a first yesterday. Like, the first was yesterday. And normally when that happens, by the mid-afternoon, she's, like, out cold because she has not gotten enough sleep. And yesterday, she just went strong to her normal, like, go-to-sleep time. And then she slept, like, 18 hours. And so she got up at, like, 6 today, p.m. And so we're like, let's order a pizza. And then they brought, you know, they just brought us someone else's order, like, completely someone else's order. So instead of having a bunch of time to eat food before I was going to start stream, it was like, well, this one's like right before. Actually, I have a little bit more I was going to eat, but I'm going to wait till we have like an ad break or something and all that. Yeah, as well as ones like I got the pizza and it's like, there's supposed to be 2 here. And this isn't the one I expected, so I had to call them back. And they were cool about it. Like, there's no complaints at Pizza Plate. Like, mistakes happen. But so it was like, well, that kind of screws up some of my scheduling. All right, so they're almost past. Once they get past, we'll allow them back off the ship to nearby, which I've made contain our potato fields. We don't get to stay on our tiles very long. Okay, there is a raid coming from above and below. This might actually work out okay for us. Because they might find the Shamblers up there and take care of that mess. The good news is they are all melee. The bad news is, because we have children, children do move slower than adults. Oh yeah, no, I hope so. Like, I'm gonna be missing TwitchCon US this year, which has been a big bummer. Alright, but we are gonna have to harass. Okay, so whoever's got the baby, you need to put the baby down. What are you doing with the baby right now? You are feeding the baby. Leafy Pew's... Well, actually, Leafy Pew can help here. Alright, so this is going to be a bit messy because we're going to have children fight against Neanderthals. We only need to down somewhere around, like, maybe 3 of them before they'll retreat. And like I said, I'm really hoping that we can get these two to introduce to themselves to each other. You know what? Actually, take that back. How long are you still here for? Get back in the ship. I don't need to do this. Because they're here for a day, and they're outside my ship. There's a very, very good chance, because they're hostile to each other, this group is just going to run to the Shamblers and die. This group may or may not aggro over there. They might go after my potatoes. If they go after my potatoes, there's a good chance I can abuse using the doors to, like, open the door, shoot out at them. When they go to respond, duck back in the door, pop out somewhere else in the ship. They'll break the door, no biggie. But, you know, kind of split them up. So I think this is one where you just kind of let the enemy of our enemy take care of each other. Is there anyone down here I really got to be watchful of? You're not too bad. You're not big deal. You're scary. Alright. So there's the one out there named Black. Black is scary. He's got like 10 melee on a Neanderthal who has bonuses to melee. That is a scary dude. Alright, Neanderthals versus zombies. Just double checking, seeing what these ones doing down here. They're holding up better than I was expecting, which doesn't make me happy. Don't go for the doors. Keep going for the Shamblers. Them going after the Shamblers is the best case scenario. That doesn't burn. Oh, it does burn. Okay, the first group of Neanderthals is fleeing, so we only have one who stayed behind to light everything on fire. So while they're all tied up here, I'm going to get everyone to come down this way. Oh, you should also be here. So we're going to go over here to the one dangerous one that we've got over here. I should be able to kill this guy pretty straightforward and easily. And then we can put out his fires. Okay, we got him. The schedule, we're going to switch to nearby for the moment. And you should have... Okay, you have the fire foam pack. Go run over here real quick. And we're going to home zone this area so that they all put out the fires. I'm honestly surprised these ones are holding up as well as they are. I was pretty much expecting the Shamblers to steamroll them pretty hard. I always forget just how ridiculously durable Neanderthals are. Okay, they're in retreat. Yeah, no, the reduced pain and then robust together, when we look at them, this here reduces the amount of damage they take by 25%, and then the reduced pain, which is right here, means it takes so much to put them down. The downside also means it's pretty hard to capture Neanderthals because you end up killing them all the time. I mean, to be fair, when I was saying they were doing so well, they did only kill not quite half of the Shamblers. I was going to go up there and try and capture a few. But, oh, that's not happening anyways. They're all going to bleed out in 1 hour. Alright, that's fine. And everybody died. Yes, that worked out. Normally the way to take that Neanderthal raid is, as you saw me moving my people down there, I would try and hit them from range and just spread out a damage between a bunch of them. And then you'd start killing them. And then they would eventually aggro when you killed one, maybe two of them. And with them all weakened, you should be able to finish them off as they close in. And the idea is you'd rush down here, take care of the one group, then rush up here to start working on the other group. And then the risk would be is if you accidentally downed too many early on, and they could close in on you. Now, I do have a decent amount of firepower. The big problem I have... I mean... Bob here actually does have pretty high shooting, but the other two kids, you see, they have, like, next to no shooting skill. So it's going to be really on the adults to carry. And, as you saw, the Neanderthals took a lot to put down. So these Shamblers should be collapsing relatively soon, at which point then we'll go and let all our people away from the ship. Let's see, Zomboid question. Recently saw a stream where someone doing minimum gear noob thunder run in Louisville. The city totally encased by the double-wide sledgehammer fencing. Is there a way around that and the checkpoint? Yes, there's actually a good couple of ways. If you look at Louisville in Project Zomboid, so you've got like the river here, and then you've got here. We'll just mark it like here would be the checkpoint right along the river. So if you look at it, there's like, for one, there's actually a little gap up here by the checkpoint in the fence that you can cut through. It's very close to checkpoint, so it might as well be part of it, but there is a gap you can go through there. And then, like, way over here, there's another little area through the... Actually, I think there's two. I think there's one by the burnt village over here, and then there's another checkpoint that goes through way off to the right. And then it goes over here, and then there's no fence on the eastern side. It's only facing the south. So if you go wide enough around to the forest, you can walk around it. But yeah, so there's actually a good, like, 3 or 4 places that go through. The checkpoint's the nasty one that has all the military tech. Like I said, that first hole in the fence is right by the checkpoint. So it's close enough you'll tend to aggro stuff at the checkpoint going there. But there's one by a burnt-out village. I believe there's a hole in that general area as well to the east. And you can just kind of cut through there. Thanks. They tried to go far east on the side roads along the fence, but the forest defeated them. Yeah. Yeah, no, if you follow close by the fence and you just keep going east, you can eventually go around. But like I said, there's over by the farms, there is a second way through there that... It's like a pair of gates or something that go in there. There's a bunch that like go into that middle spot where you're between the fences, and then it's like you kind of go in from one side, go over, and then down or whatever. And the hole where the railway was suggested... No, I went through there during build 42.2. No, did I go through there? I don't think I did, actually. I take that back. They may have been build 41. I did that one. Alright, we got Tox Gas Research. Orbital Tech. That means we can do space stuff once that's done. Yeah, no, I haven't been up there. Okay, so we can let everyone out because you're going to drop in just a couple minutes now. So no one is... It's like, we've survived! It's party time. Valid and fair. And now begins the carrying of the many corpses. Yeah, no, that's the thing, is I don't think I actually went back to the check... No, wait, is that true? No, that's not true. We did go for the checkpoint. One of the runs we were going for the map, we did go through the hole in the checkpoint. That was since build 42.2 dropped. That was the one we started as either Lake Fallis or, I think it was the one we started at Lake Fallis that we had the helicopter coming in. Or no, was it Lake Fallis that I was at? It doesn't matter. Yeah, we did have one that I went for the military checkpoint. Oh, it was when we were in Valley Station. And we were going to have the helicopters. I was like, all right, let me go up to Louisville checkpoint and see if we can't score a military backpack since I got to leave my base anyways. And yeah, so we, like, the hole is still in the side of the fence. If you go, like, there's the checkpoint there. You go just barely north. It's behind some trees, so it's easy to miss. But you kind of go up in that corner where there's a bunch of trees, and it is still there, where it goes through both areas. Because that wasn't a bug or anything. They literally put what made it look like a car smashed through the fence at that spot. It was deliberately designed to look that way. The thing is, you come into the campgrounds right next to the checkpoint, which is pretty hot in its own right. And then trees. But yeah, no, we actually went through there and got in, and we were going for the military backpack, and that's when I made the discovery, which I had, like, it's not new to the game, like, people knowing about it, but it was new to me. That zombies were normal windows, they can't grab you through them, so you can, like, last minute get through it. The tent windows, they can just grab you through the window. Any window that doesn't have a frame, apparently. And so it's pretty salty to get that, because we got hit from behind, so it was a bite, and our character was killed because of that. Granted, I went in there making the comment being like, we're probably going to die because this is really risky what I'm doing. Because we were walking through the checkpoint. And I think it was like insane pop or whatever. I think it's higher. I think that's when it's doing like 8 times pop or whatever. So not our normal 16, but higher than any of the other default options. And we were just walking around the checkpoint without having cleared any of it. Let's see. See it as a 0 run. It is all recruits as well. Or OG pops. Huh? It is a 0 run. You mean 0 to hero in Product Zomboid or Naked Brutality in this one? Because both of those were true. Alright, we got the first faction's going to show up in 19 days. So 19 days, this place turns into a pumpkin and we gotta leave. I'm hoping to weather it out till these ones get back in 6. Does every recruit start with 0 skills? Or just the starting selection? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Hang on, I got that mislabeled. My apologies. Naked Brutality. I've been playing too much Project Zomboid recently. I just used the wrong term. It was a Naked Brutality start, not a 0 to hero start. I guess technically we're having lots of kids and they do start with no stats. Yeah, no, we just started with 1 normal pawn. It wasn't 0 to hero like they had no stats or traits or anything like that. That'd actually be an interesting... You know, honestly, that could be an interesting challenge to do, as a Naked Brutality, but, like, that starts with, like, no stats on the character. Like, the traits would be fine, but, like, 0 out everything they've got. 14 days, 7 days, 19 days. Okay, so 7 days is our new one we have to leave by. We've got 12 different things that'll attack us, so I do apologize about the noise. But the good news is that does mean we'll get our people back before then. If we do get one that's going to be going there, we can just leave and they'll meet us. Not dying to the first flu would be the biggest challenge. Yeah, no, that's the big thing is, like... Well, Right, because it's always a catch with some of those ones, is starting with 0 stats. You did a roguelike run kind of like that. 0 in all stats, and then added a trait each time the run failed. Oh, interesting. I could get behind something like that if there's a way to carry it. 15, so it's still 7 days. I think Ambiguous Opinion did that. I want to say it was 0 skills, but all passions. Yeah. The passions help, but they wouldn't be strictly necessary. But yeah. Now, definitely be an interesting one. I think that might be a challenger thing. Character Editor has a mod that used to do it. Yeah. No, I was going to say is I actually could get behind the idea of like, oh, roguelike, almost like a new game plus RimWorld. So, like, you're playing the game, you get to the ending screen where it's like, oh no, game over, the colony has fallen, you can wait for new people to show up. Because that's actually a mechanic now, for those who don't know, is, I think it's like 30 or whatever day, there's some number of days after your colony has fallen, it actually will let you, like, bring in a new colony into your existing base. Why does everyone try to kill you? It's RimWorld. We're running a mod called the Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod, so anyone who is considered hostile to us will ultimately try and hunt us down. For RimWorld, I wouldn't find it too grindy. It would definitely be those first 2 encounters or so, like getting your 3 construction so you can put down some traps to save your life, or, you know, getting, 2 crafting so you can make a bow to at least be able to make some kind of weapon to defend yourself. That kind of thing. But that's something you already run into, where you'll have a character that you'll get at the beginning, you'll be like, oh, this character has, like, 12 medical and all that. Alright, so we're still at 7 days, that's good. We don't want to roll in a 2-day or whatever, we want to get this food on board. Let's see, a dwarf fortress start with no skills and no equipment and 1 axe. I think it's quite enjoyable, easier to get started on. Embark is a breeze. Yeah. But I could get behind the idea of having a run that starts with basically, like, so your Naked Brutality, you start with nothing, but your character also has, like, no skills they bring to the table. You feel like it forces you to strategize hard about that? Like, normally you can make a bow, but you have 0 shooting. Nah, there we go. So we got one that's cut in short. Alright, so make sure all these are set to not sow. Harvest them all. Restrict everyone to nearby. Start bringing those potatoes in. So they're going to arrive before these guys get back, so we will have to leave. That does not mean we lose those people or anything like that. What happens is we go to the new location, and as long as we're there ahead of time, it will bring them to wherever we go. Yeah, so we're already down to 2 days, so I'm not going to get the chance to get most of my stuff back at all. But we do have people hauling it in. It's fine. The good news about this is I did already haul like 3,000 potatoes, and now's the main goal is to just get a lot of like vegetables collected. And then our goal right now is to the south. There is another grav core we can go after. Down, not that one, because that one's at 100% pollution, but down here. But it's in, which one is this? Glacial Plain. Okay. Oh, that's the crashed mechanoid platform. Alright, as long as it wasn't the terraforming failure. Because we aren't quite ready to jump into a tile that's like minus 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Which is like, what, minus 80 Celsius? Whatever it is. It's minus too dang much. It's gotten past the point where the units become the same at negative 40. That's all that matters. It cold. So you can grind traps in the time given, but it takes forever to cut trees. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't mind doing it. Like, we're unlocking right now vac suits. Toxic drop. Right now, like, normally I would not complain about taking toxic drop, but the problem is recovering these faction standings is very difficult, because I don't have, like, until I get drop pods, which we are using semi-random research, so I don't have control of my research. What I get is what I get, good, bad, or otherwise. So We absolutely, without question, certainly got Water Wheel. At least this time it wasn't an early one. And all the drugs, of course. That's just the way the game goes. Like, you'll start out and it'll be like random research. It'll be like, okay, man, you could have your complex clothing, your complex furniture, or you could have the drugs. And it always beelines to the drugs. Not always. But it feels that way. It feels like it heavily leans that way. To be fair, when you look at the early game research tree, part of the reason it does feel like that is because when you look at it, you've got drugs, 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 you know, and then if you unlock this, drugs, 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 drugs. So, like, there is a lot of different drug options out of there. So you've got, like, each one has something like a 10% chance of rolling a drug as your research. And then if you happen to get drug production, then you've jumped it up to, like, a 15% chance of rolling a drug. Just by the sheer number of options. Alright, so we're gonna have to leave very, very soon. We got 1 day. Is our storage full? If we reach that point? If we see potatoes getting left here, we know there's no point in staying. That we've filled our capacity so much. Yeah, part of the reason I like the full random is, for me personally, what that does is I found when I play the game, there's certain patterns, especially in the early game, I would follow, where it's like complex clothing, complex furniture, get the electricity, go for the geothermal. Like, you found you'd just repeat these certain patterns, and there'd be some deviation, like, oh, I'm on a super cold tile, I'll prioritize this one a little bit higher, or, oh, I'm on a super hot tile, I'll prioritize that one higher, or I'm on a tile that's very comfortable, maybe I reduce the priority of things. But I found I was falling into these patterns where I'd do the same thing run after run technology-wise. When I make it, and like the semi-random mostly keeps it along those rough lines of the little deviation, but I found full random, like, I used to never use penioxylin. Because for me personally, I don't use the drugs too much. Like, they're powerful, like Go Juice will save you in a pinch. Especially like your doctor, if you're desperately trying to save people, a Go Juice doctor can do miracles. But, you know, because I would almost never get this, I would almost never get penioxylin. And now it's like penioxylin, it's like, no, give me the penioxylin. Give me the penioxylin. Being able to just be like, no, malaria is canceled. We're not doing malaria today. Alright. So, it's time to go. We're down to its blinking red at me being like, yo, dog, the ceiling's about to drop in on you. Time to go. Get on the ship. And that isn't one of those ones where it's like, oh, you gotta fight, you coward. So what I'm gonna try to do here is we can do the peace talks right there. So I'm gonna jump to this next tile. We're only gonna stay here temporarily. Throwing all potatoes in the preparation for the hot potato. Yeah, we need to, I need to double check on hot potato things. But, potatoes are useful. I actually, normally in RimWorld, I prefer to grow the corn, but it's not as doable with the grav ship, because corn takes a very long time to grow. So where... Okay, that's along the edge of the map. That's probably the one we're going to end up using here. There's not really a great positioned one. We're going to plunk this down right here. I can certainly use the penioxylin. Yesterday you got plague, flu, plague overlapping. You're not even in the jungle. Yeah, so we got a minor crash. So a bunch of my stuff took damage. There's not, like, you can do stuff to lower the risk of that, but you can't eliminate it. That's annoying. I mean, fair, but annoying. Alright, so we're not planning on staying here long. What I want to do here is I'm going to go to the world, here, form caravan, go there, and then return, accept, and Hypno Butler and Cookie are going to go. Because that's the peace talks. And the peace talks could do a lot for you. So they are worth considering. And meanwhile, while we're waiting for people, ore. Got a bunch of uranium. A bunch of silver. I got the plasteel. Gold. I think gold shows up under ore. Jade does not, though. Alright. And no compact machinery at all. Alright. So I've got all them set up. We'll go over here and do dumping stockpile up here. Low priority, allow all except rotten and human-like corpses. And I don't plan to actually get the rice. What does a faction relation spread look like with all the groups chasing you? We've got the Empire is at like around 38%. I've got a bunch that are starting to get to like the -30s and the -50s, and I've got some who just straight up despise us. That's because part of what we're doing is when we down enemy pawns, if they're not someone I specifically want, we do patch them up and then send them on their way to get the little bit of reputation each time. We can also go down here. Oh, there's no fish in that one. Yeah, let's got some fish. Meanwhile, let's go here. So we got plenty of steel. And we're good on components. We're good on wood. Yeah, so the plan is just to chill here. They're going to do their peace talks. And if they go well, that could be up to like 70 or 80 rep all at once. Are you just planting rice? You never know when you're going to get stuck on a tile for a while. So I'm putting down some food. I actually don't expect it to get done before we leave. But it's one of those things to, one, you can continue to gain your like plant growing skill. And you never know when something's going to come up that keeps you kind of like stuck on a tile or whatever for a little while. Alright. Any second now. I wasn't expecting to actually make it to this peace talk. Peace talk successful. We have improved our standings by 69 and gained 6,000 social XP. Nice. And so with that, we have gotten another faction to be in like the -30s and all that. So that's good. Meanwhile, start murdering all the wild animals. Because we got all the vegetables we need for packaged meals. The warg is not where I want it to be. We'll wait till the R2 get back, and then we'll go kill that warg and that lynx. I'll probably stay here just long enough for the for these two to get back in 3 days. Whereas that won't be done until just actually, yeah, so it'll actually handle itself. About the time they get back is about the time we can leave. But then our destination's down here. They'll probably jump into this area next, which has a very short grow season, to then jump down there. I figured it's going to be at least 2-3 jumps anyways, so there wasn't a real rush in trying to get around it. Alright. So I got them going there. So Sentient Cookie should be able to run down here and start tearing this up so we can try and put the geothermal on it to get power on the ship. But yeah, the only reason I'm choosing rice is if we get any crops at all, it'll be rice just because they grow fastest. Oh, also, before I forget, we'll bring Leafy Pew to stun it just in case. Nice shot. You're gonna stay down, right? Probably. Let's get over here and get that Lynx gone. Air Lynx is way down there for the time being. Okay. We got 2 of the dangerous animals on there so that as the kids go around hunting and all that, they're less likely to get in trouble. And so we should have the monolith show up here somewhere. Man, it has been every time right on the edge of the map recently, which is dangerous and I shouldn't be doing it. But I do really want to get from the anomaly tree the disruptor flares and the chronophagy. All the rest of it I don't care about. But being able to de-age rapidly and then just having a pocket stun that hits a large area is great for just reducing the incoming damage. I've done that many times. You have like the really big raids and you just slap the big raid with a flare. And then it kind of holds them all, which means nobody's shooting for a second or two, and then they move forward. You wipe out a bunch of them, then you stun the group behind it. And you can kind of just slowly whittle down the enemy while they're just getting stunned. And it doesn't share a cooldown with like our psychic stun or our or the nerve spiker and all that. So you can kind of like, especially if something's got a long fire time like a Doomsday launcher, you can sometimes be like, oh, there's the Doomsday launcher, there's a flare, oh, there it goes again, there's a nerve spiker, oh, there's a psychic power, oh, flare's available again, and just like shut it down for as long as you need to. All right. Yeah, so you move tile to tile, and one of the things I usually will do is I'll cut down a bunch of trees in my woods low. I'll check for, like, any ores of value and that kind of thing pretty early on. No animals, please. We'll check for, like, any, you know, valuable ores, plasteel, all that. We'll do that pretty early on. We'll grab components and all that. I'll usually plop down a zone here that accepts everything but human corpses or rotten corpses at low priority. So they'll prioritize putting stuff in the ship, and if there's ever not room in the ship for whatever it is, they plunk it on the ground. Which does work out great. I have a cook here, right? Yeah, so you're cooking the survival meals. One by one. Yeah, Cookie's gonna repair everything, then they'll disassemble this, and then we can get the geothermal down. It may not actually even be worth putting the geothermal down. Alright, well that's not getting done. Because they get back... Yeah, we're not gonna bother with the geothermal. We're leaving in a day and a half, roughly. So... it's worth it if I can put it down right at the start, even if it's only a couple days, because usually every tile I can score myself at least some components. This tile is a weird exception. There's certainly lots and lots of components hidden on this map, but nothing that's exposed and obvious. I also don't see like an Ancient Danger or anything else I can score some quick goodies. Granted, with this force, I probably don't want to poke an Ancient Danger. We're waiting right now for Carracks right here. They're a brawler. That's the reason they're unequipped at the moment. They're going to be replacing my melee pawns that keep dying. We're just waiting for them to be considered an adult, which is going to be about a season. They'll still be weakened because until you think you're 18, you don't get max health on your limbs and torso and everything. but we'll probably just have to live with that. Because my melee pawns keep dying. This is what happens. The last one, we were fighting mechs, and I was EMPing, and the EMPs kept missing. And so there was like one Lancer in the back free-firing. So I ran my melee pawn to jump on it, and there was a pikeman that was around the corner who got to crack off 2 shots, and one of the shots, like the second shot, ended up braining the melee pawn through his helmet. And so it's like, yep, that's every interaction with pikemen and lancers. If you let one of them just cut loose with shots and you don't have a shield belt, someone's getting a liver, a brain, or a heart blown out. Yeah, no, it's like, it's the pikeman that actually got me, but it's like when the lancer wasn't caught by the second EMP, I'm like, this has to be shut down, so I ran the melee in to stop it. And they did. But then, you know, the pikeman was just sitting there just having a field day in the meantime. You know, with the only valid target being the melee pawn, because it was, again, around a corner. Was trying to put down the lancer real fast so I could try and run them over to get on the pikeman, but they got brained. Okay, now everyone's doing their thing. What I can do in the meantime is, instead of worrying about that, order, harvest. So you got 1.3 days till we can leave, and you're here in half a day. Oh, right. This is the... Right, it was the ornamental SMG is the one that FFX got, and it's got incendiary rounds. That's right. And then meanwhile, we got the cursed SMG on our other character. I don't remember what quest we did for that one. But it's working out that it's giving me SMGs. I found when I do the grav ship scenarios, a lot of times I tend to favor the shorter range weapons, because most of the time when you're doing this scenario, you are dealing in closer ranges. Because there's a lot of like indoor stuff with Odyssey, as opposed to like, you know, fights like this where you have the raid coming in from way over here and it's whatever your range is. Or, you know, setting up your really long kill box or whatever, so that you can put your strong cover position with a bunch of assault rifles or something. Not that it won't take a good assault rifle as well. Assault rifles are kind of nice that they're your, like, jack-of-all-trades good weapon. Sniper favors a long, minigun favors putting out maximum number of projectiles. But its aim time is so long, it's a meme, it's not really useful. SMG has a little bit of a fire rate advantage. Chain shotgun is just raw DPS. Very close range, but if you just want to put a lot of damage into a target, that's where it's at. Alright, so everyone's home once more. Welcome back. That does mean I can now go to Cookie. And I can deprioritize you from construction to let you get back to being our prioritized crafter. Question: if your ship is too big, will the game let you load the map you're on? So what the game will do is, if I jump this to a map, and let's just say for some reason the whole map was going to be mountain. It's not what will actually happen. What the game will actually do is it will cut out a chunk that the ship will fit into. So outside of weird bugs that happened right when Odyssey dropped, you won't have a place you cannot land the ship, unless you are returning to a tile you started on, that you're like going back and you had the grav anchor. But yeah, no, your ship will always have room to land. You'll even notice it sometimes where, like, again, imagine this is solid mountain, that you'll go here and there'll be an area that's shaped like this. You'll have an area that'll be shaped like that, and you're like, I get it. I get where you want me to put the ship. You know, in the ship-shaped hole that you've dug into me for this mountain. But yeah, no, you shouldn't run into a problem. Again, mods could create all sorts of mayhem, because mod world gen But yeah, no, with the game as it is, wherever you take the ship, it will have a landing spot outside if you hit some like wild bug or mod interaction or something. I don't remember what happened before, because like I said, there was a couple of bugged situations where you could jump the ship into a place it couldn't land, where it didn't properly generate the place to land right when the DLC first dropped. But they're like these really big edge cases more than anything else. Twisted Obelisk. Yeah, you could study that for a minute. We're not going to stay to fully research it. I was wondering what I was seeing when I saw the shadow sitting there. Yeah, we're just chilling for like the next 4 hours and then we're leaving. Oh, hey. A tiny little bit that grew enough that it could be harvested. That's fine. Alright, it's almost time to leave, because like I said, we don't have anything we care about on this tile. But you start the anomaly yesterday? Yes. We're not going to be focusing on anomaly, like I have no intention of doing the void provocation or anything like that. I don't even care about like upgrading the monolith or anything like that. I just wanted the research tree to be unlocked so that I could continue stuff there. Okay, so it's time to go to our next location. Because I got plenty of food. We're going to jump way down here. That's as far as I can go that direction. Yeah, just Lake Island. I was checking to see if that's a point of interest. So we might need to do another jump after that. So as you're noticing, the growing season is getting shorter and shorter as we're going down here. We're in a very high elevation. I mean, we activated the monolith. I'm not planning on doing the anomaly ending. That's not the priority this run. That would be a distraction from what we're working on. Yeah, so you're just a pond. An abandoned colony down there. So that might be where we go for our next layover to go there, because that's our destination down there. And then we're going to be trying to get back away from this cold area after that. Yeah, so we're definitely not going to be placing ourselves way down in that corner. Looking for a geothermal vent. Because we click this, it'll put little arrows here. So you got one way down there, one way over there. That one couldn't be close to the edge of the map if it tried. Yeah, so all of these are pretty badly placed. It's probably my most usable one here. So I'll plunk the ship up here. So it's a little closer to that edge than the others, but you know what? It's just wire. Put it closer to center so I get more chance to react to raids. Okay. No scheduling restrictions. We'll want to go here and go to power. U. Okay, there's a power cable to connect it. Dumping stockpile here. Low, allow all, no rotten, and no human-like. We're in summer. Honestly, in this particular case, not a priority. Plant the rice. There is a single tile of uranium ore exposed. I probably need to stop collecting the uranium. We're getting to the point it's becoming just clutter. No plasteel. No jade. Bunch of components. We're good on steel right now. Do we see an obvious ancient danger? I do not. You'll also go here and go orders. Harvest it if you got it. Alright, let's see if that holds a charge long enough for me to not be weirdly scrunched. Okay, that's much more comfortable. Alright, so you're getting pretty close to aging up. You age up in just over half a season. Like 9 or 10 days. Oh goody, always on the very edge of the map. I do hate the way nature running always targets like the outer like fifth of the map. There's ways you can get to be a little bit nicer, but it's just like, yep, you're right there. If a raid comes in here, you just die. Had to happen more than a couple times. But at the same time, if you suppress them where they can't go and do that, then you got other problems. Oh, meanwhile, all animals are forfeit. We got one lynx down there. Got another lynx up here. We got a bear over there. Where's the warg? Okay, the bear and the warg are way up there. This lynx up here is a bit closer than I would like. It is one thing with this run, because I've had to deal with all the enemy factions and not being able to trade with anyone because they all hate us. Not being able to get the Nutramine for the Penioxylin has been pretty upsetting, actually. Alright, so kids are all doing relatively well. You just aged up, but otherwise everyone's gotten to at least 4. And for me, personally, I consider 4, like, the minimum this is good. Like, if you fall below 4, that's really a bummer. Once you're over 4, you at least get 1 passion, which, sure, you might not be excited about what you get, but it means you get kind of about as many traits as you could hope for, and then a passion, so it's at least workable. Oh, it's good that even without the power, the stove is one of the ones that is powered on. Cool, cool. And once we get the orbital stuff, we're going to switch our stuff we're making to no longer be making the regular helmets. We're going to make vac suit helmets. Because of the vac suit helmets, then that gives us a bit better, like, all-around protection from, like, tox and a whole bunch of things. Even though, like, in its raw, like, sharp damage, blunt damage, it's slightly worse. But, you know, being able to, like, 80% reduce tox is really good. That's the reason I've been holding out going to the one place in the 100% pollution, is until I have that as a protective measure, I'm a little concerned that we're gonna, like, just run into, like, everyone starting to die from the buildup. So one thing I should be able to do, let's go to set the pollution removal zone to be our entire ship. A lot of them are, but not all of them. So, like, Baghdad it is, Apple it is, Gilgamesh it is, Karazak joined, and then Earthrush is. And then for the other kid, FFX, that was another one who joined. So it is 4 kids. Do you have another one on the way? No. Good. Like, if you let the pawns just, you know, go to producing kids, they'll give you a kid like every season almost. Well, no, that's not true. It's like every half year you'll end up with another kid. The pawns on RimWorld, if left to their own devices, will procreate quite aggressively. Which, it hurts in the short term, because you have a bunch of characters who are, like, the kids can't do nearly as much, they don't have good stats and all that kind of stuff. But if you can get them to survive to adulthood, once you get that train going, you start getting effectively, like, borderline designer pawns. That, like, once you start getting that train going, you just start getting really, really strong pawns in your colony. You'll have the occasional one that doesn't turn out as well, but broadly speaking, the vast majority of time, the kids will end up being way better than your typical pawns. Since you effectively get to, like, have a heavy weighting about what traits you take. That's fine, I'll kill the bear too. I was gonna leave the bear alone because it's way out there, but if you're gonna draw me right to it, if I'm in the neighborhood with all my people ready... I'm back, Mr. Bear. I know the moment I turn my back, you're gonna go after one of the kids. There we go. Who just showed up? Royal Tribute Collector. Alright. A 10-year-old named Gonzalez. We'll show you. No. We're guilty ideology, but no. I've already got too many kids in this place. Yeah, tough, nimble jogger, trigger happy, quick sleeper, fast learner, very neurotic, industrious iron willed. Oh yeah, no, that's one of those things. You have a mod that enables get some loving as recreation type. That leads to procreation. Yeah, well, I mean, it is... I want to say, like, when they do get some loving, I think it's, like, social recreation or something they get. I want to say it does help with recreation, if I remember correctly. But yeah, no, it's not its own thing. That's, I don't remember which game it was. It was another game, like, kind of in this vague genre that got added. That, it was weird because you had, like, food, shelter, and then sex as, like, your needs. Like, there wasn't, like, a recreation where it was just, you know, food, shelter, sex, or whatever it was. And it was a weird game. Norland, yeah. And, like, to me, the idea that it's like, oh no, your character needs sex, otherwise they, like, go bonkers and start killing people or whatever. It's like, man, way to think so little of people. It's like, don't get me wrong, there's drives and urges and whatever, but it's not like you don't get some play and you're like, well, gotta go murder someone. Come on. Alright, specialized limb is the new thing, so let's go here. Get to this bench, add, we will want vac suit helmets, vac suits for kids, vac suits for adults, prioritize the adults over kids right now. Yeah, no, it was such a weird decision. Like, it was one of the few times we did, like, a demo early version of a game, like, we were in the tutorial and it forced you to, like, basically take one of your slaves and have sex with them. I'm like, nope, I'm out. I'm like, this is way too uncomfortable. Like, I get it, you're being edgy, but also, man, do we really need to simulate this? Is this the thing you felt needed to be creatively outlet? And for the record, after getting all that negative feedback, they did do away with that, to my understanding. I don't know like what actually happened, but it's definitely one of those things that just gave me such a strong feeling of ick. I'm like, man, I can't play this. This is way outside the comfort. Let me go back to my nice, cozy game of RimWorld, where we just organ harvest people against their will, while they're still alive. You know, that's a horrible war crime within itself, but at least it's not, like, rapey and all that. Like I said, my understanding is they did back down on that, made changes and improved the game, but it was just one of those things that, like, I haven't gone back to the game even since then, because it just really, you know, put me off. There were a number of content creators I know tried that first version, and it's kind of the same thing that happened with everyone, is you went in and then that, because it was the tutorial forced it to you. Like, that's one of the things that RimWorld takes a morally gray stance. You can do awful things in RimWorld, like truly horrible things in RimWorld, but the game never forces you to. Like, there are times that, you know, strategically it could be optimal to, like, grab some random kin and rip their lung out, but, like, you could be like, no, I'm not gonna do that. But I was like, nope, tutorial, you want to keep going? You want to keep going? You are physically not allowed to keep going until you go and do this horrible thing. It's like, that's a very different thing. There's a little cannibalism meme and a charity meme. Yep. Well, that's the thing. RimWorld lets you play the way you want it. You can play as dark and as awful as you want and go full edgelord, and I definitely did that when I first started playing RimWorld. There was a novelty to it. There was a novelty about having your, like, your little ice tribe who, anyone who went on your map, you downed them and you took them into the cellar and your people had dinner that night. Sure, it's RimWorld. It is what it is, man. But at the same time, it's very different when the game forces those decisions on you. And I'll say, like, I did that for a while early on, and then kind of with the novelty of, like, tee-hee, I'm doing, like, are we the baddies, I'm doing the nasty, I'm doing the awful. Once the novelty wore off, it's not that I never do those playthroughs anymore, but it's pretty rare that I actually find the game to be much harder not being despicable. Like, to me, I find cannibalism to broadly be a much easier way of playing the game. Because you piss people off and they show up, well, food just delivered itself. Because that used to be the joke we used to have back in, like, back with the old Manhunter packs before they did the Scaria causing them to insta-rot. You'd get a Manhunter pack of, like, 200 of an animal, they're like, well, there's dinner. Dinner's rolled in, we're set for, like, you know, you'd kind of be like, how many cooks can I get going to, like, process this meat before it all starts rotting? Get them all in the freezer as fast as you can. Like, it was just, food almost didn't become an object because all you needed to do is get one Manhunter pack, like, a year, and the sheer volume of animals that it would just dump on you late game could keep you fed for so long. But that's what a lot of the raids are when you're a cannibal. It's like, oh, food just delivered itself. But that said, these days you have to have the ideology around it or use one of the other things to get there. Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, there's penalties you get for being cannibals, but you get a drop pod, you just load up a whole bunch of leather and launch it off that you got from the raid, and congratulations, you've more than overcome any penalty. Oh, I need to go in here and make sure animals turned off. Yeah, so it's cold enough it's being considered refrigerated during the summer. And FFX is doing their best to cook. We're gonna need to get a second cook in here soon, and I'm gonna need to get a second stove. So the next ship expansion, I'm probably gonna make a dedicated kitchen where we have like two stoves going on. Alright, change of priorities, FFX. You're gonna lose a bunch of those corpses here soon. So I'm gonna start you butchering. I don't think you're gonna get through all the meat because our hunter's just too dang good. But still. Actually, you know what we can do? Change of plans, FFX. You don't do that. We can go to Carrick's here. And I'm going to go to Assign, Butcher Creature, Do Forever. Actually, we can do it the other way. Leave the butchering just the way it is. Go to the stove. Cook meals. Only allow cooking when you're over 5. Cook package meals. Okay. And congratulations, you're also a cook. Because that means Carrick's here can start butchering. So FFX will have the tendency to prioritize cooking all that stuff. Or Carrick's will have the priority of just butchering and all that to get early level cookings without risking food poisoning. You still have not gotten that built. So I've got all those things made. Okay, so one of the things that's probably going to be changing here is we're going to start getting rid of some of these marble shelves. And I'm going to do that with the intent of going into those rooms and putting in the mannequins. So we could start putting the clothing on the mannequins. Okay, so it's going to massively reduce our storage. But I think it's worthwhile. We're going to be processing all of this into our stuff anyways. Oh, the other thing I need to do is go to Kid's Helmet, get rid of it. Simple Helmet, get rid of it. Don't worry about the leg there. We've already got those two, so we can take those off the list. Okay, so for the adults, I want to go here. We'll make 8, and then the kids will make 6. So we have an extra for each of them. We're also going to go in here and say, count the equipped. And only count if they're over 80. You can also count the equipped. Count if they're over 80. Count them over the 80. And count them if they're equipped. That way, make sure I always have enough vac suits for everyone. Okay, so you're finally getting that built. That cooking skills, at the rate Karax is going to be ready to start cooking actual meals in no time at all. Okay, so we've got limestone, so structure. All right. Warg's not super far away, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm fully expecting that we either won't get the rice at all, They're just giving them a minute because they're processing all of those potatoes into other things. So just keep letting them harvest more and more animals. They're just going to keep cooking all those potatoes into more and more packaged meals. Where the potatoes last for a long time, packaged meals you don't need to refrigerate. They last forever. As long as they don't just like sit out in the rain or something, they're good. Oh, another thing we can do is go to here. No more face masks. We don't need them anymore. Because we're starting to put on our vac suit helmets. Alright, so furniture. We can start building the mannequins. And the idea is they want for every room to have a mannequin with a vac suit and a mannequin with the armor and all that. Like flak suits and all that. So I have 2 sets. I mean, honestly, we'll probably end up needing to have 2 sets in a room for like when we get couples and all that together, but we'll worry about that next. Okay. Almost get that all closed up. And Sentry Cookie's doing their best to craft the vac suits. Alright. So allow removing objects, storage, apparel. Do not allow tainted. In fact, clear all. Do not allow tainted. You are allowed to do cataphract, marine, tech, mech lord, prestige, marine, all of those ones. And those are because these are all the ones that are basically sealed. And honestly, utility will just open it up for anything. Don't worry about headgear. And then meanwhile for you, we're going to clear it all. Do not allow tainted. And honestly, any type of armor is acceptable. We will tell it to leave the vac suits off, I guess. Nah, that's fine. Any armor is acceptable right now. Actually, you know what? Deal with that. We'll just... Any armor is acceptable for now. We will actually need to go in here and say no plate armor, though. It's not the cleanest way for me to do that, but it's a start. Oh, I also need to go in here and go storage, headgear. Another baby's on the way. No flak helmet, no simple helmet. Cool. So we're gonna have another baby soon enough. Need to keep you two busy. Can't let you have breaks anymore. I could go in there. There's lots of ways I can intervene to prevent that, but it does grow the colony at a very controlled pace. Just a fast controlled pace. Proximity detector, so we got bioferrite extraction next, that's a good one. Okay, so we've gotten to the point with the monolith study that we won't get anything, like it won't advance anymore until we get that done. Why is that outside? There definitely needs to be some type of limitation there. Let's go ahead and we'll make a limestone shelf down here. And we tell them to put grav cores and grav-like panels on it. Okay. Hey, bud, how's it going? And we got our tree sprout. Clear. Let's see. Grav core. Grav light panels. I can make another copy of this. Here and here. And we'll make those for unfinished projects only, so it doesn't sit out there like that is. Okay, so we're going to be making a mess as we're transitioning everything to start getting that. The other thing we're going to need to do is, while that's going on, I am going to want to put a couple of the oxygen-producing things on the ship. No, it needs a component. Did you go fix that? Not in home area. Oh, right. But yeah, so we're gonna have to start going in here and putting heaters in the ship in different places. That's so when we start doing like our space travel, we don't just freeze to death. Alright. This is all just gonna take a little while for it to get done. So copy settings. Allow removal. Link paste. One thing that's also going to need to happen is I'm going to need ones for kids as well. The kid version of the mannequins. Okay, so we're starting to get snow. I may have overstayed. We'll harvest what we can here. Don't bother planting anymore. Get what you can out of it. Because most likely these are all going to die in the next day or so. Okay, so link these two. Storge, clear. Unfinished. And critical. That way, put all the stuff under work goes on those bench. So it doesn't get dumped outside here like these are. Alright, so we got a warg chilling right by our home. We'll want to deal with that. So we got bioferrite extraction, bliss lobotomy. Let's grab our combat pawns real fast. Okay, warg dealt with. Okay, so we're processing things as fast as we can. We're getting the meat. We do have FFX is making lots of package meals, which is really good for us. We still have more wood than I need. We're getting too much rice. We're definitely throwing things I actually want to keep on the ground out here now. Like, I'm not loving that I'm seeing some plasteel out here. But I'm kind of just thinking, yeah, if they keep processing those meals, it'll clear up spots so we can get more of this in here. As we're getting the mannequins, we're also consuming components and plasteel and steel, and we're starting to put that stuff over here as well. But almost everyone's got vac suit helmets going, which is good. But I figure once we have all of this start dying from the cold, if something bullies me off the tile, we'll just leave behind whatever we leave behind. Yeah, because we're getting packaged meals left outside too. Yeah, those shouldn't interfere with people running back and forth. Get a little extra storage there. So you have a survey area for a pilot sub persona core. That'd be something we'd definitely want to grab if possible, but not the priority. Rare Thrombo. Group of 3 of them. I do need a melee weapon for Carracks when they grow up, so we get an opportunity. I might kill one of those Thrombo for its horn. That's not what I wanted to do. It's fine. Okay. So I'll help bring a lot more stuff onto the ship. We just added some more shelves. And the reason I didn't put more shelves up here is I want to have enough room to put my ranged back here and melee up there. So this is kind of the middle spot. Ideally, we don't even want this in the hallway there. I'm just trying to make up for space. Oh, Revenant. Okay. So the question is, who's it going to go after? Oh, Revenant, you did not do a very good job. Man, I really want to have that held on the ship, but I don't have a place for it. I am just gonna have to smash that spine. Yep, that sucks. I would have really liked to keep the Revenant, but I just don't have a place to put a containment room that'd be any good. I should prioritize that so I can keep the Revenant just like sitting in the back room there as a source of bioferrite and a source for research, so I don't have to keep calling the monolith every single tile. Like a spot like this would be perfect for it, but I'm out of tiles. Revenant is definitely one of those things that early game is a threat. The moment you get to mid game, it's like, oh, it's a Revenant. Let me just bully this poor thing into the dirt. Considering it showed up, no warning, and we just throttled it. Never gave it a chance. But yeah, so if you saw the way we handled that, most of Revenant is just a time on target encounter. That the idea is you want to be able to keep putting damage on it for as long as possible. Obviously, more DPS is good. So between the Nerve Spiker, which was stunning it every like 10 seconds or so, because of like it would hit it, it would adapt, and like 10 seconds later I could hit it again, like that kind of thing. So that definitely helped a whole lot. And then on top of that, we had Leafy Pew using Stun, which is honestly considered a relatively whatever psych power, but you can do a lot with that power. Like, it can save you from getting Doomsday or Triple Rocketed or whatever. But most things can't adapt to it that I've seen. So it let me get 3 separate times I got to stun it with Leafy Pew. And then because I had a Fire Foam pack in here, the moment it got around here, because I'd already injured it and slowed it, already wasted its sprint in this hallway, because I kept stunning it after it got its sprint started. When it went out here slow, I just popped the Fire Foam to reveal it again, which meant we got right back to Nerve Spiking it to stun again. Even late game, I still feel it's very valuable to have one Nerve Spiker in your group. Not more than that, just the one. Because you do need to do real damage, and the Nerve Spiker's pretty terrible from that front. But just being able to do that little stun periodically to random targets, it saves you taking so much damage. What was that squelching I was hearing? Hey, Basset, how's it going? All right. Okay, so stuff on the field is dying of cold. Right about to get specialized limbs. I'm not too worried about that now. That could be a very good tech for us later. Get stuff like field hands and all that. Where am I? There we are. Get stuff like field hands, all that kind of stuff. Alright, so specialized limbs, and next up is a harpsichord. Alright. While really fun, I don't know where we're going to be able to fit one anytime soon. And to be fair, the place we're going to right now, that we're like the reason we're staying here a bit longer, is I'm just trying to get those packaged meals put together as much as I can. Because we're about to go part of the map that's really cold. We're going to have like no grow time. The animals are probably going to be few and far in between. So we're just loading up a bunch of supplies so I can go down there and clear out a mech location. And I'm also low-key waiting for this kid to grow up. Because he's right around the point. Yeah, he's like 2 or 3 days from becoming an adult. I forgot about the Thrumbo and they're already gone. It is what it is. Okay. Yeah, no, that's actually the thing. That is one thing that is good that I found a lot of times. If I'm going to put psychic powers on someone, if I have a pacifist, I quite often will give it to the pacifist. Because depending on what you get, that sometimes does give them some combat capabilities or other ways they can contribute to the fight. Alright. Yeah, so I did tell them to no longer carry all that wood, so we are going to leave a bunch of wood behind. I still have this shelf here that's accepting wood. But that's part of what's happening, is we're filling more of our storage here with food and other useful materials. Yeah, so we're going to wait for Carex here to grow up. Do I have any spears left in here? Or did those get left behind? No, I do actually have a spear left. That's not the ideal weapon. But let's go ahead and grab you your spear. Oh yeah, you're about to age up. You've maxed out. You're about to age up. Okay, I've got 3 of the kids are all about to age up at the same time. You're probably about to age up too. And soonish. I wasn't gonna do that, but we're gonna need them anyways. Alright, so we're about to have like 3 kids age up back to back to back almost. How much longer? Yeah, so you actually have about 8 days or so. Yeah. So those two have about 8 days till they age up. You've got a while yet. Then you've got about a season. Alright, so you got a Mad Lynx. We'll also probably be bullied off the tile in not too long. This has been a really good tile for resourcing ourselves. I've got like 500 packaged survival meals. All you need now is an EMP SMG and a Tox SMG, and we can hit people with every type of penalty. The tox weapons I found to be kind of a meme unless you have a ton of them, and even then, you're usually better just having something else. Okay, allow removing, grab you, allow removing, link. Okay. Copy settings. Paste and link. Alright, so you're... Okay, the harpsichord's done. Biosculpting's what that rolled next. Copy. Allow paste. Yes, I'm just trying to get those to be able to carry our vac suits and all that. And you have all that stuff on. You can have utility on there, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so we're just dumping a bunch of clothing out here that we're still making. We just don't have the space for it. And I could sit there and be like, you can put the clothes in here as well. At least 50% hit points. That way we do leave behind flak suits net as they get worn out. Okay. We're about to get the last of the food on board. We're mostly just leaving junk out here. Actually, we're leaving food out here, so there's no point in me even waiting on it. Yeah, no, I think we're good to go. We got all the valuable stuff in here. The only thing we're leaving behind now is just extra clothes. Wait, you should be making more face masks. You're not. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so it does look like we've gotten everything we can out of this tile for the time being. I'm gonna go ahead and move on, because I can't quite reach where my destination is. We've got an ancient uplink and an abandoned colony. We got increased fish lake. Alright. We'll go for the, let's wait on the... Well, actually... Yeah, we can do that. So land among the abandoned colony. We won't worry about trying to, like, set up and do a bunch of extra stuff here. We're just probably hook up our power. And then we're just going to kind of explore while we wait for the cooldown to come up. By then, Carrick should be an adult. And then we're going to go to the glacial plain here for the crashed mechanoid platform. That'll still be a really dangerous place, because we don't have shield belts still. So shield belts are like your big counter for stuff like lancers and pikemen, because you can, you know, have your melee run in there and tie them up. That'll be perfect right there. Ancient danger way down here on the bottom right. Grab nausea, it happens. Okay, and we'll go up here and go zone. Dumping stockpile. Low, allow all. No rotten. Or human-like. Orders, allow all. You know, go back to continuing to hunt to gain that gun skill and keep giving us what we need for package meals. Alright, so we're gonna wait for the grav nausea to wear off. Or... honestly, at 1500, we're gonna stop pulling that. Jade. We do have Jade here. I probably should not be mining Jade. Let's go plasteel first. Steel, we are bad on steel, actually. And there's no exposed components. We ran out of steel, apparently. Okay. They've got Ancient Danger down there, which looks like the only other point of interest on this map. With how cold it is, we're not going to plant anything, so... harvest it if you feel like it. I don't really care. And I'll allow them to hack the ancient uplink that's way over there on the edge. Area revealed. That's fine. Because of that, they can get the steel to make some stuff. We'll see how this goes, because now we don't have, like, dedicated space for the steel and all that. Which is going to be a problem. You hacked the uplink and discovered the location of an orbital satellite. These satellites are unmanned and often incapable of supporting life. Satellites serve a wide variety of purposes, from power collection to weapons platforms. So we discovered Theum Prime. And we know nothing about it. Okay. We don't have the vac suits yet, but it is for 48 days, so we might manage to get what we're looking for out of it. So, unlink, link, storage, steel, plasteel, wood. That's going to be the raw material shelves. And you'll also be allowed to put components and advanced components on there if there's nowhere else to put them. Get your way down there, that's fine. Alright. Who is our person who does our mining? Ah. My construction person is my mining person. I see. I missed that part. So, little consequence from the fact that... Alright, Carex is an adult. So, that is certainly a collection of something. We can make them beautiful, we can make them a slowpoke, we can make them jealous, we can make them too smart, we can make them neurotic, we can make them nothing. So they're a kind brawler. So too smart means they're more likely to have a break. Neurotic means they're more likely to have a break. Jealous means they're more likely to have a break. Beautiful means they're more likely to get hit on and have a break. And then slowpoke makes them slower. So neurotic would be a bit manageable. Let's see, your youngest cat, feed a little tuna after she didn't eat anything for a little. You had to mush it up so that she didn't have to chew it. That's no fun. This is definitely not a great thing. Basically, the only one I would consider here is neurotic, because it's at least a pro-con kind of situation. I don't think I need the 20% global speed, so I'm actually going to go with no trade on that, which is really disappointing. And we're going to make it so you can do jack of all trades, a little bit of everything. So we got Carrick's there. Too smart is basically the same trade. No. Basically the same as no trade. No, too smart means you will lose certainty. You are more likely to break, but you learn stuff too far. You learn stuff faster. So both it and neurotic are a pro con. I just decided personally in this particular run, I don't want to deal with like the risk of dealing, you know, the risk of breaking stuff. Yeah, exactly. Pro versus break risk. Right, so I had two options that were pro versus break risk, and then beautiful is just a negative that also effectively becomes a break risk because people will endlessly hit on them, which ultimately means they'll just get pissed off real bad. All right. And you're right about to age up as well. Yeah, I have way too much uranium. That was the reason why I was like, I need to stop mining this. Like, genuinely what I got going on here. I'm gonna dump the uranium outside and leave it behind. Because uranium's good to have later on, you end up needing it. But, like, you don't need it till, like, way later when you're starting to make, like, make your, like, my brain is saying cataract. Cataphract armor is when you start needing the uranium. I'm also getting a bunch of jade and gold that I don't have use for. Gold's one that's also worth holding on to for advanced components, but when you get too much, it is a lot of wealth. Usually, like I said, like earlier in the stream, I would have people I could just trade with that. Oh, is that our... Your grand altar. Oh man, the thing's huge. There's no way we're fitting that on our ship. Strange signal. Okay. Let's go temperature. Oh, I see. We've run out of wood. That's actually a problem. Yes, I've got you queued up to that. Stop disassembling this. You're just taking too long. Go ahead and mine to that. Need someone who's going to just mine for a while. But hate to put Cookie on it, but I think that's what we're going to do for the time being. Is get Cookie over here to start just mining to get that steel in so I can start getting steel on this shelf. No, we still got that over there. That's what this is waiting for. I've got the components, I just don't have any steel. I got shelves I've dedicated for steel. We're definitely going to want that before we go on to the next tile, so we can run our heaters and all that, because it's a very cold tile. No animal corpses. Okay, we're having a party here. Okay, and they're actually starting to build the geothermal finally. I'm also saying in thousands of silver that because we started with everyone hostile to us because of the faction pursuit, I can't trade with anyone. Okay, nothing we care about in the colony. Yeah, it's actually one of the things that's hurting us is the wealth management side of things. Because I'm, like I said, I'm not someone who'll drag a bunch of stuff and then like go outside and burn it or whatever. Usually what happens is when the trade caravans come out, that's my clear out. I'll just gift away anything I don't need to like keep it manageable. But because we don't have that as an option, we have been just accruing stuff I really don't need more of. It's gonna eat your meal. Cool, and it looks like you're gonna get the geothermal finally online, which just gets back to actually cooking meals again. Provisional helpers. You would like 14 colonists for 4 colonists for 19 days. And you're willing to give me a nice big helping of Glitter World or Goodwill. Which I would like, but we're literally about to go into a place where I'm going to kind of need all hands on deck for fighting. So in this particular case, we're going to say no. A raccoon has chosen death. Good job, raccoon. One thing I'm going to do is we're going to go ahead and start a Sky Lantern celebration real fast. And part of the reason I'm doing the Sky Lantern thing is I'm kind of hoping we can get a ideology reformation, because if so, I allow myself one change each time, and my change is I want to change the altar from the grand one to a tiny one. Because a 3x3 altar on a grav ship is pretty rough. It was terrible. Excellent. So I will unlink just that one, and I'll change your storage to steel and steel alone. Make sure I always have one. Yeah, no, it's gonna have to be the tiny altar for, like, this super compact thing. There is a chance I would be able to... You can go here. Okay. Don't you build launch pod? I'm using random research, and the random research has not been kind enough to give it to me yet. Once I do get the, once I do get my hands on the pods, then I'll just start jettisoning stuff away, but with the random research, we can't count on. I hate all of this. All of this is a bad time. Right, so jealous is just outright bad. Bloodlust has its pros and cons, the big con being, like, they'll get a rush after a fight, and they'll be more likely to hurt each other. Teetotaler will whine about drug use and get all whiny about it. Depressive is probably the worst of the bunch. It just makes them always sad. Let's see. Psychopath, you can have them handle, like, the corpses and everything else, which isn't the worst. There is a use for that. On the other hand, with Psychopath, you don't get any of the benefits of, like, all the other stuff. You like Bloodlust just because that one's guaranteed to not break after a raid? Yeah, I'm gonna go with probably Psychopath of all of them. Because the Volatile's another one that's just bad. So I think of this one, I'm probably gonna go with Psychopath. And what we're probably going to do is make this person the dedicated hauler, so that way they can move corpses and not get whiny about it. Because I'm pretty sure Psychopath doesn't mind corpses. Yeah, Psychopath does not mind corpses. Alright, so for you, let's give you mining. We'll give you shooting, construction, and artistic for now. So you're now my mine. Well, actually, you'll be my mining and then my hauling pawn. This means you can lift sentient cookie off of that. Alright, so we finished studying the monolith itself. That just means we get more research out of it. The pro and the con of that, though, is it now switches to being able to do advanced research. So if, for example, I get the Electro Harvester, it's going to go down this path. It'll lock into doing the advanced stuff first. So ideally, I don't want to get over here. Ideally, I'd like Void Provocation and go up this line. Void Provocation is going to open that up, which is going to force those to be on there. It's fine. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Out of those ones, if I'm going to have to choose any of them, I'm going to go Psychopath, and then hopefully the next trait will get something like Jogger. I'm trying to give him a chance to get some steel in here real fast, is what I'm waiting on. They're moving stuff around and getting the uranium out. And they'll bring food in. Nine people yet no one's talking? Do you mean in chat on YouTube? Because YouTube people just don't talk. YouTube, you'll have like 200 people here and not a peep out of anyone. And then the one that does peep will be a bot, or like, you'll have someone ask wildly inappropriate questions. If you're looking for actual, like, genuine interaction, Twitch is where that happens. Just got someone like that, and it's gonna be a big help with the moods. Yeah, no, having like Psychopath, a hauler, is not the worst. I definitely don't like Bloodlust, because it has the 4 times the risk of social fighting. And I find social fighting to be one of those, like, low-key, will absolutely slowly grind your colony into the dirt. And you won't even realize that you're, like, slowly losing your colony to just social fights. How many colonists are we up to? 12? But yeah, no, live streaming experience on YouTube is pretty underwhelming. It definitely is one of those things that when you look at YouTube, like, it does recorded content really well, recorded and edit and all that, but the live streaming experience genuinely feels like YouTube felt obligated that it had to add it, and that's as far as they've gone with it. It's very little support. Half the time it just breaks, and then they don't fix parts of it for weeks at a time. And yeah. Every time you join, you're drinking something that looks awesome. Get some lemonade soda earlier. Yeah. Well, I mean, I enjoy a lot of citrus stuff. Okay, we're probably long since ready. Alright, so the next tile is a very cold tile. I'm just waiting for them to haul that steel in here real fast. They are hauling stuff, they're just hauling wood and dumping it out here. Are you still only now making the chem fuel? Okay, well, I'm glad I checked, like, I'm glad I didn't leave yet. Magala's getting ready to have the kid. There's so many clothing being made, half it's getting dumped outside and rotting because there's no shelf space for it. Storage, apparel. Not under armor. For right now, I will allow pants to be on there. How many of those kids are hers? We're at 5 or 6. Probably 5. A lot of them. That's just kind of the thing with the way RimWorld works when you have people who are having kids. They turn out a kid like every half year. They move on those kids. If you don't like intercede, they will churn out children really quickly. Which I'm not interceding because I'm like, that's a way for my channel, my colony to grow where I have to invest time and effort, but I get really good ones. Yeah, we did actually get 1 or 2. Whoa, what are you doing? 1 second. Hold up. Alright, we need to go to our clothing assignments. So you are going to... Alright. Manage apparels. Delete nudist, I'm not doing it. Delete slave, we're not doing it. Delete soldier, we're not doing it. Delete worker, we're not doing it. We're going to go here. We're going to copy anything policy. We're going to rename it to melee. And the only difference here is for a utility. This is pretty much all open. That's fine. But we're going to go to the anything policy and say no shield belts. And then we're going to go down to here. And this is our Spacefarer one. And then that Spacefarer one has all these. We're going to copy that. We're going to rename it to Space Melee. And so Spacefarer, again, same idea. Utility. No shield belts. Otherwise the others. So you're going to be on Melee. And the rest of you are on anything. And the reason why I went, whoa, is because I noticed Cyanide here just put on a vac suit. We do not want Cyanide running around wearing a vac suit. The vac suit has some very significant penalties. So come in here real fast. Assign. Manage apparel. Anything. No vac suits. Melee, no vac suits. I said no vac suits. Take off the vac suit. Alright. We got Merlin in a drop pod. We don't want to keep this person, but I will rescue them. We're going to rescue Merlin, and then we want them to leave. They're not a terrible pawn by any right. They don't have much going for them, but we already have way more people than I want, and there's Baghdad Bob gaining us stuff. All right, so out of here, there's lots of options we can go for. One is I'm probably going to take Tough, because Tough is just good. Nimble would definitely have been one to consider. Very Neurotic can be really solid if you get something to mitigate the mental health, the mental break threshold. Tough is just universally good. So we'll take Shooting, Animals, and Cooking, I guess. And with that, that means we go to you. You might end up... Let's leave you off the crafting for now, but you might end up becoming a crafter. Wait. Oh yeah, so you just aged up, you just aged up. You don't age up for a while. And you age up very, very soon. We still don't have any of the steel on board, because they're just busy hauling stuff back and forth. Because we took all the uranium out, and then they're carrying, like, wooden stuff in, and just taking some work. I think it might also be, as they're carrying the steel in, it's becoming vac suits. Arbiter Tree Sprout, that's fine. Please haul it. 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 I also make sure I got enough steel that when we get to our next destination, I can build another geothermal. That's what I want. But for better or worse, Cookie's just working away and getting all that stuff made, which is great. I want that too. All right. Okay, so now I got a good, like... Yeah, now you're all good. Now I got, like, a good 700 or so in here. Another thing to double check. Merlin joins. Hey, Merlin, buddy. Let's have a nice little conversation of get the hell out. I saved your life. I didn't want you to actually be part of the colony. We were doing something charitable and you're overstepping our boundaries. What I wanted to double check is... Yeah, so you're just steel, plasteel, and components. That's fine. Merlin wants to rebuild Camelot. He needs to give up on it. He's been trying to do that for hundreds of years, and it's just... It's not happening, man. Security for aristocrats? Huh. 2 raids with 2 Diablos. Okay. For what again was it? Genuinely 2 decent helmets, which is fair enough. And a bunch of goodwill, which again, fair enough. But I'm sorry, that's a lot of That's a lot of liability there. A lot of risk I'm taking there for not a whole lot of benefit. All right, so grab that last thing of steel. And then let's get out of here. We've already stayed longer than we should have. But yeah, so now we're up to 500 package meals, roughly. Let's get on out of here. Alright. So it's now time for the crash mech platform. This is going to be a dangerous place. Well, it's not even that it came with other ones. It was 2 Diablos. So where you're supposed to kind of like dodge their attacks and move around, it means you're going to be doing that double where they could just chain off firing each other to force you to not really get an opportunity to stop and do any real damage. And just light everything on fire. Okay, well I guess you know where we're going to be landing? Right here. Did you know where else we can land? Not a whole lot of anywhere else. Is there any geothermal here at all? That's what I was afraid of. Alright. So, when we land, it's going to be cold. I'm probably going to need to just immediately toss up a second, Oh, I didn't pop the Ancient Danger. It's fine. So what we're gonna need to do real fast is go zone, build roof, power, chem fuel power right there. And get to constructing that as fast as you can so we get our heaters turned on. Sentient cookie. Worry about the baby in a minute. We can feed the baby later. There's many people who can feed the baby. But I need that power on right away. Okay, it looks like just a couple of the oxygen pumps didn't come online. But everything else is. So give ourselves a moment to wake up. We will hack those doors. Hack these doors. Basically, hack all the doors you can get at. Yeah, no, we're definitely not set up well to do that. And you're right about to have your kid. Meanwhile, there's not going to be a lot for us to grab on the tile. Oh, another thing we're going to want to do is zone, dumping stockpile, low, all, no rotten, or human-like. Alright, grab everyone. We can start checking the first of these. I did not want you to go inside. I'm glad there wasn't danger in that room, because that would have been a whole big mess. Okay, you all go roughly here in the middle. Okay, so we've got a Scorcher, 2 Militars, and a turret in the corner. What I'd like to do is bait them up here. The Scorcher's the one that worries me the most, because it's the one that can cause me to run out of position and get slapped around a bunch. Okay. And back over here again. Move, 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 move. Aha! Olé! You gonna... Okay, so for the turret there, we'll probably want to use an EMP. So how badly you get hurt? You got 1 bruise to the arm. You're fine. So let's run on down here. Alright, so this one will be a perfectly fine one to do. So get 1 thing out of the corner there. And Lancer defeated. Okay, so get out of here. This room is off limits for right now. What we'll do is we'll come back to this room with an EMP, and we'll just drop an EMP on that and clean it up. We'll also go ahead and hack that door. Yeah, so you took a minor burn. Now that meanwhile, we can go to the wildlife. Also, what I might do real fast is you grab the EMP. Well, actually, we don't need the EMPs. We can do better than the EMPs in this case. Where is that smoke grenade launcher? Go ahead and grab that. Okay, so you grab the smoke grenades. Children, gather around. Never mind, don't gather around. That room's off limits for a minute. It's 300 degrees in there. Oh, also, ore. We have gold I really don't need. Plasteel. Nope. Jade. Oh, no. Hell no to that spot. Over here where we'll just be No, if something shows up while we're back there, that is a one-way trip. I don't even need the Jade, and I especially don't need to risk my life to get the Jade. And steel. So as soon as this fire goes out, what we can do is we'll just pop in here, drop a smoke grenade there, and then the kids can just sit in the corner and just pop away at that. Okay, so the room's cooling down for us. I'd like that door to finish doing what it's doing. You know what? Honestly, children, gather around. We're definitely doing, like, the adults are all, you know, telling the kids, be careful, it's dangerous to go in the woods, all that kind of nonsense. And the kids are like, no, we need to save the day. Oh, right, I have to do that. Please go in there. Because as long as I have the smoke grenade up, it can't shoot back. I have no idea where your gun went. There it is. Alright, so we got the first one there. Advanced components, not unhappy with that. Alright. We have a breacher mech raid has shown up with 2 termites, 3 pikemen, 2 scythers, and 2 militars. Gather everybody up. This is gonna be a bad one. You, small child who is getting your gun. Change of plan. Go grab the EMPs. So, the real danger here is a combination of the breachers and all that. Please get that EMP faster. I need you here. If we're lucky, they'll separate out a little bit, but often that is not what's going to happen. We are popping command. Well, yeah, so smoke grenades prevent stationary turrets from firing at all. They don't do the same for other stuff. Oh, this is gonna be not a clean way of doing this. Get those grenades down, get them down, get them down, get them down. Spread out. Finish him fast, please finish him fast. Get on the pikeman. You back behind cover again for a second? Oh, you went down right there? Come on. EMP right here. No brain hit? No brain hit? Okay, we're fine. So, we got a lot of really messed up people right now. Because everyone there got hit with those breacher raids. Go ahead and hold that back. Okay, so who got what? So, you're actually not too bad, Carix. Hypno's not terrible. You're not terrible. Everyone's hurt, but very few are seriously hurt. Because the one good news about those breach raid things, like the these guys, they don't hit very hard on individuals. They just hit everything. Okay, for the love of everything, get to tending. So you're at 11 hours. Switch to tending to them, then them. Alright. Meanwhile, you go ahead and grab your rifle back. I dislike, this person is injured and bleeding. They don't show up. I've always hated that when they get in the medical bed, they won't show up as needing tending. And it's really annoying that anyone's bleeding should always show up as needs tending. Like, regardless of literally anything else, they should always show as needs tending. Okay, so that'll be everyone patched up. More than likely, with how many people got hurt there and all the bleeding, we will most likely have at least one infection. Go grab your spear real fast. We can peek this door. Let's go see what's in there. A biomutation lance. Alright. So let's give everyone a chance to recover, because we did get a bit roughed up there. That was not clean. Honestly, I'm surprised we didn't lose any arms or limbs with the 3 pikemen back there, because these ones of where I stopped them, that wasn't a good corner. Maybe it would have been better if I got back here. I really didn't want them to get close enough to start hammering on the ship. All in all, it worked out, but twas messy. Okay, so we've hacked at least one door on each of the buildings. Yep, I said we'd have at least one infection. Let's go ahead and let's not take our chances. If you can be so go the freak to bed. Don't recolor your stuff. You are quite literally dealing with a potentially lethal infection. %% on the tend. Preach health them. Let's not take chances. Lock it in. There's no medicine other than herbal, so there's no point in setting that. Scimitar Cat's up there, and the Lynx is over there. We'll probably have to kill the Lynx. Cool. Because then we hack those doors, we can start working on the next ruins. But the big thing is to get that infection handled. Growth moment, Earthrush Stony just became a child. Congratulations on childhood. So we're not going to look at your schedule, and you get recreation across the board. Oh, that also means another one of those needs to become an actual bed. Because I've got 5 beds up here, or 10 beds up there, one... Yes, it's 10 beds up there, one's doubled up. So I always like keeping one spare bed for if I lose track of things. Meanwhile, Earthrush, you can go over here. What weapons do I have available for you? Because I don't think the answer is much of anything, unfortunately. So I guess for right now, you are just going to have the EMPs, because I have no other weapons for you. Do you plan on making a defense room on the ship in this run? Probably at some point, because I keep giving them actual bedrooms and the colony is growing so aggressively. I'm not really getting room to put any rooms on our, room for any of that yet. But hopefully. Yep, we got it. It's in there. I'm actually not worried about that one. It's a useful tool. So you got a little bit of a worse 10, but you've got a lead. You've been preached health. They're waiting for that infection to be sorted. As well as for all the injuries. I don't think anyone got anything permanent. I don't even think anyone got any scars. Like, any new scars, I should say. Honestly, with the kids getting caught with those thumper hits, we are lucky that nobody died. Genuine with that many children. What are you wearing? Okay, get the hell inside. Take that crap off. And assignments, manage apparel policies, anything. Where is Kid Vac Suit? Okay. The vac suits get to be used in space, not running around on the ground. Okay, so it's looking like we're gonna have that infection dealt with pretty soon. Carrick's here still got some healing to do. He got pretty messed up. I didn't have Carrick's in the right position in that fight either. I was still trying to come over and those Scythers got on me faster than I was ready for. I probably should have taken the fight back here. My fear was just them going like this and then hammering there and me having to run up to them. Okay, so all the doors have been hacked. So this one only has the 2 doors to get into the place. This is definitely going to be the safer door. That one I have to go into a narrow hallway, what's clearly going to be a full room, which is going to deny a lot of support. And that's how we lost our main melee pawn on our last big run, right at the end finale. I got stuck in a narrow hallway like that, and they just kind of stunned the melee pawn while I was trying to get them out of it. Alright, gene processor, that's cool and all. That's, I guess, something we might use at some point. We are here to get the materials for making our ship bigger. Okay. You're only missing 2 health in a lot of your parts. You are over your infection. You still got parts missing like 5 and 6. You're almost fully healed. We're getting there. I'm noticing there's no stone chunks at all on Glacier that I'm seeing. We could certainly mine to get them, but I don't think I really put that kind of effort into it. Yeah, so 6 damage on the torso, and 4 damage on the ribcage and limbs. So we'll just give it a minute. It's fine. What are you wearing? Okay, let's make sure you weren't wearing a vac suit again. Like, honestly, it might be worth me to build a wall over here. I actually still got some uranium left. I'm going to go ahead and use that to just build a wall here, because that'd force the enemies to go through these 2 choke points this way. Lynx hunting cyanide. Okay, how badly hurt are you still? 3? We're just gonna move on. It's probably not the right call. Alright, M. Gallo, you're just gonna stay out of this. You're ready to pop out a kid like any second now. That movement speed penalty is a good way to get you killed. Okay, so we got a Scorcher over there and a Cyclops down there. Come on out. Come on out. Come on out. Would you move already, you Scorcher? Okay. So the downside is the EMP grenades. I don't think we can get an angle from here. Yeah. Without using the smoke grenade. You've got the armor, you go first. Okay, only one shot got through. That was definitely a little risky what I just did there. These are probably both hallway areas. Oh, that's a hallway as well? Okay, I didn't anticipate that being the case. Okay, so we've got a Scyther back there. And our mini slugger in the corner. Kind of trying to evaluate what we got here. Okay, we got another turret, 2 Militars, and a Scorcher down here. Both those are going to be hard to get into without putting myself in the line of fire. Like, if we had, again, a shield belt, I'd just poke this corner, let them crack at a shot at me, and then drag him back to where we could just pummel him. Oh, patch the hole in that person. I was like, okay, that's a lot of firepower going in for you not be downed yet. Okay, so we got the worst of the junk out of this room. I believe this blocks line of sight. It does. Cool. Pollux tree seeds, love to see them. Okay, so I got all you. Poke the next door. Nope, I don't need anything down there. Don't wake up. Keep your nap. These doors are off limits. There's nothing in those rooms. So we could... Why do I see that? Okay, you're going around. That's fine. Yep, so this room is nothing but bad news. There's no loot in it, just pain. So we're gonna go ahead and just ditch back, get ourselves all patched up, and then we got the one last area over there to check. It'll be good. Meanwhile, you just have a bruise, and the rest of you just have bruises. That's fine. You see everyone's milling about versus getting the medical attention they need. Pretty standard practice. Okay, baby's on the way. At least it's happening while we're dealing with our injured pawns, and not while we're, like, out and about. So that'll be good. That means, Mgala will be able to meaningfully participate in the next couple of situations. Oh, it looks like the saber-tooth tiger thing went away on its own, so I don't have to deal with that either. Alright, so it's only like a 1.8 chance of this ending with Megalo dying. And a relatively high chance that healthy baby. Alright, so we got ourselves a brand new healthy baby in the colony. So if you'd like to be our brand new baby in the colony, you're going to go ahead and do !join to get yourself into the possible consideration for the queue. I need to quickly use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that real fast so people get their names in the queue, then we'll get this baby named. And as soon as Mgalo gets over the postpartum exhaustion, we'll go back out and hit that last one. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute, so thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be right back. Yep. The old classic, get the Manhunter pack on the enemy faction. And the one time that one guy got around the corner, cracked off a shot against a group of rhinos and did it right back to me. It's like, you know what? That's probably fair. The number of times I've had a big raid, I'm like, you know what? And stepped out and shot the one buffalo and sent them all, you know, Manhunter all over the enemy raid. It's only fair that they get at least one time they get to do it back, just to experience what it's like. And yes, we did get wiped by those rhinos. Because I'm not sure if you saw, my melee pawn got caught right away, so I just had him hold the line while I tried to move everyone away, but there's nowhere to fight from there. Alright, so we got brand new baby here. And so we're gonna go ahead and get that name drawn. Aren't you already here? Oh, no. No, you were already, you passed away. You were one of the melee pawns, I think. Palantine. Yeah, that was, and it was one of those ones, if I could keep track of it, I probably would. I was gonna try and keep it to only one name per run, but I'm not gonna keep track. It's gonna be too hard. Alright. So let me go ahead and we're going to stop the queue now. We got the name in there. So next time we have someone available that can be named, we will do it. I will need to go to your feeding schedule. Everyone feeds them. Except Mom. And where people like, you know, is it time to start practicing birth control or like to put a stop to the kids? If we're playing objectively the way I probably should be playing, yes. Yes, I should be stopping with the kids. Am I going to stop with the kids? Nope. We'll let the colony grow through children. Thoughts on birth control in the game? I mean, your choices are pretty limited. If we look at her social, I actually have them where they're trying to have kids because I am deliberately using it as a way to grow. You can massively reduce the odds. It'll still end up happening, just to be clear. And then you can go in and there is a surgery you can do that is, where are you at? Yeah, you can prevent them from having kids that way as well. And it's just a surgery, it's not too bad. If you mean in real life, it's like, why would you ask that at all? Because that would definitely be some unhinged thing to ask someone just randomly. Because that is a discussion to have with you and your partner. Yeah, I figured you're talking about in-game, because that would have been wild if it wasn't. We don't need to make those references and all that to, like, governments and what they do and all that. Okay, so we're just basically waiting for M. Gallo to be over postpartum exhaustion and everything. But yeah, no, in the game, it's honestly, I usually don't even do the surgery. If it came down to that, like, as like, I don't want them to have more kids, what I would ultimately do is get them to not share a bed anymore. That's all I would change, is I'd just get them out of that bed and put them in a different bed. Because mechanically, they can only have kids if they share a bed. Alright, we're gonna have them do this party. The odds it goes well is actually pretty low, because I don't have any of the other requirements filled, but... eh. Beds cause pregnancy? Only if you have two people in it who like each other. Or can stand each other. Yep, that's pretty much what I expected, but I still got a point. And that's good enough for me. Okay. Why are you still showing on the medical symbol? I guess it's the whole... Okay, so you're good there. Okay, so you're basically full life. So what we're going to go ahead and do is the moment people wake up and they eat their breakfast. We're gonna go hit this last one, because somewhere in there is some grav panels and a grav core. I actually have a spare grav core, I just don't have any grav panels to do anything with it. Making a random wall of uranium because it's what I have handy is certainly something. So you just aged up, you've got a little while left, you two just aged up, and you were literally just born 3 days ago. And by that I mean time goes 4 times as fast as for kids as it does for adults, which means they're actually born 1 day ago. You're stockpiling uranium for when you settle on sea ice. That's not unreasonable, because, like, sea ice, you don't find stone or anything like that. Yeah, build outer walls. Yeah, so you'd be dependent on getting the deep scanner and whatnot, and then just being able to sit there and just churn away at the deep scanner and hoping for whatever ores you can find. And Leafy Pew has successfully eradicated the entire woods. Why are you upset? Your baby is crying. You were insulted, you slept in the cold, it's chilly, you ate without table, you had a terrible festival, and someone disturbed your sleep. Yeah, no, that's, hypothermia, who? Hypothermia, oh right, because all the heaters turned off. So you're all getting hypothermic and really upset sleeping in the cold because of the solar flare. Alright, well everyone's back up. So let's get up here. We got a door over there. Hypothermia on Earth Rush. Go back home. Okay, well, there's our target. We've got a sentry in the corner, a Tesseron there, 2 Militars, a Scorcher, a Lancer, and a Cyclops. Okay, that is pretty ugly. Oh, Earthrush, you are not moving fast enough. So, and Earthrush is the one with the EMP, so get back. Earthrush is going to take some hits here in a second, and there's nothing I can do about it, because you can't, like, pick up the person while they're still able to stand. Alright, they just lost their thumb. It's a little annoying they can't be like, hey, let me grab you. Like, you can arrest them to accomplish it, but then you've arrested them. Please get on the ship. What are you wearing that's so oh, you don't even have your parka or anything. A hare has chosen death. Well, that's great. How are we doing on getting another... Ah, so that table's not powered. So turn off the power on this table so the power comes out here. Because Senjin Cookie is already working on a child's parka. Yeah, it does. But, like, right now, if I can't use this table for anything, let's go ahead and get the other stuff going. Yeah, the Lancer Tesseron are pretty rough. Ultimately, the fear is that these two scatter your people because of the fire, and while they're being scattered, you have other things shoot at them. When I destroy that, I get the grav core, and then more than likely one of these side rooms will have a room full of gravlight panels. Imperial weapons dump, as much as I would love some of these things. We've got to get stuff up. We'll go ahead and accept that. Whether or not we actually do it is another question. But I don't get the choice if I don't work on that. Okay, so sentient cookies up. You're making the cape. Masterwork children's pants. Inspired taming. Alright, so I'm hoping real fast we can get the parka. Do you have a parka as well? No, neither of you have a parka. Rare Thrumbo. Yeah, and they're asleep right now, so the Thrumbo... Well, actually, the Thrumbo might aggro to the sentry gun. The problem is it's most likely to go after other stuff. Because that is a trick when you have multiple hostiles, is to... Oh, tame Thrumbo? You're right. Who had the inspired taming? You? Animal 5 is probably not enough. Yeah, because I think it's like 7 or 8. And I could Sentient Catalyst to bring it down to, I think, 7? Hypothermia. Yeah, both. We have multiple kids getting hypothermia. The kids aren't going to be able to help here. Unless... forced to wear the vac suit. Forced to wear the vac suit. That is enough to keep them from getting too cold. It's just going to slow their movement speed, which is already a bit of a danger. Alright, yeah, no, the thing is I need to bring them up here to help with this. We need the EMP and all that. It's going to be an all hands on deck. Bliss lobotomy, sleep suppressor is what we're getting next. Okay. Wait until I don't see someone actively eating something. Okay, so let's grab everyone here. Let's get this done. Because there are 2 more doors up here. But looking at this room, this is probably my best angle to engage from. Because what I could probably do is open this door, pop 1 shot into the grav engine to awaken the mechs, and then we're going to fight them out here. And again, the Scorcher and the Tesseron are the ones I worry about the most, because if they light someone on fire, that person will run out of position, which makes them available to get easily harassed by stuff like the Lancer, which can be very dangerous. The Militar is fine. The Lancer by itself is no biggie. You just get... Okay, I mean, if you want to do that while I'm rallying everyone into one place to be able to fill you with bullets, that is a choice you could make. Oh, you're being all sneaky and going through the building. Look at you with the strats. Okay. So you're gonna have my best chance of actually doing anything with this. Major break risk on you, why? Recreation starved. Okay, we've got their attention. I shouldn't be this far back. This is a mistake to be this far back. Get on, get on, get on, get on, get on. Alright. Get closer. Get closer, get closer, get closer. Oh, please stop shooting him. I knew that was kind of the moment I started to get a full charge on it. You are now my melee pawn. Yeah, it's the fact that it keeps shooting even after you're downed. It's like, come on, man. Nothing else in the game does that. I mean, I guess a minigun probably does as well, but... Yep. It's one of the dangers of the Cyclops. You love the way the devs do that much pain. I have not had nearly this much bad luck with melee pawns in any of my runs ever. We are just rolling through one melee pawn after the other. Now the real problem with this is that is the first one that is someone's kid that has died. So they're all going to be very inconsolable for a while, which is not going to help anything at all. Let's go ahead and grab the smoke grenade launcher. To be fair, they were only... What was your age? They were only 13, so they were only technically just barely an adult. Which is not helping anything either. Let's get them buried so we don't have, like, the unburied colonist penalty. Like, if we could just get our hands on a shield belt already. Like, obviously it wouldn't help against the Cyclops. That's kind of what the whole Cyclops' whole thing. But then stuff like the Lancer and all that, it wouldn't have to be nearly as cagey about. Or once again without a melee pawn. Disease infection on Hypno. Man, you get an infection every fight. You know what? Honestly, considering you're up and about and I got 70% 10, I'm not upset. No, healing mech serum doesn't help with mood debuffs. Healing mech serum is for, like, bodily injury. If we're lucky, what we can do is, so I can't... Why aren't you upset? Oh, wait. I take that back. Carrick was one of the ones who joined in, was not one of the children. I think if you resurrect a pawn, I do believe it clears the penalty for, having a family member die. Like, it was a child who joined us, but it wasn't one of the children of the colonists here. Could you... You're gonna die because you're slowly getting worse and worse with hypothermia while you have a bad infection. Ancient graph engine. Why were you allowed to go inside? That door is locked. Or that door is not permitted. Oh, you went the whole way around? Cookie, man. Stop it. Get out. Okay. Quit finding new doors that I've missed. You deserve it. Gotta arrest him? I can. I'm honestly just going to ignore it for a minute. Because we arrest him, one, I gotta make a prison cell, which isn't that big a deal. But if I arrest them, I also run the thing where then they've got another mood debuff. We're not in that kind of situation yet. Because as soon as they're done here, we can pre-health them. I just need them to stop being mood broken. And thank you, Bison, for the Prime Gaming sub. I do appreciate it. You only get one of those a month. I used it here. Oh, you actually went to bed in the medical bed despite still being broken? Could you stop being broken? I seriously need you to stop being broken, friend. So I can pre-health you or cut your arm off. Okay, so immediately stop what you're doing. Pre-health on you. Cool, Earthrush got an infection as well. Stop floor drying, go to bed. Get on it. Alright. Yeah, so it is catching up. If we get a better tend, we'll be alright. Might even catch up with that bad tend on the pre-health as is. And you're winning on yours. Okay. Go in here, get a solid tend. 56, that'll be fine. So you're 4 behind. About 3 behind. About 2 behind. One behind. You're basically neck and neck. You're in the lead. Don't. How long till we attack? Is it immediate? Alright, schedule everyone into the home zone. If we're lucky, they'll end up going here after the mechs. If we're unlucky, that might be... Yeah, it's 11. Are you Neanderthals or are you baseliners? Neanderthals. Because we don't have a melee pawn anymore. No, they're coming straight for me. We just finished clearing that as well. And we're stuck, so they're wearing vac suits, so they can't run away in time. We do have a lot of firepower, but they are Neanderthals, and they are going to be very tanky. We do have our person who's got her stuns down with all that. The good thing is you can get a gun off one for your pawn. They're Neanderthals, they don't carry guns. There's no guns among them. Well, Earth Rush is going to stay out of it. Because Earth Rush... This is going to be really messy. And I do not expect this to go well. I'm hoping I can use the Psychic Staff thing here to good effect. Run, child. Okay. And what do you got going on here? Bloodlust. You're on fire and all that. We do have a steel longsword to replace with a weapon, so you go ahead. Oh, schedule unrestrict. For right now, we will change this into a prison. Capture them. They're unwaveringly loyal. We can go ahead and haul the sword back in. That was a nice, like the new melee pawn. Oh, you didn't... One second. I guess they died before I had a chance to do anything about it. Orders. Allow all. Yeah, and that's the thing, because they took, like, it's actually pretty hard to get, Neanderthals, because their pain tolerance means they just tend to die before they go down. So Leafy P barely got to step out the door and that one died. Deal maker. Alright, what do we got? Beautiful, jealous body master with really high shooting and social. Honestly, for this moment, I will take you. For you are expendable. So you are winning by yours and a lot, and you are fully in the clear. Not a melee pawn. No, cannot get the game to give me a melee pawn. Why do you just have a random shirt? Alright, talk to Winters. You will go for the colonists. And you're probably a temporary recruit. Sure. We'll allow Winters to join. And before they have a chance to do anything at all, you will not be a doctor. Yeah, so you can haul clean and all that. Winters is someone that may be used in an expendable... You know what? Are you a Hussar? Oh, that's not because of the eyes that maybe they're Hussar. Hussar eyes are usually red, though. So, are they melee pawn? Nope. Are they going to pretend to be? You better believe it. Why? Because while body mastery is really cool, I just don't want to put up with beautiful and jealous. And so I happen to be in immediate need for a melee pawn. Mysterious Masterwork Shield Belt. Yes, it doesn't matter what it is. Yes, give it to me. Mysterious Cargo, and it is a corpse. Alright. We will allow that to be studied. Zone, do this. We will make a new stockpile. Right here. Of critical, clear all, and human-like unnatural corpse. And drag that sucker in here absolutely immediately. We got Death Refusal on the list. Where'd that shield belt go? It's not here yet. Okay, so haul that in immediately. So the challenge here is Winters here. I was going to use them as cannon fodder, and I should give them the shield belt because of using them as cannon fodder. Actually, I don't need to go into those rooms at all. There's no loot in there. Okay. Well, let's grab the rest. Are you clear of your infection? No. Okay. Because the reason I'm not naming this person is I am using them basically as a completely expendable pawn. Because while body mastery is really good, they are creepy joined. They're more likely to like leave or betray us or whatever. And with jealous is not the worst to deal with. It's actually beauty that is the one I don't want as more. Beauty causes the pawns to tend to get hit on and people get upset and a whole bunch of drama. Okay, so as soon as Earth Rush is good to go, we're going to go down here, destroy that turret. We're going to go peek these rooms to see if we can't find the Gravlight panels, get that out of here. Alright. And they're having a party real fast, I'll let it go. It's fine, we'll let the party happen and we'll deal with it after the party. I could really use the mood bonus. Okay. Party is done. Grab everyone. Pop them out here. Kill the caribou. Okay, we'll allow this door. Everyone can pop in this far. Because this is actually packed in here where it's going to not be able to get shots very far. So you just kind of keep popping smoke grenades and moving up till we can get to it. Let's just shoot way over there, because this blocks its line of sight. Alright, if we can get the shot over here, then we can move people up here on the other side of it. Yep. Okay, there's some grav light panels and all that. And there's probably set to be a set of hallways over here. That room's probably genuine. Alright. Okay, that's the grav light panels we're looking for, those 3 boxes up there. There's another box and some scorchers down there. Got 1 box there with 2 scorchers in that room. Okay, nothing we care about in here. Okay, so we got the 2 scorchers and a whole bunch of people back here. We can go ahead and grab all of you. Earthrush could stand back here. We don't need your smoke grenades for this part. Cool, that's certainly a choice. As you can tell, I'm not particularly worried about... Okay. Poor Withers. In this particular case, anyone who probably should go back with that hit. Yeah, we'll have you go back. So rescue Withers, get him out of here. Make sure you don't try and do anything not too bright and cut through this room. Why are you going around that way to do the rescue? Oh, there's a tiny little fire in the door. That's fair. Nicely done. Okay, just trying to get... Oh, that's the yak. It's fine. Alright, that's good enough. Grab light panels. Okay, so everyone can get out of here. Get patched up. Okay, so in here we got 2 Scorchers, a Militar, a Lancer, and a Pikeman. And then if we go down in that corner, we can aggro more, and there's something in that room down there. Was there any of the turrets in there? There is a turret down there. That said, we'll probably switch you off for the EMPs now. Because that's what we're likely to need for the next fight. Alright. Everyone's got minor burns that are patched up. Yeah, so as you can see, because I don't have shield belt... I mean, I have a shield belt. I'm not using out a pawn who can just leave. Alright, so Winter's got an infection. That is most unfortunate for you. For the record, I don't care about Winters. As a creepy joiner, I'm expecting prompts that they don't have traits that make me want to keep them. Yeah, so it's the same deal as those Scorchers are going to be the concern for scattering us. Otherwise, these other 3 we can probably piecemeal pretty easy. Yeah, everyone else other than Winters is fully healed. Would you go away? I already did this song and dance like just a minute ago. And I grabbed the grav core and a couple grav light panels. Is anyone out of position? Nope, but it looks like they are going to pick fights at the mechs. Where are you going? You're supposed to prepare while you wait. You were just closing in on me. Okay. It's really a shame I don't have another weapon for you. Oh, actually I do. Grab the bolt action. Why are you so slow? Food poisoning. Cool. That's what I needed. Is it just you? Please let it be just you. Oh, not Cookie. Okay, no, it's... So it's Earth Rush only. Earth Rush, don't even bother. You should be up here. You could stun. Okay, force you to follow me. 6 hours to death. Nimble, greedy, quick sleeper who's really good at construction. Has a decent number of pretty awful injuries. But, for the moment, not a completely unsalvageable one. You hope Winter springs back to good health. We need to see the in office. Gotta talk about this behavior. Okay, so they're beginning their attack. So my hope is that they're gonna go over here and deal with this stuff, and I can just ignore it. Oh yeah, that's what I want to see. Get in there. Yeah, kill that Lancer. Or just get lit on fire and utterly pulverized. Literally get CC'd into the dirt. Don't wake those up. Alright, well, I mean, that's certainly something. And how are you doing at the moment? Not great. You're not doing particularly good. So, Winters, I'm going to need to talk to you about your continued wearing of the clothes. Because I wasn't planning on keeping you. That's the only reason they didn't go in the name queue, is I was fully intending on killing them. Hey, get it. Kill it. Kill it. Kill it. Do it, Humps. Or just stand there, take it to the face. I guess that's a choice, too. Oh no, we have banished this person. Oh, I'm not allowed to banish them when they can't walk. I honestly don't do it very often, so it didn't even strike me as a thing I couldn't do. Alright, so Earth Rush down here is going to grab the EMPs again. Did you at least get some hits in there? I mean, a little. Well, that's interesting. It's superheating the room to the point that the ancient mech vats are taking damage, which will likely release the mechs inside of them. I'm not loving that. That is definitely not my favorite. Okay, prisoner. Am I keeping you? Greedy's annoying, but manageable. Quick Sleeper Nimble is good. You only have one melee for a Neanderthal, but Neanderthals do have a predisposition. My only big concern here is that aggressive trait. Oh, grab people, grab people. Sentient Cookie, run, run, run. You're high. Of course you're high. Keep running, Cookie. This actually could work out really well for us. You go over this way. So I can get some nice room here. Alright, well, the Scorcher's dealt with. And the Militar's coming next. You still have food poisoning, which is not helping anything. You got another Scorcher, and then the Lancer's farther behind. This is actually working out pretty well. We're all feeding in slowly where we can take him at range that's good for us and not for them. Okay, so the next one's the Lancer, so let's grab all of them and tuck him against the wall. Okay, so there's a Cyclops just popped out. Where are you going, Cyclops? Why are you so slowed? Don't be long. Don't be long, please. Stun it. Anything. Nerve spiker, anything, hit it. Okay. I hate it. That's fine. Between both the nerve spiker shots and brain scar on Hypno. Okay, we got a pair of Lancers there. Where are you going? Gather everyone up again. Apparently we're not done. Come on, Cookie, I need you to get over here. Cookie, please. Cookie, please. Get over here as quickly as you can. Try and get that EMP before the Scorcher gets in range. Why are none of you shooting the Lancer? It's right there. All right. Oh, interesting. That one didn't actually pop anything out. It's done. So we just gotta wait for that fire to go out. Earth Rush can now go back down here, grab that bolt action back, schedule, everyone's fine. Do not, for the love of anything, walk in that building. Unnatural corpse you're upset about, you've been rebuffed. Observed a corp medical emergency on Winters, that's fine. Go ahead and build that real fast. Why are you missing a head? You must have teleported away and one of the animals took a shot at it. And you just study that. Your investigation into the unnatural corpse has revealed more about the body. An Architect Shard at its core physically links or psychically links it to Lunarium. It will rebuild itself if destroyed and teleport any distance to be near Lunarium. Mgalo thinks that there may be a way to permanently destroy the corpse, but will need to study it farther. Study the corpse farther to destroy it. There's another room back there we never got to peek at. Hypothermia on Winters, which is okay. We're literally letting them die. They also might shriek and cause sight stealers to show up. Nope. Would you look at that? We already had a grave ready for him. And it's not a funeral for Winters, it's a funeral for the other person. Heartwarming funeral. And we get to change our ideology. So this is perfect. So we're going to go into our ideology. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to change. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I haven't hit reform yet. So we're going to go down here. Because we're going to edit what this is. Because I allow myself one change each time. Oh, I could just get rid of it. There's our change. And now we no longer need to listen to our people whine about the fact that they don't have that thing. Why are you injured? Oh, you still have a burn. Okay, so... Hypno, welcome to the rest of your life. Time to get on that Lucy. Because you got a brain scar, and my only choices to do that is unnatural healing, mech healing serum, mech resurrection serum, or Luciferum. And I only got one of those available to me right now, and I'm not expecting that to change anytime soon. Oh, I guess Winter's not coming anymore. Nah, Winter showed up, but we told him they weren't welcome here. I need those EMPs to be inside, alright. I'll deal with it in a minute. There you go. Yeah, so don't allow those two doors, but the rest is wide open to do whatever. Orders allow anything that's on the ground to be dealt with. Why are... Oh, it's manipulation is slow. It's like... Okay. Come on. Okay. And you got all the goodies we want to get out of here. Well, so we did lose a melee pawn. But that was one of the kids we've had in the colony for a while. That's a big old bummer. We did take some injuries and we took a brain scar. So overall, not the greatest. We did make some significant progress so far as getting other kit and all that sorted. Prisoner Randolph. He'll give me a Masterwork Harp, a low shield pack, some goodwill and all that. They're sick with blood rot. Insulting spree because you were insulted. Sure. We can go in here and say structure or furniture. Why not? The Masterwork Harp would give me another recreation type. So capture them. Work on converting them. Alright, so we're gonna bring the Neanderthal into the group if we can make it happen. All in all, there's nothing else. These will give me just bits of metal and all that. So I don't see a reason to keep that. We've got our smoke grenade launcher still sitting there. So once we grab the Gravlite panels and bring them on board the ship, we're going to be leaving the tile. Because we ultimately will have gotten what we want. A bunch of Gravlite panels and the Grav Core. It's a bummer that we once again lost our melee pawn, but we did get a Neanderthal to potentially take that role over. I'm not looking forward to the social fights they're going to cause, but at the same time, you know. Gene processor, so you got piano next. Oh, actually, never mind. Greedy's not bad at all. We're already good for Greedy. My brain was thinking Jealous. Jealous is way more a pain in the butt than Greedy. You can turn that back on. Why are you eating raw food? Why are you eating raw food when I've got, like, literally hundreds of survival mails, which I have not disabled, available? Yeah, so everyone's going into hauling everything back. That'd be the last of the Gravlite panels. And let's make sure they actually get on the ship. Okay, was it the 218? That might be the appropriate amount of panels. So we see the two separate stacks there, which could have been combined to save space, because they stack 75 tall. I don't see any back there, or on the shelf. Alright, so we gotta leave in 8 days anyways. In 8 days, we've got one of the factions gonna be attacking us. $15 days. 19 days. Right now, toggle the tailoring bench off. Corpse obsession due to unnatural corpse. 4 days. Alright. And you're right about to be converted. I switched you over to trying to recruit, and it looks like they actually don't have a lot of resistance, which is good. The biggest thing we're going to be dealing with is ooh, that's a spine injury. I missed that. That's fine. We'll get there. The big thing is we now have our main colonist is addicted to Luciferum. So we will need to be starting to hit drug labs and all that to source more Lucy. So Ancient Dangers and all that became way more important now. Alright, new ETA is still 3 days. Alright, we're mostly standing around now. We've got our Gravlite panels. There's nothing I care about being left out here, nor do I expect much to happen here. You are still on Corpse Obsession. As long as you're aboard the ship, I don't care. So let's get ourselves out of here. There's nothing for us here that we care about. Okay, so let's try and get away from these colder temperatures. It's going to take me a couple of jumps. Well, we're going to try... Oh man, we're way down here. Yeah, so apparently if it landed there, it'd be too close and they'd get upset with us. That'll do. Alright. So we did get that. Oh, I forgot we had the survey site over here. Oh, and it was compacted plasteel rich. Honestly, that probably would have been a good place to go, but we're probably gonna miss out on it. I think it would have had to go straight over. It's okay. So we got geothermal here. That one's near the top there. Yeah, it's our most accessible one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're relatively close to as long as the ship was going to get. Gain will go power. Sentient Cookie work on that immediately so we can get our power online. We can also go zone. Dumping stockpile. Yeah, so we can't go farther forward. Dumping stockpile will put off the front of the ship. Low, allow all. Rotten, and no human-like. Okay, on the plus side, though, I've got 218 Gravlite panels we can use, so let's get the power online. Once that's sorted, we'll start worrying about other stuff. So let's go here in the meantime, or we once have, again, have gold on the map that I shouldn't be grabbing. We've got jade, we do not have that on the map, so plasteel. We're good there. Machine, this is a tile with lots of it. Okay, tons of that. Let's get the power online as fast as we can. The same as we have been doing, we're going to keep hunting all the local wildlife. Keep that food flowing. I do not see any ancient dangers or anything on this map, so that'll be fine. And it looks like actually relatively soon we'll be out of winter. Alright, so there are 218 tiles. There's things we want to plan. So first of all, let's go ahead and do some planning here. So what I'm going to do is we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 engines. I'm going to make it 2 wider, so I've got a place for maybe some air conditioners in case I decide to make this into a freezer. And then plus I could do stuff like put the telescope and stuff out here where it's going to be contained in there. So that's going to be where the engines are going to go. I don't have the engine materials yet. We just got our vac suits, but we have all that. Cool, we have a flash storm. Just have a good time, I guess. I am going to need to expand over this way. So let's go ahead and we can grab this to start with. And we can tell him to build this real fast as well. But then I'll put the extender over here. Okay, and the power's online. We are getting granite blocks, so let's go ahead and do structure, granite. There, sorted. Just burn a tiny amount of chem fuel and be done with it. So let's see. As far as cloth goes, we're getting low, so we'll tell it you can plant cotton. I don't know if we'll be here long enough for that to matter. We'll choose a setup anyways. All right. So I'm going to start getting all of this built. And eventually I'm going to want to add more bedrooms onto the ship, but that's going to be some work. You only get so many panels per trip, and we're just going to have to make them do the best they can. How much is the engines cost? There's no grav-like panel cost for the large thrusters. That's perfect. Because that means what I can do is, once we get this all built out and we get our vac suits made, so I'm not like at a deficit of vac suits. Why are you wearing a vac suit? Oh, right, because I told you to. Okay, that is how that works. Gear, assign clear forest. Where are you at? Okay, gear, assign clear forest. That should mean they take off their vac suits. Let's see. Miwadi, how goes it? What? I don't know what you're saying there. Alright, so you're fully healed, and you're pretty close to being able to be recruited. Yeah, so you got some scars that are gonna take some work to get sorted out. Let's finish converting you. Meowdy like howdy. Gotcha. Okay. It's going fine. We've been having a little bit of this entire colony has been 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Yeah, the ship's not flammable though. Now weirdly, the ship, we can have fire bridge through the corners of it. But the ship itself is not flammable. Like if you look at the walls here, 0% flammability. Yeah, that snow, put that all out. All right. New recruit Gallo is one joined. All right, so work. So you can do construction. You can grow stuff. You actually have a lot you bring to the table. Because they put you on construction, that could free up someone else to do the mining as their priority. So that's not the worst. And your job here is you're going to be assigned as melee. And we did grab a sword at some point. I don't know where it got away in there. There you are. So go grab that sword. All right. So if you would like to be someone who's probably not going to live very long because of our luck with melee pawns almost all dying immediately, at least in this case, it is a Neanderthal. So the good and bad of being a Neanderthal is that reduced pain means you're very unlikely to go down. But it does mean instead you're more likely to just straight up die if you get worn down on. You do have robust, which reduces your damage, and you have extra melee damage. So you're good at basically standing between the bad things and the rest of the group, but you're bad at surviving the experience if we don't just straight win. And you're also going to do construction. Okay, so research-wise, we're continuing to get all that stuff done, which is good. Yeah, so basically what I'm doing is I'm making an area for the engines to go once we get the vac stone. And then we're going to expand the storage room accordingly. I'm going to make it like a little ring down here for where the engine exhaust kind of goes. So let's see, Odyssey. Okay, so it's like 1, 2, 3, and that's how far it has to go. Yep. So that way when I put the engines over here, we'll be good to go on that. Right now it's just going to be walls because we need to get Vaxstone, which is in space, to be able to do more. But we'll get that set up. Then I might make a containment room over here for keeping a Revenant or something in, so I have a place to study anomaly stuff without having to call the monolith again and again. And conversion of our other guest. Cool. Oh, delete that. You're sleeping on the floor there. Let's fix that. So you need to go in here for now. And honestly, once I get those two rooms done, I'm probably going to have to do some type of expansion on where people sleep. Even if it's like expanding what is currently acting sort of as a hospital, into again being just a growing hospital slash barracks. That might just be what it is. You've not gotten microelectronics, right? Or, I mean, multi-analyzer, yeah. Well, we're getting most of the stuff. Still haven't gotten the transport pods. The transport pods is going to be the big one. That's going to make it much easier to start getting these other factions to leave me alone. Alright, let's see who our melee pawn is. That's going to be JD 2v0. Welcome to the colony. And this time you get a Masterwork shield belt, which should give the melee pawn a much better chance of surviving a fight. Magala's gonna have another kid. And we also put this forward to let me expand the barracks way farther over here. That might also allow me to put a little bit of a defensive position here. Which would be good, because then we could have, like, the hospital there, and then, you know, defensive position over there. Okay, so there's the extender right here. Psychic Soothe is always good. Lost a little bit of relation to the Empire just due to the decay. Alright. So with that, we can go here. And that covers that part of the engines. And then this will make that area enclosed. We don't want a roof built here. And I want to cut a wall across there, because eventually I'm going to open this up and make this thing. Can the thruster exhaust overlap? I believe it can, yes. I don't think the engines all have to be facing the same direction or anything like that. I don't believe there's, like, that kind of arbitrary requirement. I'm not super worried about trying to, like, min-max that space, though. Okay. And it looks like it has gotten warm enough to plant, so we did happen to land pretty close to the beginning of the grow season. That's going to work out in our favor. I'm also finding it interesting that none of them are, Oh, hey, you need recreation underskill. None of them are doing the construction up there. Okay. Unnatural corpse. Your investigation of the unnatural corpse has revealed how to safely remove the Architect Shard. Doing so will stop it from psychically tormenting Lunarium. However, it will also prevent farther study. That's fine. Lunarium, you've earned the right as soon as... Okay. You've earned the right to destroy it. Okay, and you got a light leather formal shirt made. Okay. We're getting through those gravlite panels way faster than I'd like. Considering you get 200 and all that and how fast you can burn through them. I think this gets up to 2,000 or 2,500 is the maximum size. Which you can see, sure it doesn't seem like a giant colony, but considering we could double the size of this, I mean actually, considering we're only that 800, almost triple the size of this. That is the whole thing. Are we still making a anomaly study area? Yeah, the plan is to be over here now. I was going to put it over there. It's like, oh right, I was going to put my engines there, so I'm going to just put it down here. So same exact idea, just opposite side, because it doesn't need to be very big. If I have enough uranium, I'll replace these walls with uranium walls for even higher containment. Inspired taming. Strange signal, okay. It's a shame I didn't already have it built for the Revenant. Because I mentioned many times that of all the anomalies, the Revenant is the one I like to keep around the most. It's very low threat to you. It's great at catching, you know, people having, like, entity escape or entity murder and all that. The entity murder is my favorite. They go up, they kill it, the spine drops, you just put it right back on there. You're like, thanks, man. That was some easy catharsis right there. Work Frenzy. Arbiter Tree Sprout, so we can go up here and go boom, create this, and no animal corpses. Okay, so then we get to wall this off, then we're going to rip this wall up. That's fine. The RimWorld classic. Despite all the ways you can make it so you don't trap yourself inside the room, always, always, always choose the one and only way to trap yourself inside the room. Alright, reinstall you over here. Okay, so I have 91 tiles left. That should be plenty to put a containment room here and maybe just like expand this barracks out a bit. Okay, so you're getting the geothermal covered. The potatoes are all planted. Okay, so if we were to go here, anomaly, holding platform, we can put it down here. Actually, you can put it here, and put the bioferrite thing there. Which means that should be enough to contain it by itself. Which does mean what I'm going to want to do is go here, grab uranium hull. We replace that whole area with uranium instead. So we can make the containment really high there. Alright, we got a lot of mad gazelles, okay. Not sure if it makes more sense to just be in the wide open and pour shots. Normally you want to bottleneck stuff like this. I probably should. Okay. JD, you get here. All the rest of you pile in behind. Go, go, go. Because I'm a little worried while those will die easy. I'm a little worried about them like just overrunning and getting in there and just causing mayhem. I was also worried having our incendiary SMG about fire getting into this area. Wifey. I wouldn't know.
No, you know.
I don't think I do.
You do know, you just won't tell me.
Why would you think I'm the handsomest boy?
Because I have eyes.
Or,
Yeah.
you have conflict of interest of objectivity.
I'm cool. No, I have no conflict of interest. I'm luxury. I am objective.
Nope. You're like, I made a decision. It has to be right.
Objective.
I need to double and triple down on this. I can't be wrong.
No, I can't be wrong. Love you.
Love you too. Cannot be wrong. Must continue to reinforce that my decision on who I married was correct, regardless of reality. Alright. We're slowly getting all of our, like, mannequins up and all that to have the armor. Oh, right. Carex was earlier. Oh, we got a cougar hunting Bob. Rally. Oh, I'm glad to at least start chasing on this side of the river. Or, like, before you got too far across the river or whatever. And what did you learn, Cougar? Probably not much because you're dead. Which has not enabled us to allow much for the learning process. Okay. You're tough and kind. So Bob is going to help cook now. The bass line is sick. Oh, and the song? I wonder how much the plasteel haul is as far as its stats. Okay. So with that, we're going to have this all enclosed. It's going to have light. Wonder if JD2V0 pawn there is like, you know, there's only so many people who can hide behind you. It's not, I'm not that big. Pick up a spear and help someone. Nope. Oh, there's some more compact machinery we missed. That's fine. Nope. You gotta stay in that front line. But yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that can happen. I wonder if you have a beauty penalty. Okay, that's interesting. So some, like, I want to say regular uranium wall has a beauty penalty, but it looks like the grav ship hall does not. Which is interesting. Oh, I see something real fast before we get this wrong. Transport pods. Heck yeah, it is long since overdue. Alright, so now I got a nice little containment room for anomalies. And we're continuing to build all of this stuff. Sleep suppression. Bioferrite shaping is not a bad one. That's what we need to get towards getting the flare pack. So I've still got 66 to go. We do have some extra here. So that's 20, 21, 26, 31. We'll see how that does. Because we're going to expand this hospital slash barracks out. Alright, that leaves me 26 tiles to go. Now, I do think it wouldn't be a terrible idea to get some type of defensive position on the ship. I was kind of thinking in my head I'd be able to bring it around here, but the more I'm looking at it, the reality was maybe if I put another one up here, I would be able to do that, so like a later grav core, I'd be able to expand that in that direction. Because then I was kind of thinking is for a little bit something different. Is ultimately making an area for my people like here and here kind of deal. And then there would be a path that goes like straight down the middle. And then having walls like this kind of deal. Who is our medical... Oh, the medical emergency is on you. Because everyone's been tending to you and they've been doing a bad job. I'm really hoping you live long enough for Leafy Pew to have a chance to give you a really good tend. Because, yeah, that 0% tend. Not great. Okay, so Leafy Pew is my best doctor. 70% is about the best we can hope with that. But yeah, so the idea being you'd have something like this. And so you get the idea here is the enemy could only, like if we're on space especially, the enemy could only go down this path. And then we get fed in, but that'd be a space-only consideration. But the other one I was thinking about is like having a narrow hallway here that then opens up where I've got like 4 or 5 defensive lines there, and then just have them like at like immediately on top of us range. So stuff like lancers and all that would get shredded. You know, centipedes and whatever, we could get the EMPs on them pretty easily. But the only problem with that is that if we have a wave of Neanderthals, we would not want to use that defensive position. Okay, we have once again had them trap themselves inside. Could do it in any other order, but the one they chose. Honestly, just disassemble it. Okay. We've still got 26 more tiles. There's not enough room to put any more bedrooms ahead. I could just expand the back here. So that I could put another research bench down here or something like that. Because this is our new expanded storage room. That's our new expanded barracks. We'll go ahead and make that side medical. Okay, and keep all the medical collecting in there. Also, before I forget, okay. And how are you doing now? Okay, so it is slowly bringing it back down. So we're going to want to make sure that we keep Leafy Pew being the only one to treat them until they get that down properly. As far as quests go, you're here for another 10 days. And there's not much else to worry about over there. If we were going to go for that, is that even in range? No. So I couldn't get there if I wanted to, so we can just ignore it. It's like one tile too far. I guess in the meantime, just because we can, just keep on planting potatoes. Alright, and keep killing all of the local wildlife. It'll basically wait until all of these are done. And then we can get them all set up to hold vac suits and all that. Yeah, so you're waiting on what are you waiting on? Is it steel? No, you got steel. We actually need to mine more steel though. With how much ship I'm building plus the vac suits and all that, I am going through my steel pretty quickly. There's steel way up there in the corner. It's definitely not a good get steel tile. About the best we're gonna get, and that's still also way up in the corner. Yeah, it's fine. It is what it is. Okay, so with this, you've got tons of shelves. Probably also go miscellaneous. Yeah, so the orbital trade beacon I should put here. Yeah, so let's cancel that shelf. Put the orbital trade beacon here. The firefoam popper in there. And I guess over here we can just put a small shelf. What's this best size for room for a bedroom? You're doing 3x3, your pawns are sad. That is actually a really debated thing, because there's the one side of like how big does a room need to be to like get all of the bonuses and all that, which even these aren't to that size. But at the same time, the bigger the rooms you make, it's more base you have to defend and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So it's very much what's the correct size you should go for is something that people will argue to no end. I generally tend to favor somewhat larger rooms when I'm not doing a grav ship. So even these, like to give you an idea, like the size of rooms I'll typically do is something like that. Now to be clear, leaving the corners out is not optimal. I do that for aesthetics. But you do something like a 6x7 or whatever, that is going to get you like the room where it's like, what is it? It says something like, you know, size impressive. One thing you can do is if you click on the three little bars down, or the little bars down here, and you put your map on here, so you'll notice it says slightly impressive, mediocre wealth, rather tight, pretty and clean. So it's that one down there where it says space, rather tight. Whereas then if I go on to this one being, you know, this room is going to be like average size. If I go to this barrack, it's somewhat spacious at 60 tiles. It's along that kind of thing. The other space of the grav ship is the problem for doing fancy bedrooms? Yep. And that's all just kind of considerations you make. It's like, okay, what am I going to be applying to bedrooms? What's going to be my barracks? Like, where am I going to prioritize? There's a lot to unpack in all that. You tend to go with 5x5 for single rooms and 11x5 for couples for no grav ships. Yeah, a lot of people when it comes to grav ships, they will stick to barracks and just make like a really nice barracks. Yeah, the medium psychic drone is just driving you up the wall. A substantial structure for a neoformer. Yeah, so I can't do these ones because if I have to sit here and protect it, then, you know, we literally have no choice but to leave. Alright, so for 26 tiles is what I've got left. There's 21. 24. So expand that room a little bit there. And I've got 2 spare tiles, which right now I'll put there. Oh, don't leave a rotting corpse inside the production room. Normal, low, clear all. Do not allow fresh animal corpses. So please get the corpse. Please don't work on the rotting ibex corp. Okay. Oh, hey JD, you know what I just realized? Options, add, install knee spike, left knee. How much longer do you need your next tend? Oh, that might have killed them. I wasn't watching and they got another 0% tend and it's 13 hours. Nothing I can do about it now. They're already tended. There's a very good chance that they're just gonna die here because I wasn't watching. There, JD's got a knee spike. It's gonna be close. Alright. Work. Stop all of you tending. Only the good doctors. If I fail this quest just because someone snuck in there and did a really bad tending, I'd be pretty salty about it. We have nothing but crap medicine, so that's what we're gonna use. That is not going well. I don't think this will make any type of difference. Yeah. Blood rot doesn't get benefit from it. That's gonna be like right up to the wire. I don't think they're gonna make it. We've got 6% till they die. 5. Leafy Pew, you're gonna do this at the very last possible second. I need you to have an amazing tend. 10, 10, 10. 70%, that's about as good as you're gonna get with that. That's fine, we knew that was going to expire. So they got to 95%, that should have them slowly win. But definitely taking that as close to the edge as I can. They've got 8 more days with us. Why? We're out of baby food because we don't have any vegetables. Okay, it is going back down. Muffalo has chosen death. Thank you for your contributions to the colony. Yeah, so we're going to expand the lab, and I'm going to put the communications panel back here. Transport pods. Ooh, I didn't think... You know what I could do? Is I could put the transport pods in here. To bring them with me. Because like I said, I'm keeping just a little space here, so I can put like a telescope and all that in this spot, and then the engines will be over there. Yep, you're gonna get over the 2 people who passed away soon, hopefully. They're getting all those done. Yeah, it looks like the good news is these are all still showing us slightly impressive, which means they'll be good enough for greedy pawns. Which suddenly makes me realize JD is staying in here. And is gonna want a greedy bed, or is gonna be greedy for a nice bedroom. So once we get Randolph out of here, we're going to go ahead and make sure that you get that bedroom. So you're not all whiny about it. Okay, so with this we can go Misk. Have the drop pod launcher that comes with the ship. And then we can start loading it full of stuff that I've been accumulating large quantities of to start taking factions and buying our way to at least not hostile anymore. I'd love to make them all allies. Well, at least a lot of them. You don't actually want all of them allies because then suddenly you get nothing but mech raids and that. Okay. Yeah, so the choices of I can put another research bench back here, or I can put the communications panel back here. But I can't fit both. But that's all our Gravlite panels, so we're set up there. Alright, so load the drop pod. So let's start looking in here. So let's grab all these trace amounts of leather and get those the heck out of here. Grab the Yayo, the Go Juice, get those out of here. Grab a bunch of Jade, and that'll do it for now. Almost 600 plain leather is trace amounts? Yeah. Okay, that's all medicine goes in there. And how are we doing on all this? So I've got enough vac suits for the children. And we're still working on the vac suits for the adults. So I'm queuing it up twice, that way we have 2 different people able to work on it at the same time, so if it gets stuck on one person's crafting, it doesn't just stay unfinished forever. Probably not what I should do, but it is what I'm doing. I probably should be making the comms panel, but with no allies, I still feel like the correct decision is to keep doing what I've been doing. Alright. Because then when we get, like, fabrication and all that, I can work that into the design. Alright. That gives us a second research bench for when we have extra people with nothing to do. As we continue to load up everything we can. Alright. So 56. Yeah, so it's looking like 56 is the most I'm gonna get, so let's do it. Cool. Royal Tribute Collector, that's fine. And then we'll build another drop pod, and we'll load them all up again. And we can just keep shipping stuff off. Oh, another thing we can probably do. Make Psi T to send to people as well. Okay, another drop pod, load it up. Items. Alright, so we can grab the Pollux seeds, the Garland tree seeds. This device creates a pulse and reshapes, yeah, so we can use that one to save ourselves from trouble. Let's grab all these spears I don't want. Grab the poor quality hats. The mostly destroyed stuff there. All these worn out helmets that we're not going to use. Not the wood. Send more jade. Send the Psi T. And a bunch of gold. I'm basically just deleting inventory right now. It's overdue for such a long time. It's gonna be fun to like look at the wealth here and where it's been climbing because of all the construction I've been doing. We're gonna see the items wealth coming down as I'm just shipping stuff off. So what do you fall down and drop your gun? Okay, so these are pretty soon going to be fully grown. Vagabonds would like 700 silver. Highway robbery. Straight up, you should be full of shame. Hospital beds, that'll be a nice touch. Okay, so you still need to load helmets and all that, that's fine. Alright, Gilgamesh has grown up a little. Well, out of those, I'm taking Psychically Dull. We'll take the shooting skill and the crafting skill. So you didn't get a lot of learning time, unfortunately. But all things considered, with how little time you got to work on that relative to the other people, you still ended up with better traits. We've actually gotten some really garbage traits for a lot of our age ups. There's been a couple of exceptions, like the tough. Okay, so we got one last helmet to load up. I think. And thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I'm going to assume it's as low as it's going to get. Okay, 104, 126, 130. I mean, I am sending a pile of gold. And we have now become neutral with one of the factions. Thanor Alliance pursuit paused. Heck yeah, another one off the list of people coming after me. So out of the 12 chasing me, we've gotten rid of 2. And do I have more worth loading up? Or am I at the point where we should kind of keep what we've got? Yeah, let's keep... Well... I'm probably not going to have fabrication for a while. Load the gold up. And what was the other one? I saw one. Ah, we have a simple helmet that's low in health. Grab those. And... is there something else we're just chucking on there because we can? Not really. Alright. EMI Dynamo. And you're willing to give me a really big pile of golds to replace the big pile of gold I just got rid of. Honestly, I'm gonna ignore that. It wouldn't be a big deal, but genuinely I don't just need that sent my way. I'd rather just, like, focus on this, because we have the EMI Dynamo come on. It's going to turn off all my machining and all that. And all I'm going to do is take that gold, immediately load it up, and launch it off. And when we go to the next tower, we're going to do that. At some point, do you just stay and fight, or do you have to go fight them on the map? So you cannot just stay and fight. To be clear, the way that pursuit mechanic works is once you hit 0, you will be raided every 12 hours by each faction that is, when the one hits 0, you'll be raided by that faction every 12 hours, and it is not a raid that abides by the wealth of your colony. To give you an idea, when I had only 3 people and we were using a couple of alpaca to carry our stuff with, within 1 day of it triggering, we had over 80 enemies on the tile with shield belts and guns and everything. Which, there was, like, outside of maybe the cheesiest cheese that has ever cheesed, you might be able to make something work. Alright, so we're going to launch that, so 67 is the highest we can get. Okay, almost got them neutral. But yeah, no, it is... For those who haven't played the Odyssey, like, without the mod, the Odyssey scenario, the way that works is once you hit the point where they go to attack you or they're pursuing you and you hit 0, in that one, I think it's only, like, 2 waves, but again, it is a set of 2 waves that do not respect your colony wealth. So you'll sit there and have, like, 5 people, and they'll drop, like, 12 centipedes and a bunch of lancers and a whole bunch of nonsense that you're expected to simply fold over and die. Now, you can... The normal scenario, you actually can, you know, like, win it, if you will, in the sense that if you defeat both the waves or whatever that come back to back, they won't send more. This one, my understanding, the mod, is it's every 12 hours forever until you die. weirdly enough, because they're all enemies with each other, you could, in theory, if you had two of them arriving around the same time, just lock the doors, and they would be enemies with each other fighting each other, and you could just lock the doors and hang out inside your base. The reality is, eventually your game would just stop running because of too many pawns and too much junk in the world and all that. But it would be a fun, like, watch the chaos and watch the world burn kind of thing you could do. Alright, we have to leave in 5 days, so new plan, go here, don't sow. Orders, harvest it all. Zone, expand nearby zone here. Restrict everyone to the nearby zone. Meanwhile, let's go to the remove pollution zone. That way the whole ship is marked as a remove pollution zone. Safe zone. That way the whole ship is the safe zone. Oh god, Y zone. So the whole ship is the oh god, Y zone. And then the home zone. There we go. But yeah, the idea behind the pursuit is not a fightable pursuit. Again, with the exception of if you cheesed hard enough, you might be able to do it. So, like, for example, if you were doing an underground base with, like, a burn box in the front of it, and you didn't have the mechs pursuing you, in theory, as long as you could keep someone at the door keeping that fire going at all times, you could, in theory, burn anyone who comes in and kill them. But the reality of what would most likely happen in that scenario is you would eventually start having people having mood breaks because you wouldn't be able to, like, keep people recreationing and fed and getting the sleep and all that while under an endless barrage. Like, there would be a point where someone would mood break, walk into your own burn box, and that would be the end of them. Alright. Boredom. Okay. Well, the good news is I'm pretty sure when we finish your quest, which should be very soon, 3 days, you are giving me a Masterwork Harp, which will give me a net new option for recreation. Which we're in dire need of. Also, what I'm going to go ahead and do is deconstruct that shell. Just make a burn box of the geyser. The geyser pulses heat, it doesn't maintain it. If you put a box around a geyser, it'll go like 2,000, it'll drop back down to 100. 2,000, it'll drop back down to 100. It used to hold the heat a lot better than back in the day. But like, it'll burn people, but to get a burn box, you need it to hold that heat at its highest. So that when people come in, that they just immediately start stacking up heat stroke and getting burns all over them. Like, a geyser can help, certainly. We usually do a burn box these days, because again, keeping one going consistently, usually it's just Molotoving into a room endlessly. 15, 12 days, so we got 3 days here. And you're on 2.8. We'll see how that's going to actually land. We're grabbing all these vegetables, and we're going to load up the ship as much as we can before we go. Yeah, none of those are getting grown enough. Eight days, so 3 days still the short end. But yeah, so the good news is... Oh, yeah, here we go. Our overall wealth... Oh, interestingly, the building wealth... Oh, that's because we were on the tile... Yeah, so here's what things to be aware of. So where we landed on that tile with all the mech stuff, even though it belonged to the mechs, not me, it does count towards the wealth on the tile. So it was as if my colony doubled in building wealth while we were at that point. Yeah, now you can see where we've been discarding our items, bringing the wealth back down. I wasn't super doing that specifically for the wealth, I just had a bunch of junk I don't need. And since it does contribute to your wealth, it is a thing to be aware of that, like, hey, Don't keep it if you don't have to. Nine days. All right. Oh, interesting. No, actually, you know what? Yeah, granite, marble, and vaxstone. And then just generically anything. Yeah, so it's still saying like 3 days or whatever for the Neanderthals to show up. So this person should be able to get out of here, and then we can grab those stuff real fast, and then we'll get out of here. We technically could still get the stuff if we don't leave, but it'd be better just to leave and keep it safe. If you neutral a faction while they're pursuing you, would it void it? Yes. Now, if they're already actively attacking me and I get it neutral, I don't know. It's a mod. You just have to hope it works the way you expect it to. But as you probably saw a little bit ago, we had one of the factions that was pursuing me, and I did go ahead and do that. It says, like, okay, pursuit is deactivated. That's kind of what we're aiming to do, is now that we got the drop pods, as we go around, stuff like gold and jade and all that, I'm going to grab any we can, and anything I don't need as we move around, whether it's weapons that people drop, all that, we're just going to keep chucking it over the fence. I'm tempted to do that with the silver as well, but I don't, because I can't trade yet, I don't have a good source for silver, so if I want to put down like sterile floors, I just have to have the silver from all the raids I fought who dropped their money. Hospital bed. Cool. Furniture. Oh, I'm out of steel. Schedule. Unrestrict you again. Because at this point, we've got most of the food and all that. I'd like them to go out there and bring what steel they can back, haul anything they've got out there back, that kind of thing. Because I am going to need that steel. It's just surprising to me that steel keeps running so low. It's just not a thing I'm used to running. Like, back in the day that happened, when you were doing your colonies, that you'd have, like, you get to the late game and you'd be waiting on the mineral scanner to get the stuff. Hi.
Hello. I have the husband who's good at using the mineral scanner.
Not really. I really don't use it very often.
Oh.
You also just kind of let it
Never
run, and it just kind of happens, so it's not really a skill to it or anything.
Right. I have the husband. Love.
Love. Okay, let me check one thing. Got a moderation thing I gotta do on the Discord real fast. Da, 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 da. Alright, so just dealing with... Got a bot on the Discord doing bot things. And... No. Alright. Oh! Oh, okay, never mind. It's just a raid. It's just a regular old raid. Okay. It's just a raid. There was a momentary going, oh crap, what? They could do that immediately? Alright, so they're doing that. So quests, you got 19 hours, so we're moving. Because literally I have less than a day anyways till I've gotta go, so there's no point in me fighting just to have to run away in 2 seconds anyways. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Everyone on board. So it's not probably gonna be that big of a raid. 4 pikemen, a lancer, a militar, and 2 scythes. It's really not a big raid. Oh, Cyanide, I need you to get over here. Get on the ship. Alright. So we're going to keep going north. We are going to check to see if only 20 days grow season. Gross. That's just a lake. That's pollution, decreased animal life. Lake with island. I can technically reach that, which I did not expect. Caves, ruins, ancient uplink on a boreal forest. 30-day grow season puts me in position to maybe move on that. Because I'm trying to get farther north. It's fine. I think that might be what it goes, because we'll have the ruins here. That might be able to get me some goodies. In addition to that, it puts me in position where I'll be able to jump to this one that's max pollution or whatever. Oh, never mind. I won't go to it. I thought it was weird that I was seeming to be okay with that. Mixed biome and all that. If we go way up here, so 30-day grow season. There's an elevation mechanic that's not always communicated super well. Mountain caves and river confluence. Sure. That's it when you go north long enough. Fortunately, once you go north far enough, you're back south again. Well, I mean, right now, I'm actually on the South Pole. Well, nearish. Okay. So what are we getting in here on a river confluence, in mountains, with caves? I'm expecting this place to be a hot mess with lots of insects. That is a long generation time. Oh, that's honestly nowhere near as concerning as I was expecting it to be. So amusingly enough, I'm going to land it like this with the generator in there, because I don't yet have those engines, so it won't block them. Oh, I should have put it over there. I didn't notice till just now. If I put... Oh, no, never mind. It's open. I thought it was closed on that side. I was about to be like, hold up. If I put it over there, I was going to have, like, endless supplies. Alright, so we can go ahead and plug you in there. Quest concluded. Alright, so we can start with the typical. I'm going to go zone. Dumping stockpile. There's not much room to work with up here, so this will be where it goes. Low, allow all, no rotten, no human-like. There's a potato field. There'll be a cotton field. This will be heel root. You'll be the dye. And if you get that far, just all the potatoes. Wildlife. Get your murder on. Okay, so it looks like the bugs are here and there, and the rest is all clear. No, there's also a group over there. So let's go ahead and set a allowed zone nearby. It'll have all of this be in the allowed zone. Actually, I selected a boomerang there. Yeah, it's probably okay on this map, but probably best not to. Yeah, so have that set for right now. Schedule nearby restriction. That way no kids go out to get themselves killed. Alright, so we got that. Jade. No plasteel. Alright, we also need regular steel, which I'm going to eyeball. So there's some here that's plenty safe to grab. A bunch over there that's plenty safe to grab. I'm going to go add a fishing zone right off the front of the ship. When you have nothing else to do, we'll tell you just to harvest the whole map. Okay, so I got a bunch of slate blocks. But some of the things we can actually do here. We're going to go over to this area. Put a slate door over here. Actually, for that matter, don't finish that spot. That way, all of this whole side hooks up to there, and can cut through all the way over here and come on down the river. We can do that here. You know, it won't get done right away. We could go ahead and put this over here. And then what I could do is do a heavy bridge across here to enclose that. And the benefit of doing this is if I set that all up, what I'm going to do is force the raids that are not siege rages to go down this river. And that's just going to give me a really good defense point. We'll probably want to like put a wall here as well. Because, yeah, it'll force them to go in the river, and I can put, like, myself a little bit of defense there. None of that's a priority. So what we can do now is go here, allow nearby. Oh, all that is actually in my area. And that'll let us waste a lot of the slate. The big thing is going to be putting an area across that river down there, which I'll wait because I need the steel for other things. Oh, you're able to get far enough out, you're still nature running. Cool. And you should be out of here, like, any time now. Yeah, half an hour. And then this room can become JD's room. Right? And then with that, there's a heart for more entertainment. All right. So we're waiting for the steel to get the geothermal power on. Yeah, I did restrict you all. That's good. So how close are you to aging up? You've got about a season. You get your next age up in about 9 days or so. You just aged up, so you're not aging up anytime soon. You age up in about 2 seasons, and you age up in about a season. Okay. Manhunter pack. What do we got? Of Timberwolves. 17 Timberwolves. We have not gotten our defensive positions or anything set up yet, which is not my favorite. We do have a decent amount of firepower, but that is also a decent amount of Timberwolves. So, first of all, everyone needs to get home. More than likely, they're going to follow... Well, actually, they'll probably cut across here. It's a shame I don't already have the steel. You can bring that steel on board real fast. That'll be enough to get the geothermal on. So they are coming up along the river. Let's not play the dangerous game. We don't need to. There's no reason to put ourselves in any more risk than we need to. So get on board the ship, and what we can do is let them get here. We'll get our geothermal on while we're waiting. And then once we kind of get them separated out, we can start picking off some of them here and there. Oh, I see. 1 second. There you go. Yeah, so the hope is that we see them spread out over here more. That way I can kind of pull them into this area, and we fight them in smaller groups. Because while JD is going to be a tanky person, it's going to be hard to put down. It is a lot of Timberwolves for one person to tank. Especially now I got all this extra junk in the way. Alright. And now we can actually get research and crafting done while we sit in here. The other thing we do is wait for them to go to sleep and then aggro them in groups. Because I really haven't done good about giving myself multiple ins and outs. I got a side door here and a front door. I should have a door probably over here or back here. Or back there as well. But that's usually one of your tricks, is to have multiple ways you can poke through different ways to split them up. I haven't been factoring that in with how I've been building the ship. We've been just trying to add the rooms as I need the rooms. Yeah, because if I put a door down there, you see how long I've got like one or two that run over here? We can pop the door, kill them real fast, and then run back inside. Whittle them down. Like that one right there. Go Frenzy, that's fine. Okay, Bunchu's starting to get tattered apparel. Yeah, it's all the flak armor. I don't have the research to make flak armor yet. So all that flak armor we've been looting is starting to fall apart. We've been getting a lot of Neanderthal raids. We haven't had a, a straight up gunfight raid in a while. Kind of just looking around for other options for steel. Once that first one's concluded. Okay, so they should be piecing out. Yeah, they're piecing out now. Alright, multi-analyzer. So yeah, see like that one's leaving, this one's going away. They'll do that as they get hungry and tired and all that, they'll just walk away. It'll cost you about a day, but I'm sitting at a giant heap of potatoes anyways, so who cares? Yep, there goes another one leaving. You can tell because they stopped moving aggressively, so this one's about to go. Part of the temptation was to fight them anyways, knowing there was a risk to give JD some chance to get some melee skill. And it might still do that once the numbers dwindle a little bit. It's just, again, like having one melee skill and then being up against that many Timberwolves, because each one will usually get the chance to step in, get one hit in as it closes in. It can be very, very messy. Alright, so they're all starting to go to sleep. This is probably the time to make a move. If I'm going to do any combat training out of this. Alright, draft. JD to the door. All the rest of you pile in here. We'll clean up your positioning in a minute. You can get back here somewhere you don't really need to have good visibility. Alright, that's a bit farther than we want them to be able to go. So I'm going to open the door. And now we're committed. There's a corpse in the door. So I let a good, like, 4 or 5 of them get away. They're just going to go and mop up the ones that still stayed. Get a little bit of combat skill out of it. Okay. And I believe that's the last one right over here. There's one there. No one went to sleep way down there. And strange signal. Yeah, there's only one left that's on the map, and it was on its way out when it went to sleep. Oh, don't unrestriction nearby. We still got bugs in the map. Oh, also, zone, dumping stockpile, low, clear, animal if it is not fresh. So that way they can get these, you know, animals out of the door. Okay, the monolith arrived in a pretty bad position again, but we're just gonna live with it. It's not like we get any control over the matter. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and say nearby to include that area down there. Don't stand in the corpse gross. Okay. Oh, it's actually coming back up. Ooh, okay. So, we've got all that. So, you're going to deliver a bunch of tox waste packs, which will upset the neighbors and hurt our influence. But you're going to give me a vanometric power doing it, which is certainly worth taking. So I do think I am going to accept that for the vanometric power. And we'll get a penalty to whoever the nearest person to us is, which is going to be probably you, which is already minus 100, so they could go fly a kite. But then I can dump a vanometric power back here, and we can send Jade to make up for it and be like, our bad. Here's your bribe. Alright, so what we're going to do is... important, clear... toxic waste packs. Vanometric power. Shove it over there. Well, actually, don't shove it there. Shove it here. Now, one of the things I didn't think about is where I was putting the multi-analyzer in here. That's okay. I can always extend this wall out one tile, just enough to accommodate a vanometric power. Bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Alright. Hey, Sim, how's it going? Let me go ahead and do a shout out for Simcopter 1. Someone I absolutely recommend checking out. I've been playing a lot of Project Zomboid, also been doing retro games, but doing some SimCity 2000 recently. Oh, what was the name of the game? There is a game I think you'll want to have your eyes on, Sim. Where is it? Where is it? You're down here somewhere. Car Park Capital. I think you should keep your eyes on the game Car Park Capital if you got those fond memories of Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. It's a new game coming out later this month by Microprose that looks very akin to Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. Oh, you've seen it? Okay, good. Good. Yeah, it's so dystopian of, like, knocking down neighborhoods and building parking lots and all that. Good. But yeah, so check out Simcopter 1. Plays a lot of simulation, plays a lot of similar games here. Been doing a lot of Project Zomboid. Been doing retro games, all that kind of stuff. If you like anything like that, very, very wholesome dude. Like, just definitely the kind of channel that if you just want some positive vibes, hanging out, just having a good time, having a good conversation, great place to be. Usually streams after, like, there's overlap towards the end of the stream, but like when I wrap up, Sim is still usually going. So a great place to pop in after here. It's one of the channels I end up in the most once I, wrap up for the night. But definitely a big one. Yeah, no, I'm glad, because I was doing my whole thing where you, like, look at the, like, Steam calendar to see what's going on. What? That's a book, right? Oh, it's a map. Let's drag that inside. But, was doing the whole thing of checking, like, okay, Steam, what do you got coming out? Seeing if there's any, like, diamonds in the rough or whatever. And yeah, the one I found upsetting was September 20th. as it was over 35 games all releasing on Steam on the same day. I'm like, no, stop it. You can't release that many games on one day. It's not allowed. To be fair, a bunch of them don't fit the channel or anything like that. And a bunch of them just didn't interest me. But it is one of those things like, no, that's too many games to release in one day. You gotta space this out, man. I need you to space this out. Forget marketing and all that and market timing and whatnot. I'm gonna need you to space these out for me. I don't have the capacity to deal with this. But yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff coming up here. And yeah, let's see. I'll have to read that after stream. Just checking one thing real fast. Okay, we were just dealing with a bot popped on the Discord. It's sorted. It happens. This is why we're not allowed to have things in general. Not good things, just things at all. Because it's sad because a lot of the reason we have those bots being so you know, constant. Oh, baby's on the way. The reason we have these bots like constantly happening is because very genuinely the people making those bots make money doing it. It was the same thing we had the conversation about, like the phone scams and all that. You know, you have people's like, I don't understand why they do that. Like, it's so obvious they're scamming. It's like, no, but that's the problem. You know, if they call 10,000 people and they get one that hits and they get several $100 out of them, a lot of times that's better money than you can make on a normal job for, like, you know, doing foods or retail or whatever, unless you're talking like high-end retail. Yeah, they couldn't make money, it wouldn't be done. No, exactly. And it's a real shame because a lot of that, you know, they make money off of effectively doing harm to people. But it does work. They only have to hit like 1 in 10,000, 1 in 20,000, and that's good enough to be profitable. You also just banned a bot on the Discord? Yeah. I'm gonna have to go through and reset the Discord link again. It's gotten picked up by some kind of bot thing. That's kind of the catch-22, is to get people able to join your Discord, you need the Discord link to be available enough to be found. But then that also means the bots can find it. And if you make it so it's not available as easily so the bots can't find it, then you run to the problem where the bots, you know, other, like, actual, you know, people trying to find your Discord also don't find it. It's really aggravating. Because it kind of makes it hard to do a lot of the community building and all that kind of stuff when you're fighting this war that there's no winning. Catfish spine. Aw, a little child got themselves poked in the leg with a catfish. Did you put the Discord URL behind Cloudflare with an anti-bot thing? Oh, absolutely. Like, I would not do that anyways. And the reason I want to do that anyways is, like, I've got to be able to make that Discord link available to viewers, and every single like barrier you put between that and your thing is that many people aren't going to click on it. Because, like, imagine, for example, someone's like, oh, I'd like to join your Discord, and I did, like, !Discord, and it took you to some sketchy, like, bit.ly URL that then redirects you over the URL, you know, to Discord because it's going through Cloudflare for the anti-bot thing. You know, it's just going to be like, no one's going to accept it. It's the unfortunate reality of every barrier you put between you and your community. I'll select every photo of Rual, shows picture of other streamers. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There could be ways I could do it, like where it redirects, but again, especially with all the scams out here, if you click on a link and I take you to another website or whatever, no, it's up. You think another streamer you watch ended up with a channel in the very top of the Discord that said, do not post in this channel or you will be banned, because it was the top channel of all the bots posted. They got immediately banned. Yeah, so I need to go through and rework that. One thing I've done in the past is I had a role, and I gotta see if it's still active because I set up forever ago, I don't remember. So that, like, when you go on the Discord where it's like, what do you want access to? Like, oh, here you can get, like, general get your Twitch announcements, get your YouTube announcements, general like streaming discussion, are you interested in like Project Zomboid or RimWorld? And then I have one, it's like, don't choose this one. This one is to knock out bots. You'll basically be banned or whatever. And yeah, it was one of those that like you click on it and it doesn't ban you from the Discord. It basically mutes your ability to do literally anything on things. AI can read these days and decently well. Right, but you gotta, it's like when you're dealing with like anti-scam, anti-malware and all that, it's all entirely, well, and even anti-like hacking and all that, it's all about adding those like little teeny tiny hurdles. Yeah, 90% of the hurdles that actually prevent hacking, if you took 2 seconds to put effort into it, you would be able to overcome. But each and every tiny little hurdle you put in the way is that one thing that the person goes, is this worth my effort? It's like the classic thing of you've got the one house on this side that they have like a camera, and you have the house on this side that doesn't have the camera. Well, the house with the camera, you've got an extra thing to deal with. Is it hard to get around? No, not really. But you're going to go for the other house because it's easier. Or like this house has bars in its window, that one doesn't. Well, you're going to go with the one without the bars. That stuff. Security is like Swiss cheese. You have bubbles, but do they all align to the whole? I mean, there's that. Also, we should get this. If you'd like to be the brand new baby in the colony, do !join to get your name in the queue to potentially be our brand new baby. So that you might join the tragedy that is this colony. In the military, you call it making yourself a hard target. Right. It's the classic thing of like, when you look at like the security of a home, if someone is motivated enough to get into your home, they will. It doesn't matter what you do to prevent it. They will find a way. Whether it's, picking your locks or knocking your door down or going through a window or sometimes just going through the freaking wall. There's a lot of times we have like this really strong hardened door, but the wall next to it's just, it's hollow wood with like some type of plasterboard on it or whatever. Maybe it's like it depends on the construction of the area. Maybe it's sheet metal or whatever. Yeah, they just go through the wall because it's easier than getting through the door. But each of those extra things you add in to make it a little bit harder to get in means it's more likely they're going to go after someone else who hasn't taken those measures. Not unless they're like looking at your property and you've got your window sitting there and there's like stacks of gold bars or something in the window to, make the temptation that much more. I think it's a balance that Rual is trying to elucidate here. Each of these barriers makes some real people not engaged. Yeah, that's exactly the juggle there. There's a point where you take security too far that the security measure to prevent the thing you don't want happening becomes more burdensome than the benefit of the thing you're offering, and therefore the person stops engaging with it. Because it's not literally the more security there is, the less convenient it is, but it is very commonly true. Like, again, the CAPTCHA. A CAPTCHA is a pretty small thing, but it is a mild inconvenience. So that's the reason why we use CAPTCHAs quite often, because it's a small enough inconvenience that people don't typically mind that much doing it. But yeah. So it is a thing that I probably need to go through and do a little thing, yeah, like the honeypot targets and all that. Having the channel to like bait bots and all that. Now, as far as like circling back for people's like, oh, bots are really smart and they can read now. Broadly speaking, the vast majority of bots still don't, though. It's there have been malware over the years that have done like incredibly wild and sophisticated things. But like the 99.9 percentile of malware are dumb as a box of rocks. They do 1 or 2 tricks and that's kind of it. And, they're trying to hit that 1 0 day that they've discovered, that one vulnerability or whatever they're made for. That's actually one of the big scares that we had in. It would be like, oh man, it would have been like 2005, 2008, somewhere in that time frame. I always forget the name. This has come up on the channel before. There was a piece of malware that could transmit, like once it got onto your network, it had a worm to go through the network side in Windows, and it also could attack via USB. So it would copy itself onto USB. And it was one of the first malware we had that effectively would phone home to a bot network to get updates for the bot. Complete with like encryption key pairing and everything. to, you know, make sure that the malware, like the package to update itself, was valid and all that. And it got defeated. But it was definitely like, here was like where the sophistication of malware was, and it was this giant leap forward. And the interesting thing is it didn't end up really doing anything. Like, it was kind of in this first phase of just trying to infect a whole lot of computers, and by the time they were trying to like branch it out to do something, you know, either malicious or to make money or whatever, it had already been kind of cracked at that point. Yeah, your buddy, but it was like, it had infected networks all over the place. Like, infection-wise, it got everywhere. Yeah, your buddy built houses and made fun of that. In the Midwest, it was vinyl siding with backing, then insulation, then drywall, and that was it. And he claimed he could break into people's homes with a decent saw and a knife. Just carve a hole. Yeah. No, that was, oh man, I'm gonna get the quote wrong. There was an entire quote around putting a steel door on a wooden shed, which it was kind of one of those things that a lot of times when we were talking about like different security practices, it was one of those kind of things of like, it feels like you did a thing to make yourself way more secure, but like you really didn't. Like, you put this big impressive door on it, but like you're on like this rotting wooden shed. They're just gonna go through the wall. The wall was probably weaker than the door to begin with. A lot of it's recognizing where's the weak point in your security, work on that spot. And all of it doesn't matter when people forget to lock their doors. Because we have that. You have the homes over by where my parents live, and it's better now because some of them got robbed. But you know, it was one of those areas that like some people had cameras up, some people had bars on their windows, and then they just leave their door open. Like, literally, they just leave their door wide open. And it's like, okay, what the hell's the point of the bars then? Like, I used to get in my dad's case all the time because he wouldn't even be home and the garage would be left wide open. Just the whole thing just wide open with all his tools and everything there, and you're just like, what are you doing? I just realized they're never going to haul those out of there because that's not zoned to a place they can go to. That does matter. And like I said, eventually they had their neighbor got broken into. And when I say broken into, they just walked in the garage and they took a whole bunch of stuff. And they had like 2 or 3 robbies in the neighborhood before people started actually locking their doors again. It's like, not like, I don't remember the actual percent, but it's the vast majority of crimes that happen are what's referred to as a crime of opportunity. It's a person didn't wake up that morning being like, haha, I'm going to crime today. It's, you know, they walk by a car and they happen to notice there's a laptop just sitting in the car. They didn't plan to steal the laptop, but they look at that and there's that momentary temptation where they're like, oh, I could get that. And then they bust out a window and they steal a laptop. That a temptation was created, and that doesn't give it up a pass or whatever, but it's just one of those things that, like, that's the reason we're like, yeah, put it in your trunk. If the person doesn't see it, that temptation doesn't happen and the crime never occurs. Like, yes, the person was in the wrong in doing the thing, but you can avoid creating the circumstances of which that happens in the first place. Leaving your freaking door wide open is basically an invitation to be like, hey man, if you see something you like, and you just want to walk in and grab it and walk out, that's easy. And so you create that temptation. Alright, so let's get this kid named. And again, none of that is a pass on people for stealing or anything, but it is while the person commits the wrong and they're in the wrong, it's also one of those things that, as an individual, taking accountability for your own stuff as well. And we got Randall Thor in as the brand new baby. You take the strategy of leaving your door unlocked because you have nothing worth stealing. As much as a meme as that is, that's like the people being like, oh, I don't worry about identity theft because I don't have an identity worth stealing. What are they going to do? And then someone manages to open an account on them and it's like, oh wait, that's actually really bad. You love when people leave their laptops and valuables in the front of their car, then drive to a public place, load it all in the trunk, then, and then wonder why their car was broken into, trunk popped and stuff. Oh yeah, people pay attention. Like, genuinely, people pay attention. That pollution is gonna pop, and it's gonna lay on the ground all over here. I actually don't really care that much. Okay. What's up, Luxray? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss some? Unless you're in Canada, remember Windsor, Ontario in the movie Bowling for Columbine? He tested more than a few front doors, and they were unlocked just across the river from Detroit. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Read your post. Which post? You forgot to put them as named. Oh, okay, sorry. I mean, granted, I wouldn't have forgotten Randall Thor's name. Because mostly that named thing is sometimes a lot of people who are like, especially if it's like first-time chatter that I don't know super well, that there are sometimes names for usernames that look like the kind of names that RimWorld defaults. And I use the named as a thing to be like, this is a named person, like, don't take this name from them. Because I do run into that one once in a while. But yeah, no, thanks for keeping sure I'm aware. Yeah, that's another one that happens is you'll have, like, areas that are, like, full of money and all that. And again, they don't lock their doors because, like, there's no crime here. But then, you know, people come through, especially nowadays with how much delivery and all that. This is, again, not an accusation against delivery people or anything like that. But you have people coming in and out of your neighborhood all the time. So, you know, security stuff. And to be fair, though, to be entirely fair, the vast majority of, like, burglaries and all that come from people you know. They come, like, the classic, the call is inside the house kind of thing. Like, you have, you know, the community I am in is a gated community and whatnot. It's not a fancy bougie community or whatever. But we have people, like, whine about the gate all the time because it rarely works because there's no money in the community. But then it's like, okay, but, like, all the thefts that are happening inside the community are the kids who live inside the community because we don't have third spaces, so bored kids do dumb things. And it's like, and the ones who get caught, it's always like the tweens and teens in the community that they walk by someone who's got their garage open and see something, they walk in and grab it. Again, bored people do dumb things. Why we need third spaces. Why we need skate parks and arcades and anything, especially not only third spaces, but third spaces that are either free or really cheap. Let's see, years ago you went to Chicago with some friends and you came out of the store and thought, oh, there was a ticket on the car. Turns out it was a note from the cops to take the GPS off the dash. Well, I mean, good on the Chicago cops to be like, hey man, you're begging someone to bust in your window. Hey, the brain injury got healed by the drugs. Temporary worker, one colonist for 6 days for a tiny bit of goodwill, or some advanced components. For 6 days, I'm all obvious, like, I'll do that. So advanced components. So who are we probably going to send? Cyanide's a strong candidate because they mostly hunt here. And that's fine. Oh, yeah, sorry. Third spaces are, Third spaces, it's basically you have, like, home is space 1 and work or school is space 2. Third space is something other than work and home. So it's movie theaters and, like, skate parks, arcades, the mall, like any place that you can do something. Usually it's for entertainment, putt-putt golf, bowling. Doesn't matter. Just anything for people to do. And the idea is a lot of community, especially this is primarily, I can't speak for Europe or wherever, but like within the US we have the problem of A lot of people kind of don't want a lot of the kids hanging out in their areas and all that. A lot of the third spaces aren't exactly the best, like, money makers, you know, providing, like, parks or whatever. And that kind of thing. And so, over the years, what's ended up happening is a lot of these third spaces, again, like skate parks and arcades and all that, have shut down. Bowling alleys have shut down. Skating rings have shut down. And so you've got kind of that problem of there's just not stuff to do. You sit at home all day and you go to school or work all day. And what third spaces we do have are generally not inexpensive. So you can't just go there regularly all the time or whatever. And again, kids don't exactly have a whole lot of money. And it's been getting better in some areas. Like, not where I'm at. But there's definitely been a lot of places that have been opening up, like, skate parks and roller skating rings and that are being supported by the communities, boardwalks, all these kind of things. And a lot of them, they've seen a significant, you know, downtick in, like, petty crime and all that. And again, it's because bored people do dumb things. Drug use also goes down a lot in those areas because, again, bored people do dumb things. And one of the leading causes of initial drug use is boredom. If you're bored, you try something new. And now you're into something. Alright, gill rot. So a bunch of fish are going to die, that's fine. As much as America is not walkable, bikeable. Yeah, that is another problem. Is a lot of the US, because we have so much suburbia, that, you know, like, I've made comments before that in my neighborhood, if I want to go to the grocery store, literally anything that's not my neighborhood, it's practically a mile, even though, like, I'm very close to stuff. I have to kind of go into the neighborhood, out and around, and then out. And that's very typical of Florida neighborhoods, because people want them to be gated. They're all HOAs, which is because of state law and all that garbage. And so what it means is for, like, a kid or a teenager, if they want to even, like, go to the grocery store and get, like, a snack or whatever, if they want to go, you know, get ice cream with their friends or whatever, you know, they got a little money or whatever, it's just not a thing you can do if you're not old enough to drive or have someone to chaperone you. You just can't get there. So understandably, they order Uber Eats because that's their option. They can't get to the food, so the food has to come to them, and that means they're now paying for a private taxi for their sandwich. Oh, well, yeah, I don't want that. Not putting fresh corpses over there. But yeah, no, that's a thing. But we also have the problem that then they try and... There's a quote, yeah, it's not... To be clear, I didn't come up with that originally. I heard someone sit there, it's like, oh, well, it's like, why don't I have any money? Oh yeah, well, it's because I got a private taxi for my lunch. Which, for the record, I don't have anything against people ordering Uber Eats or anything like that. You know, I'm not the kind of person to be like, oh, that's why you can't buy a home is because you got lunch from Uber. No. There's a lot of other problems that are a cause of that. But so we always rode bikes, but I wouldn't say it was safely bikeable crossing the state highways. Yeah, I mean, where I'm at, you could ride a bike. But again, from where I'm at the neighborhood, let's say you either want to do like lunch or ice cream. Like, just literally any place. No preferences. Just, you want to grab, like, one or two of your friends. You want to go, like, for me, for example, I might go to, like, the, you know, takeout Chinese place when I was a teen or whatever, because that was relatively close to where my parents lived. For me, that was about a mile bike ride to go to the takeout Chinese place. And that was actually where I was over at my parents' home, was not too terrible from a safety standpoint. I had to cross like a 2-lane road. It wasn't like a big highway. It was like a city road. It wasn't like a little back road or whatever, but a city road. But relatively low traffic. There was no bike lanes or anything. But, you know, if you stayed on the sidewalks and used a crosswalk, it was fairly safe. But where I'm at here, if you want to do that same thing, you're gonna go across, it's not like a proper highway, but it's a 4-lane road. That there's only crosswalks every, you know, mile or so. And yeah, like, there's a reason Orlando has, I don't know if we still have it, but we did have the highest number of pedestrian strikes from a car out of anywhere in the US. Like, we were an outlier that Orlando as a city, lots of pedestrians get struck by cars, and it's because you've got these incredibly long distances between places you're allowed to cross the road without having a problem, so people cut across the highway, and they get hit by cars. And a lot of times, it's not something they really get a choice about. Like, you know, going a mile and a half up that way when it's 98 degrees and 80%, you know, humidity, and then have to then come back a mile and a half this way just to go to work. Let's see, out-of-towners, both drivers and walkers, to blame for the data spike? No, it's not out-of-towners. It's actually mostly locals. Mostly it's the locals, because it's like places like downtown. It's people going to like the clubs and all that, which is not even like people drinking as the problem. Like even like people going, we used to have a pizza place downtown where people didn't really drink at it, but it was like a very, very popular place. But people would very regularly get struck out in front of it. It's people not paying attention is what it ultimately boils down to. And then just having big roads with not good crosswalks and all that. So people have to cut across the middle of it. You feel that when everything in the neighborhood looks the same, where is the value? Individual character gives interesting contrasting. Yeah, no, it's a thing from way back when when did that law pass? I don't know. I don't want to look it up right now. There's a law here in Florida that pretty close to every single neighborhood that is built in the state of Florida is required to have an HOA. There are some exemptions. Usually if you're like way out in the sticks and unincorporated, whatever, like way out in the swamp or whatever, you can usually get away with it not being then. Or if you're a neighborhood that was built long enough ago, then it's not required to because it was built before the law existed. And why is that law there? The long answer is segregation. That's like, we don't need to get into the whole thing. The long answer is segregation. It was a means of approaching that, you know, you could be like, we're accomplishing this thing, but like, we're going to not say the thing we're doing. Need to put look left at the crosswalks, like in London. Well, so what you're taught in school here is to look left, then right, then left again. You know, when crossing a road. Because again, you got cars going potentially both ways. The issue is when you're talking a 4-lane highway and you're trying to cross it and you're not at a crosswalk. That's a lot of lanes to get across. That person could be just a speck out in the area. If they're moving 70 miles an hour, you're not getting to the other side of that thing before that car arrives. And especially with the traffic there. Yeah, that's exactly it. And it's just, they need more crosswalks, and some of the crosswalks they need to do the walkovers. And to be fair, that is happening in some places. Especially the towns that have some more money. We're seeing a lot more of the overhead crosswalks. We are starting to see more walkable cities. There's a city kind of in the South Orlando metro area called Lake Nona. And it is a very walkable area. Like, I don't get there very often because it's not convenient. But the times I've gone down there because there's an event going on or whatever, it's like, oh, I could love living in a situation like this where it's like, okay, you know, come down from your apartment, walk across the street, go get dinner, go like 2 buildings over, get your groceries, come back home. You don't have to get your car out or anything. You don't have to deal with traffic. You don't have to deal with any of that stuff. Yeah, see, putting a larger distance between where people drink and live makes drinking issues more apparent for society. That was, it's not as big of a road now so far as use, because we've had other roads added in at this point. But there is, south of Orlando International Airport, there's a road called Boggy Creek. And basically, the thing it's known for is if you want to park long-term and then take a flight someplace, Boggy Creek is where 90% of those, like, just, you leave your car there for a month, you know, pay your $3 a day or whatever it was. I don't know what the rates are. I haven't done it in like 20 years. But, you know, you'd park in those areas. But the other thing that Boggy Creek was famous for is there was like one bar on the corner down south of the airport and all that parking on Boggy Creek. And then you go down there and you had a bunch of these houses like just out in the sticks down there. And so what ended up happening is these people would drive, you know, 1.5 miles, 2-3 miles to go to the local bar. And then they would get, you know, half plastered drunk, jump back in their car and start driving home. And I hated going. Like, I didn't have to go on there very many times. It was only like when there was a, a detour where like I couldn't go on the road. What was it, Osceola? Because I used to work like way far. Like I used to live on the East Coast and then have to drive all the way into Disney World because I used to contract the IT side. And yeah, I hated every time I got stuck at Boggy Creek because you just drove real slow and watched cars go like this. And you just... It's just the way that road was. People would, every Friday, Saturday night, they'd go out there, get stupid drunk, and drive home. And yeah, it was just... These days, because of, you know, development, like, the city has kind of grown to take it over there, so now you don't have that same issue. There's more places for people to go that aren't as far. Hey, Arthur! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go... Well, actually, can I get one of my mods to do a shout-out? That way I'm not, like, stepping on the toes and all that. These toxic waste packs are going to start spilling stuff out. I don't think we've moved... Oh, we've moved 1 stack. Good job. We're probably going to get shooed away from here soon. We've been here a while. Playing some RimWorld as well. I hope you had yourself a good time in RimWorld. And that, you know, either it was a very successful and fun day or a very entertaining day. All depending on how kind or unkind the storyteller was being to you this particular day and the settings you chose. But welcome in, Raiders. Right, so we're not getting any more of these because... No, there is slate. Huh. That's fine. Oh, right, they're probably prioritizing the marble and then they're building all... Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I'm not upset about that, because we've been able to leave any time. We're just kind of chilling here for a moment until we get chased and all that. But yeah, so yeah, if you're looking for more RimWorld, you can find that over there with Arthur. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge. You play a variety of games here on Twitch. As we finally got your defenses in order and repelled some mechs, popped a Xenogerm replacer on a waster for anti-drug ideology, and turning him into an Ifrit. Interesting. Okay. That's cool. I actually, in my runs do tend to run, you know, what I would argue would be like good or moral colonies or whatever. Mostly. I will admit the de-aging ritual chronophagy, it's really hard not to do. It's just really good. But outside of that one, you know, I don't have a tendency to enslave or organ harvest or any of that stuff or like do drug trade and all that nonsense or cannibalism. No judgment about people who do. But in my runs, I found it's more interesting to me to try and act like decent people. I find the game objectively harder not being awful. But in this particular run, the kind of distinguishing thing we've got going on is we are running what's called the Ruthless Faction Pursuit mod. So if you're familiar with the Odyssey DLC, and you choose the Odyssey scenario, they have the whole thing where you're on the, you know, the platform, and, you know, the mechs chase you. After an amount of time they show up, you're not intended on being able to win that fight, you just skedaddle. And then that keeps happening until you eventually take out the mech main base, the Hive. We have that exact same concept, except anyone who is considered an enemy of us will do it. So anyone who is hostile to us will chase us, which means we are running far more aggressively because it's going to roll the dice on everyone and when they show up. And it means I have a tendency to get shorter time frames. Now, with that said, everyone started at -100. We've got 2 of them up to neutral and a bunch are kind of on the fence. We also are running the semi-random research, so I don't have control of my research. If I look here and I go, hey, you know what? I want deep drilling. It just says locked. I'm not allowed to do anything. It chose multi-analyzer. Multi-analyzer it will be. To be fair, I actually do want multi-analyzer, so that works out. But yeah, so the goal we have of this run is we still have the mechs chasing us, so I still will eventually need to do the hive mind, but the goal is to get it to where I'm not being actively hunted by anyone. Which means ultimately rolling credits for the Odyssey ending. Yeah, multi's not a bad random pick. No, it's not. Versus, I keep getting water wheel, even on maps I don't have water wheel. Alright, this is perfect. So this person, I didn't get many choices of good stuff, so he chose Psychopath because that was the lesser evil and all that. In this case, I'm going to get Fast Walker because we're like, okay, what this person can contribute is they can be the body mover. So when we get into fights and we have to get bodies out of there, Psychopaths don't care about seeing corpses, so they're perfect to make into, you know, someone who's just going to haul. And then I'm going to go ahead and spread the passions out so they can kind of be a jack of all trades. Been trying to watch more movies lately. Watching Memento at the moment? You think you like it? Oh yeah, we were actually talking about Memento. I think it was literally yesterday. We actually were having a discussion about Memento. And that generally I was like, Memento is an absolutely fantastic movie. Also, it's a really effed up movie. It is good and an effed up movie, and I will not spoil why. So yeah, for right now with Apple Lords, we're gonna have them prioritize hauling, and then as their secondary responsibility, they will mine. At which point, then I really don't care what they do after that point, but that's gonna be what they work on. For those who are unfamiliar with Memento, the premise of the movie is the main character, a person breaks into their home, they strike him in the head, and they kill his wife. And that head injury causes so he cannot form long-term memories after the point of the injury. And so he's trying to find the person who killed his wife, you know, to get back at him, whatever. And so he can't form short-term memories, so he has to come up with ways to do his investigation and yada yada. So I won't spoil any of what happens past there, but like it is that whole premise. And the one weird thing the movie does, and it's clear about it doing it very early, is that it doesn't play in sequence. It starts with the last thing that happens, and then moves to the scene before that, and then it'll just keep doing until you see what caused everything. But like I said, we'll keep the spoilers out of there. All right. So we're now having all of these start rotting very rapidly because they're out in the rain. And what's eventually going to happen is we're going to have what's called a waste pack infestation, where as the pollution spreads, a bunch of the insects will pop out of the ground here. We're going to go ahead and shrink this though, because that area is going to end up getting polluted and the crops will just die. I wanted them to move that for a while, but I've had too many things queued up and they haven't been getting it done. We are going to take a penalty with our neighbors for letting this pollution just drop, but we can bribe our way past that. Speaking of bribing past that, I mean, I don't have that many components. Let's save our components for now. Yeah, there's not much in any of these areas I care about. Yeah, so when we get to another tile that has a bunch of components, we'll want to go out of our way to get those. But yeah, so we've been trying to go and just recoup food, do all that stuff. Keep hunting here for right now. Yeah, when movies do random time lapses, especially when they do not tell you the date or whatever figure is happening. Yeah, to be clear, with Memento, it's not one of those things where it like suddenly jumps forward and then it jumps back and then it jumps farther back and then forward. Like, it's not like bouncing back and forth. It is very sequential. It's just reverse sequential, so you watch the scene, then you watch the scene before that, then you watch the scene before that. So it doesn't quite hit that. It is definitely a movie you watch it the first time, and the story plays how it does, and then it's worth watching a second time after knowing the whole thing. And so very much it is one of those things that is, you will watch it a second time and you'll start noticing all the things that give you information. I'm going to avoid elaborating farther because spoilers. Yeah, no, exactly. They do a good job. It is definitely a confusing movie when you first watch it. It also has many good scenes I won't spoil. Okay. So pretty soon we're going to get these up. You didn't know it was Christopher Nolan until just recently? Yeah. I'll admit I'm not the best at paying attention to, like, who makes what movies. I'm also pretty bad when someone's like, oh yeah, you know, it's starring this person. Like, who the hell is that? Like, outside a handful of names, I'm really bad at that kind of stuff. It might have been his first big movie? Maybe. Honestly, don't know. Yeah, so we're not going to get more marble here. Yeah, so we're going to be getting a bunch of these potatoes up soon. So for our next jump, we're over here. We can go for this one. And the reason I've been holding off on this one is because it is a mechanoid relay. That's not too bad, but it's 100% pollution. And so when we came by the first time, I didn't have... The score in the filmography is good too. Yeah, no, it's definitely well made. It is certainly a movie that if someone's like, man, I'm looking for a movie that's different, you know, an original idea or whatever, it's like, okay, you know, Memento. Like, there has, like, before that, I had never heard of a movie anything like it, and since then, I honestly don't think I've seen another movie that remotely hits that same concept. So it's like, it is a unique experience. It's not for everyone, but, you know, nothing is. But yeah, so what I want to do is get a bunch of stuff together. We're going to have to go to that lava tile. Now, one of the things, and I actually don't like the way it works in RimWorld, is when you drop the grav ship onto a polluted tile, the pollution kind of comes up through the ship, like you get the pollution in the ship. So there's kind of this mad scramble the moment you land to pull the pollution out of your ship as fast as possible, which very unfortunately is painfully slow. Because just trying to stay and tank it is just going to kill you. And so with the vax, or with the masks, if we look at these, they do give us down here an 80% environment resistance to toxic, which means we only build up toxic 1/5 the normal side. Yeah, that's what it's saying, is we didn't have the vac suits before then, so that was the thing. You nearly died in one landing because of the toxic lake? Yeah. You think it's crazy to think Memento 2002, Odyssey 2026? I haven't seen Odyssey 2026. To be fair, like when I was younger, I saw a lot more movies. As an adult, I don't watch nearly as many movies. Because, like, in my time, do I want to go to the movie theater and pay a whole bunch? Not really. I can watch it on streaming, sure. But I tend to enjoy getting into games because I see it as, like, I can interact with the game versus the movie as a passive consumption. I do know with some of the jobs when I would come home super exhausted, sometimes I just wanted to watch a show or a movie. But as my developer career expanded, that happened less and less on that regard. So I didn't have to worry about nearly as much. Yeah, so I'm hoping that we'll get a bunch of the potatoes pulled up. And I've got a bunch of these... Oh, right. My headset's beeping again. I think the last time when I plugged in my headset yesterday, it didn't get plugged in all the way, so it was low battering when I started stream. And I plugged it in for like a good hour while I was streaming. It just kind of sucks because the cable on it is not the best. Like, it's not quite as long. I'm going to shift my drink before that cable yanks it and knocks it over and creates a mess. So, like, when, like, me trying to sit back comfortably, it's hard to do with the cable in. But it's doing the doot-doot. Battery low. But that's okay. Alright. Yeah, so I want to get these potatoes pulled up. Combat Supplier Alliance. Is this our very first trade caravan in this entire run 7 years in? What? We finally have a friend we can trade with. I'm sitting on copious amounts of money I have not been able to use this entire run. They're going to be a bunch of people with bows and pointy sticks or something. But it is a momentous occasion that we can actually trade with someone. Ah, the trade screen. I haven't seen you in a long time. Alright, I would like the medicine. Please give. You have a Zeus hammer. You have my attention. Okay, for a melee pawn, we could take the Zeus hammer. And then with that, our money is gone. And they told us where a refinery is. So with that, where did that Zeus hammer go? Grab the Zeus hammer. And then haul in the medicine. So that is a very massive upgrade for us. Oh, I should also check with them. Yeah, so the sword didn't show up. Okay, so they do not want my herbal medicine. I was going to see, because I probably have, like, yeah, hundreds and hundreds of herbal medicine. I could have easily, potentially bought a bunch. Actually, for that matter, let's load this up. Items. We got 2 Nutrimine, that does me no good. Get a bunch of this random bits of leather. And for you, let's chuck 250 of the medicine or the herbal medicine in there, because that's not enough to be worthwhile. Actually, let's go ahead and do this. Grab all the jade, a bunch of herbal medicine. Okay, let's go bribe a friend. I mean, make a friend. Was that just a different person here? Okay, that's interesting. So you have more medicine. You are willing to take a bunch of these random bits of clothes, but you don't have any money to do anything with any of it. We could do that. There we go. So a little bit more medicine. Masterwork vac suit. Nice. How are we doing on our vac suits, by the way? Oh, we've almost got enough vac suits for the whole group. Yeah, so, well, I mean, actually we do, because we have kids there. Alright, meanwhile, we can load you up. So you'll give me 50, 20, 26, 49. Alright, so you got them to be 50 closer. You appreciate that the vac suits work for, or vac helmets work for kids? Yeah, I'm glad there isn't like the kid and adult vac suit helmets. Just to, you know, create more things to have to juggle an even longer crafting list. Okay, so they're all bringing the steel in. They're basically hauling at this point. And very soon we're going to start getting these potatoes up. And that should be basically cycling potatoes and just loading this thing up as much as we can. which will be good. That means I'll have tons of food available. I've got like almost 800 packaged meals here, and a bunch of raw potatoes. That's fine. Let's see. We got the temporary workers. They're gonna be back in less than a day. You don't care about steel mining thing nearby. I could go ahead and, like, even if I delete those off the list, they stay existence on there. I kind of wish there was a filter on the map where you'd be like, hey, all these, like, random ancient ruins and that, I don't need to see them all. Now, the downside is I am going to need to start making moves on stuff like ancient dangers and all that. We unfortunately did have to give, well, we didn't have to, but we chose to give Hypno Butler Luciferum because they took a brain scar. And the only ways to cure a brain scar boils down to Luciferum, Mech Healing Serum, or Bioregeneration, or Unnatural Healing. Of those, Luciferum was the only thing we had on hand, and I kind of couldn't really go without having the person there to do their thing. There. Are neural stacks base game? No. I have no idea what that is. Chronofishi can also cure brain scars, assuming that they're able to do the ritual. Yeah, we're not to the point. We are actively trying to get that. We got bioferrite shaping. But we are trying to get that. It's the same thing with random research. We also didn't start... We didn't start at all working after the anomaly stuff until just recently. Basically, imprint a mind brain into a board that you can implant it. Nope. That is definitely not base game. Yeah, so again, I'm both coming up here. I'm hoping I could draw them down this way, so they have to cross the river at me while I'm shooting at them the whole time. I want JD to take a little bit of a lead here. Please stop spitting stuff out. There's a lot of you. Let's just go ahead and, as soon as you get in range, pop that. That I should not have come out here and done it this way. We're already committed. It's too late for us to run back. Kids to the back, kids to the back, kids to the back. Stop trying to flank and hit the children. Okay. So that went relatively okay. Oh, right. None of them survived, so I don't have anyone to put in my anomaly room. Ultimately, we do have, luckily, a decent amount of shooting. So you took a bunch of scratches. No shocker. You're the melee pawn. Little bit of injuries there. Magalo took a hit. Yeah, so one of the kids took a hit. Let's see, you play with vanilla expanded stuff, so it must be in there somewhere. Yeah. That's always one of the tricky things with RimWorld, is because of how heavy and prevalent the modding scene is. The number of times I've had, like, and this is not what you did there. There's, like, the number of times I've had people be like, oh, why don't you just insert something? It's like, I'm not running that mod. I've actually had people get in arguments with me where it's like, it's not a mod, it's base game. And then, you know, you finally sit down, you're like, all right, hang on. And you look it up and it ends up being either, usually it was a allow tool back then, was the one that would end up being. But yeah, the number of times that people are like, it's base game, it's like, no, that's a mod. And they would argue with you, and it's like, nope, it is in fact a mod. But yeah, like, and again, that's not what I'm saying you did at all. Because you're like, is it the base game? Which is totally fine. But yeah, it was a allow tool that people would, you know, tell me I needed to do stuff or that I could do stuff. I was like, no, you can't. That's not vanilla. I'm actually kind of happy that these days, with all the stuff they've kind of moved into the base game between Anomaly and all that stuff, you know, Anomaly and Odyssey, that used to require mods to do it. I'm very happy that, like, Allow Tool is nowhere near... Hypno Butler seems to get an infection every single fight he gets into. Get out of the way. Good doctor. Hey, Madame Diablo, how's it going? Let me go ahead and do a shout out for Madame Diablo. For those who don't know Madame Diablo, another fantastic content creator. Been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. Playing the Sinking City 2. Sounds like a good fun time. Alright, so let's not waste any more good medicine, and we can have you do a Preach Health. So we can lock that thing in. They're also on Luciferum, so that should heal super fast, because one of the other bonuses Luciferum gives you is it does give you a 15% bonus to blood pumping and a 70% bonus to blood filtration. So if you're ever losing a fight with an infection and all that, and you've got some Luciferum on hand, if the character's just going to die otherwise, hitting him up with some Luciferum can save their life. It is a deal with the devil, though. Like, once you pop the Lucy, it's a life commitment. Yeah, it's Resident Evil-like. Much fun? Nice. Sounds good. I really hope this, like, charges up a bit more so I can take the cable back off. Yeah, all in all, not too bad. We definitely need to get JD patched up and all that. Yeah, so to give you an idea, we hit it with one medicine, and between the Luciferum and the Preach Health, they're leading their infection by, it's coming up on 35% lead and gaining ground. I'm willing to bet I could have a 0% tend, and it wouldn't matter. Oh, well, Earth is just going to have to defend themselves, unfortunately. So you wait for it. The others are going to come around in case it goes the other way. Get the shot. Don't let the small coil... Okay. Yeah, so the small quail attacked Earth Rush and bit him up a little bit. Can they come back and die with mech serums and not have Lucy dependency? Ooh. No, because it's whole body, so it is forever. If it said brain, you could decapitate them and resurrect them and it'd go away. Because it's whole body, though, it means you'd have to somehow get rid of the entire body, which then you have nothing to resurrect. So Lucy is a life commitment. Once you Lucy, you are never going back. It's not too hard to manage 1 or 2 people on Lucy. You just have to be really careful. Once you start getting to 3 or more, it can be very difficult to keep the supply coming long enough to keep people from dying. Waste pack infestation. So we're going to go down here and say zone, nearby. This is now off limits. Small child, you are bleeding from most of your limbs. I'm gonna have to ask you to pretty please go home and get bandaged. Alright. So those are ready to harvest. Masterwork light leather shirt. Cool. If you remember correctly, there is a way to cure it, but it requires you to turn them into a shambler, then kill them, then resurrect. Oh, weird. I never thought about trying to resurrect a shambler. I would have assumed it didn't work, but that is an interesting consideration. Now the good news is the quail doesn't do a lot of damage per hit, so they'll heal up pretty quick. How are we doing on our ages? You are right about to become an adult, like the next day you're going to be an adult. You have about two seasons. You will do your next age up in about 2 seasons, give or take. You have about a season and some change, and you are like in the next 3 days you're going to become a toddler, and you were just born. You're not going to do anything for a little while. Okay. So we've got all of our vac suits are officially made. So that's good news. I don't think there's anything else we're looking to make right now, because I can start making field hands and drill arms and all sorts of stuff, but I don't see the need for that. If we get bionics, we can fix this spine injury. I'm honestly surprised I haven't been evicted from this tile yet. Hey, there we go. So you just became an adult? So we're gonna add passions to everything you don't have. Oh, here we go. We got a nimble and tough pawn. And they did get a passion for melee. So that'll be a nice melee pawn. So welcome to Team Melee. Where did your sword end up? So we'll go assign, melee. Alright, we'll just do a search. Because we'll finally be at the point of not just having one melee pawn trying to hold it down. And you can grab that heavy SMG. Yeah, because tough, kind, and nimble, the kind doesn't do anything there. And they've got a passion for everything but construction, plants, and art. So that is a jack of all trades pawn. Okay, so they can clean all that, and we've got them set to handle. And to do the wardening and all that. What do I want to commit you to so far as your work goes? I could definitely... You know what we're going to do? We're going to have them chip in with the cooking. They're going to be our backup cook. Alright, so 13 days before the first faction's going to come after us. Now, keep in mind, one negative you run into is because they're under 18, they will have, like, their limbs and torso will have a lower max hit points. Alright, so one thing we're going to do is no longer are you going to do that. We're going to just assume that's going to ultimately be having more and more stuff come in and just start harvesting everything and loading it up. We're going to load up everything, and then the next stop is going to be jumping on over to the 100% toxic tile. I expect that to be really rough at the beginning as we try and get the pollution off the ship. Let me make sure the ship is still set to be an entirely... Yeah, so the entire ship is set to a pollution removal zone. So that when I land, I shouldn't have to do anything, just be like, start pulling all the pollution, grab it. Incoming mechanoids, 19 days. That's fine, we've honestly been here longer than we probably should have. Hopefully get a shield belt. Well, now that we can actually trade with someone, and it did seem like they were someone who had the possibility of having things like shield belts, we should have that as an option coming up. Medical treatment needed on JD because you have asthma. JD's gonna need some work. If we're lucky, if we get an unnatural healer, then they can just sit there and work at it. little by little. Alright, 6 days is our new ETA that we have to be out of here by. Which is the reason why I immediately switched gears and was like, okay, stop planting, start harvesting stuff as soon as it's ready. Because we'll just load up as much as we can into our storage before we go. 5 days is our new, we gotta be out of here by. Nope. Keep in mind random research. We're just not going to get anything really fast, especially since detoxifier lungs, I want to say they're way the heck over. Yeah, they're way, way, way over here. They're literally just before you research the ship. So that's very, very end game to get detoxifier lungs. Can you just pack up and fly away when the enemy walks the map? Yep. We'll probably leave before then, though, because there's always the risk if you get too close to that time that someone has a break and walks off the ship, at which point that person gets left behind because there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, you can try to arrest them, for example, but, you know, if it's, like, right down to the wire, you can easily lose pawns that way. 5 days, 6 days, that's fine. Yeah, so we're just trying to grab all the food we can, all the stuff we can, load it up onto the ship. So I've got tons and tons of reserves. Because especially once we start doing the space stuff, the issue you run into is once you go to space, unless you have hydroponics on board your ship and enough to keep them running, which is fairly unlikely, it is a thing that you'll have to just deal with the fact that you're not going to be able to work with it. Does random research let you jump past research progression tree? No. It chooses between the research that is available to you, so it could be any of these ones that are in white or whatever. But it won't like just jump over here and give me bionics like as the first thing or anything like that. Like, it's actually one of the tricks if you're trying to get one of the earlier researches in the game. Deliberately don't build the better research bench, so you keep getting these earlier ones. If you get Vaxstone, will you make bigger engines? Yeah, that's actually what this area here is for, is my intention of putting the engines in this spot. We'll just peel up the wall and then put the engines in, and obviously that won't be there. It does make me actually curious if I could sit there and... I bet you can't put the panels underneath there. 9 days. Yeah, there shouldn't be hardly anything for that fire to spread, so it's going to burn that corner of crops, and that'll be that. We don't have anyone who needs to be converted, right? Nope. And I keep forgetting... Oh, one thing. You don't get to have recreation all day. Who do you think you are? Well, that's annoying. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to the last of the factions that are chasing us. Because it started at, I guess, technically 13, because it was 12 factions, and then the mechs. Honestly, I've got 5,000 potatoes. We don't need to stay. They will rot before I get to them all. Alright, so let's get out of here. We're leaving a little steel behind, but I got almost 2,000 on board, so our destination is here. It's a lava field with 100% pollution. And it's like, hey man, there is high volcanic activity with volcanic ash and periodic lava eruptions. Are you sure you want to go here? Honestly, not really. But, like, you're the next place I get the thing to make my ship bigger, so... that's the cost of progress. And then from there, we can jump back up here to where, like, everything is nice and not awful. Yeah, so we got a penalty with one of the factions for dumping pollution as we left. That's fine. Okay, is there... Yeah, it's pretty much what I thought. It's a little awful here. All that red is pollution. So there is no place to not deal with pollution here. Oh wow, there's a lot of geothermal vents on this tile. Man, all of them... Honestly, that's probably our best bet for having a geothermal. So let's move up here. I came into about 5 frames of fire, and that's the cost of progress. Okay, so what's going on in this map is we've got a mechanoid relay. So there's 3 different relays on the map that we will need to hack. Alright, before we get caught up dealing with this, before we get caught up dealing with our power situation, restrict everyone to the ship for right now. Don't let them go anywhere. And we want them all to start cleaning and whatnot. Like right now, it is a 1 priority for everybody to clean. Because we are sitting in literal toxic waste. Because we look here, that toxic did not get out of my ship. And so we're going to go ahead and put a dumping stockpile right here. That is going to be low priority, allow all. And we are going to make that nearby and a home zone. So what everyone's going to start doing... Oh. Meanwhile, clean up pollution directly under Randall-Thor. Clean up pollution directly under the other baby. Because they can't walk around to go where the pollution's not. And the baby is upset about something, maybe the industrial waste. So the goal here is to yoink up the pollution as fast as we possibly can. Because otherwise people are going to sleep in pollution and have bad times. It's going to be a real problem. We are wearing helmets that give us a significant reduction in the pollution. Okay. The first baby is not there. Do you ever add uranium turrets to the outside of your ship? No, because then they just get targeted and destroyed. You could do it, it's just not really worth doing. Because outside of modding and all that, it's really easy for stuff to just target those and destroy them really fast. Oh man, Earthrush, you are taking forever to clean up that pollution. Why are you... Oh, Megalo's the only one who can't clean up pollution. Okay, so at least both the babies are currently not exposed to pollution. So far, we're resisting most of the toxic waste, but we are going to try and clean this up as fast as we can. It doesn't need to be perfect, I just need it out of the bedrooms and that so people aren't standing in it. Meanwhile, you'll be the one exception. And that you'll haul those bags over there. Alright. So, I could invite all that crap on here. I don't want to, I've got other things to do. Yeah, no, if you get a bunch of, like, shields and stuff, there's things you can do, like late game. But no, it's... Usually I don't worry about that stuff. And in this case, where normally I don't want a roof over here, because later on I don't want a roof over this, I am going to put a roof over this, so that when we put all the toxic bags in there, they don't rot as fast. You like outside of turrets along with the shield and a bunker built in the ship for the colonists? Yeah, no, I can see it. Using the shields, there's an argument to be made. You'd still run into problems with stuff like melee pawns running in on you. But, like, it's also a thing, like, if you're doing it in space, you have a lot more control about enemy pathing. Because they physically can't path through space, they have to go to a spot that does have some area to get at. Alright, growth moment. We had one of the babies became a child and immediately put on a helmet, thankfully. So let's go ahead and go here and go to work. Oh, here we go. There's our problem. No, it's home zoned already. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does lots of simulation games. So if you like your simulation games, you can find him there. Oh, I see what's happening here. I see. All these are collecting. Well, actually, no. You can't put toxic waste bags in here, right? Yeah, you can't put toxic waste bags on the shelf. They're just sitting on those tiles. How's the run? The run's going good. We're making tangible progress. Okay, cool. So we're starting to get the pollution off the ship and in here. And how are people going? So we're getting initial toxic buildup, even despite the helmets, which is fine. We figured that was going to happen. Lava flow. That's totally fine. Our ship is fully enclosed. So what mechs do we have? We got 3 militars that'll die super easy. A militar and a scorcher who will die super easy. And, okay, so as far as the mechs go, this will be very easy to do. It's just clearing all this junk out long enough for us to do that. This probably smells incredibly sulfurish. It's literally lava everywhere. Actually, the steel door is flammable. That might actually hurt a bit. But also check out Treacle, another fantastic content creator I highly recommend checking out. Plays a lot of RimWorld as well, so if you like your RimWorld, you can find it there. Also plays stuff like Hotel Architect and a bunch of other good stuff. The big thing I'm trying to do is get these bedrooms and break room and all that clear so they're not sleeping in the pollution. Otherwise, that tox buildup just scales up. Okay. Yep, so you just wait in the lava flow, and it looks like we probably have this pollution mostly cleaned up by then. It's a rough life to be that waste rat. Shallow lava, it loses 3,606 durability a day. Oh, nice. The tile's actually a really cold tile. So all the waste packs are frozen. Okay. Yeah, so you see that one erupted and put the pollution back down. That's what happens when the waste packs get destroyed. There are ways to safely to get rid of them, but what we're doing here... That's what happens. So we're almost good to start deassigning them from all just cleaning endlessly. We're spending basically our first 2 days here. Oh, get on that. Get on that. That's going to be a recurring thing. This is one thing I do feel like they should change about the game. They gave us these cool diagonal blocks, but fire can jump the gap sometimes. It's not supposed to, but it still does. Alright, we're just down to the bedrooms and then all the pollution's cleaned up. And everyone's saying a fairly low toxic buildup. Honestly, with that fire situation... Well, no, because Leafy Pew could stay behind and put out the fires. Yeah, honestly, the toxic buildup is really not getting too terrible. Just because they're running in and out of it and they're wearing those helmets that reduce it so much. But once we don't have to worry about the lava getting in the way, like, honestly with the Militars, I could probably just have JD run down here and grab their attention while Bob goes after the other one, and we just bring everyone in for support, and then start hacking all these things. Alright, so the door caught fire. We all know for some high toxic buildup, you can see Drongo Simmer Ultra. They're all wholesome and wonderful. There's definitely nothing at all toxic about any of them. Just some solid, S-tier banter. And cursed discussions. And fun discussions, but a little bit cursed as well. How much are they paying you? Well, I'm trying to get on the payroll. Alright, and that'll be the last of the pollution. We'll have the ship fully handled in that regard. Okay, so with that we can go work. And everyone's dropped back down to more reasonable priority. So now the downside is, I only have the door there, and it's right next to some lava. We're probably going to need to deal with that lava flow first. What's the trick to enclosing those small thrusters, and they're not indoors, so unusable? So if you look at it, I've got it where this whole area is open, and if we go here and choose remove roof, I have this whole area remove roof. You can tell because this wall has remove roof, so it won't build a roof over that area. Right now, this was the same way for when I put the large thrusters in. You can see like these outer areas show remove roof. But I have chosen to put the roof here to protect the waste pack so they don't decay. nearly as much. Mike the Criminal. I'll worry about that later. What I'm waiting on is for this lava to calm down. Because my concern is if I go out and this moves forward, I can no longer get in my own ship. And also, my luck is someone to get too close, step in the lava, go and get caught on fire and run into the lava farther, because the pathing in this game and consideration of lava is terrible. But that said, we're honestly not in bad shape. So let's grab all of our combat people. Oh wait, hey, you can actually join the combat team. Do I even have a weapon for you? I'm pretty sure I'm out of weapons at this point. I mean, you can grab the EMPs. They're probably not going to help much. There's going to be all those fights that we just open up and immediately things kick off. So the plan here is straightforward. We're going to run up here. JD is going to engage these two, and Bob's going to go after that one. Because JD has a shield belt and is a Neanderthal, so much better situation for dealing with all this. And honestly, you need to get out of here. You're going to accidentally EMP the shield belt right off. And wait for it. Get in there. And the rest of you close in, so you're in range to do the best you can. Nicely done. And you took a minor bruise, and that was it. Next target. And you are available to be hacked. And then these ones will actually want to engage at maximum range, because I could just kill that Scorcher before it can do anything. Starvation on the child, who is busy dyeing their clothes versus eating. Some very child-coded behavior. Alright, JD's getting in range. Jump in on it. Just instantly killed it. Didn't get a chance to react. Okay, and you two kind of go like this, in case they break away to draw fire. Finally hit it. Alright. And with that, those are all free to hack. Schedule. Oh, also recreation. So what's going to need to happen here is I am going to need to let them out. And that's always risky with lava because they'll be really dumb and just walk into the lava. For no discernible reason. Go ahead and cancel those. Okay, so what should happen here is then our researchers will run out, they'll hack those things, and when that's all done, we can pop this thing. It gives me all my goodies, and we leave. Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to watch. This spot here is what's worrying me, is that they'll, like, walk around and get in directly into it. Okay. Yep, so Bob took one minor bruise to the arm. And that was basically it. And there goes Megalo, who's our researcher, because you have two ways you can handle this. One option is you can run up to it and just smash it and be done with it. It will trigger a bunch of small child. Get the hell back in the ship. I know you want a nature run, but you were running straight for the lava. Yeah, stuff like nature running has a high tendency to walk you into fire and lava and stuff like that. Okay, you're moving militars, that's fine. You're going up that way, that's fine. You know what, let's not mine here at all. So the lava should start receding soon. Okay, so you got locked out in that one, that's fine. Just keep hacking. Just gotta stay on top of it. They really, really want to just bathe in the lava. Okay, it is receding, so we just gotta wait a little while. I don't mind nature running as long as it's that way. Where it was running past the lava, it's like, don't do that. Alright, I'm watching you, JD. Stay away from the lava, alright? You can go on your nature walk through the toxic waste all you like. It's already a questionable thing. But no lava walking. We've all seen Volcano, not really, but some people have seen Volcano. And we know how it works when you jump into lava. Okay. I was right about to intervene. He was getting ready to walk right up into that river. Okay. That's the only reason I don't do the lava tiles as much. Sky dreaming, you're stressing me out. That is not the place to sky dream. They need to path wider. The good news is it's almost gone. Because these pools they can't physically walk into, so you don't have to worry about it. It's just the lava flows, whether it's the lava, river, or, like, where it erupts out of these. Like, any of the lava that comes and goes, it's treated pathing-wise like water, but, they avoid it. So more like fire. And they will path through it if there isn't another option to get to what they want. Versus, like, refusing to do it unless they're drafted is what I think it should do. Okay, we're almost clear. There's nothing up here we care about. There's nothing going to be hunting here with the Toxalope. They're not worth going after. Okay, everyone's coming back to the ship. They're going to bed for the night. We can allow this door now. Only once did you actually want someone to step into lava, and it was because they needed to suppress an obelisk in the middle of it. Oh yeah, and there's tricks you can do to get them to live a little longer, but yeah. That's the reasons why when I did the 1 or 2 times I've done starts on the lava tile, it's like the moment an obelisk lands, I built a wall around it immediately. Just in case. If you probably noticed, the lava generally follows this, these cooled lava paths. It's not 100%, but vaguely they'll tend to follow that. So you can actually put like a little wall right across there and prevent the lava from going all over the place. It's not that bad to deal with. The only problem is early game before you have stone walls. Cookie, why is this the spot you want to cloud watch? Why, of everywhere else on the entire face of the planet, did you aim for the tiny little peninsula in the lava flow to rest? The fumes help. They help something. You want to be warm? To be fair, it is below freezing outside. To that end, it is below freezing outside. There is a certain argument to be made for that. That was also a nudist run, so you're very lucky to have emergency marine armor on hand. Yep. We're slowly getting the relays shut down. Like I said, we get all 3 of those shut down, this crashes, then we destroy it. Or I can't remember if you hack it or destroy it, but either way, you destroy that and you get your goodies. I want to say this one doesn't tend to give you very much in the way of gravlight panels. It's mostly the grav core, but you'll notice when we look at this stuff here, there's only ever 3 of these up. To get more of them to show up, you have to finish the existing ones. So you can't, like, if there's certain ones you find easy and you only want to do those ones, you're not going to be able to wait for just those. Cloud watching surrounded by lava is pretty badass. Yeah, just wanted to be cool. Starvation on Megalo. Oh, right, because you're breastfeeding your kids, so I usually turn off that, and that's the entire reason I usually turn that off, is because if you have mom breastfeed the kid, it causes mom to starve. And so it ends up being a huge hassle. Because then, you know, she feeds the kid, then she needs to eat, and all that kind of nonsense. Versus if you have people just feed the kid baby food, then they feed the baby food, and then that's the end of it. Alright, one thing we're probably going to need to do soon is once we leave here, I'm probably going to start jumping around to some of these ancient dangers. That's an ancient chem fuel place. That's not an ancient danger. We're probably going to jump to some of these things like ancient dangers. We're going to look for places that mention that they're a drug stash. We're looking for Luciferum because we do have one person I had to put on Luciferum. Well, I didn't have to. I chose to put on Luciferum to deal with brain scars. And so as such, I now have to keep some stock of Luciferum. Let's see. I mean, it'd be cool to get the vanometric power, but Well, it's not actually that bad. If you really look at this, the only things here that's going to cause me any things is the mech birthers and the mech capsule. Actually, that's not going to be a bad one. Because we look at it, the mech birthers, or sorry, the mech capsule will get one, like whatever's in it out by itself. And then the mech birthers take a little while to create stuff. With smoke grenade launcher, I could disable all of the guns. So we would only have to deal with what pops out of the birther. Actually, let me double check that. A siege. Bringing a lot of firepower. That actually sucks a lot. Are you wasters? No, you're baseliners, but you are wearing gas masks. Gas mask 1, 80%. Yeah, 80% is going to be way too long for us to wait. Now, the downside is they do outrange me mostly, which I'm not loving. If I call this in, it's probably going to be way too late to contribute. Unless it lands right on top of them, which the odds are more it's going to be a nuisance to me than it is going to be to them. This is a problem because it's the same company, it has survived. It depends from when you're talking about. It's been the same colony for like a week or so now. So problem is they have a range advantage on me. This gun and these two guns here have a range advantage on everyone but this person and that person. Oh, and Earth Rush. Where's your siege? Oh, your siege stuff is way in the back, too. So you took some pretty solid leg hits. I don't see how we do this in a way to think. You think the devs have new DLC again? I mean, we don't know. So I'm gonna have JD running ahead. See if you can't bait the shots over at your Masterwork shield belt. You don't have a reason to be here. You can't literally do anything. I know. Risk of breaking. Okay, we got them to waste their shield. Oh, run. Shield's gone. Run. Oh, JD. So JD's actually in a little bit of trouble here. And unfortunately, they are getting those up. And I'm not stopping it. So JD, you run for the ship. You're probably not going to make it over there, and Leafy Pew is going to have to rescue you. The rest of you, I don't know if this will still work. It doesn't. So we have a problem here. And that problem is they've got the range advantage. And it wasn't able to do anything to capitalize on this. And JD here is getting ready to go down from all their hits. So my shield belt isn't going to do anything. They don't really have a good way of fighting this right now. Major break risk on Sentient Cookie. You've got to go get food. Get your food. We're leaving. Because they're just going to hammer away at us. Go, go, go. Get out of here. We're leaving. It's a shame to leave it behind after getting that far on it. But with no cover from our side, because the whole thing is polluted, and them just being able to hammer away the whole time, there's nothing I can really do to properly fight that. They're just going to hammer my ship into oblivion. It's going alright. Is standing still or moving any different than tanking the shield? I'm not sure, honestly. But if you start moving around, you'll start messing with their aiming and all that by stepping in and out of range and stuff like that. So, can you launch to the same tile and just park them and squish them? Sadly, no. The classic, once you leave the tile, it's out of play. So we did put time in on that spot. Unfortunately, we did not get the grav core, grav light panels. We had hacked 2 out of the 3 things when the siege raid showed up, but it was just because it's a max pollution tile. There was like no defensive anythings. And so it's trying really hard to bait them out so they attack and start moving towards me. Even that would have been really dangerous. But at least then I could have tried to force them into a fight. What's the plan now? Yeah, we're going to heal up and just go after a different one. Because now that we've left it, it's gone forever. What I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to do a detour for Luciferum, though. We're not going to be able to go directly for the next grav core thing. And that's an important skill to know in the game of when it's time to cut your losses. And that could be like, sometimes you'll have a raid where it's like, you know what we're doing? We're just running off the side of the map. Like there are times that does happen. So we don't need to stay here long. There's nothing I really care about on this tile so much. It's mostly just needed to get away from being just hammered by a siege raid. You join mid-fight? Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so with the grav ship, you move around the map, and these icons here, That means there's a thing we get here. So this is a mechanoid relay. So that'd be fighting some mechanoids. Like I said, we're probably going to want to jump to one of these ancient complexes and try and do that. We're looking to get our hands on some Luciferum because I do have one person who is currently taking it to. Well, I mean, they took it to fix stuff up, and now they stuck with it. Because that's just how it works. All right, we got a lot of gold down here. And more gold up here. No plasteel on the tile. Not a whole lot of that. And then we're good on steel and all that. So the good news is we took 2 shots, or 2 people got hurt. JD got pretty close to getting killed. Yeah, the liver was more than half gone. Almost lost a leg. Torso was over half gone. Severe blood loss. Yeah, it's the downside of with my setup where I'm very short range heavy. With situations like that where they had about 5 long range weapons, it's real hard for me to push in, especially since I don't have armor yet because of random research just doing its thing. As such, like, I was dealing with an equipment disadvantage where I was fighting them on their terms, and they had the number advantage. And on top of that, because they had their mortars, they could just stay there, you know, and wait for me. Yeah, no, the smoke packs I find usually better for retreating. Let's see, the rare accurate LNG burst never works that way for you. Yeah, no, that was, I mean, I didn't look at the character. Very well could have been that the person with the LMG burst was sitting at like 14, you know, 14 shooting or something like that. Yeah, so we got plenty of steel. And JD is our construction person, so they're not going to be doing anything soon. Okay, that's multi-analyzer done. So far as research. I didn't really give myself a good place to do the multi-analyzer in here. Well, a little cursed. I believe you can walk over top of a multi-analyzer. So I am going to do that with the intent of just letting them walk back and forth over there. It's going to cost them efficiency, but I don't really care that much. Yeah, an Apple Lord's room got destroyed, basically. And then we also lost the bed in that corner, which is not the end of the world. They actually destroyed over 400 of my meals by hitting right here. Right in the meals and destroying a huge number of them. And that's just one hit inside the supply room. Is there a bolt action in storage? I don't think there's another spare. I could be wrong. Oh, well, you know, there is. Go grab that so you can contribute. Wait, do I even need the geothermal now? 1 second. Oh, I'm just about to build that, so even if I don't need it now, I'm about to need it. That's fine. Like, obviously, if I knew that attack was going to come, I could have called those mechs in early. Let's see, no chance for fire with those hits you took? Or is it specific ammo type? It's the ammo type. Those are high explosive rounds, They can also use a, I can't remember, they're not Inferno rounds, I forget what they're called. But there are rounds that do create fire is what they do instead. Honestly, a fire directly in here would be, the first round would probably be better because it would have caused the fire foam popper to cover everything. But if it got into any of the other rooms like this room, it would have burned the whole room out and could destroy it. Incendiary, thank you. Yeah, no, you definitely don't want mortars to just be able to shoot off. Yeah, so go to the ancient complex down here. And we're gonna hope for some glitter world, or not glitter world, some Luciferum. A doe is self-tamed. Thank you for your contributions to the menu, doe. I appreciate your contributions. For you are delicious and shall be eaten. I missed a spot power line? I don't believe so. No, you're right, I did. Okay, so we got a bunch of stone cuts, so let's go ahead and do this. Finish decorating up that room. Okay, won't worry about any of the other rooms till that one's done. How goes our research? So we are getting deep drilling, which I don't care about. We won't be on a tile long enough to make that worth our while. But we did get multi-analyzer. Oh, right, multi-analyzer requires me to actually keep gold, which I do have gold. I do have the plasteel, and I do have the steel. It's just because our construction person is the one who got absolutely littered with holes. So Sentient Cookie, we can bump you up to do construction in the interim. Could you work on basically anything that isn't that? Okay, so which is the one that was shield generator? Where am I relative to this? Okay, so it's on the desert southwest of me. I'll be there for 50 days. It would be really good to get the shield generator. The shield generators are amazing. It's a reusable thing that you just kick it on and it gives you like a defensive shield for a while. Bioferrite shaping, so you've got Frenzy Inducer next. Cool. Yeah, that's a chem fuel complex, so we could go this way. And then maybe we make our way down after that. Just to get in, we'll just leave it in storage for the time being. The shield you need for the previous tile? Yeah, so the shield definitely would have helped with the previous tile. Because what I could have done then is once I started mortaring, I could have just turned the shield on for a while. It wouldn't have been able to keep it on, unfortunately. It wouldn't fully have solved the problem. But it might have given me some time to, you know, call in the mechs and see if the mechs land nearby. Because that's one of the things that could have happened. And I probably should have done it while I was there anyways. Because if the mechs landed near the siege, they could fight each other. And then we could mop up what's left. Or even if the mechs just died to it and it caused the siege to break and then they would go and attack me, that was also a far more workable situation because then, you know, I could get them to come into my base and then while they're in my base, I could easily surround them and fight them effectively like 10-on-1 again and again. Honestly, now that I think about it, let's put a door back here. The door back there gives me an option for when I want to draw something in and get where I have all my people kind of bunched up. I can do that here. So not a proper defensive position, but at least give me an option for dealing with that a little bit better on my terms. Okay, so JD is all sorted out now. We're going to switch Senshi Cookie back down, so you're back onto construction as your primary. Or sorry, not construction, crafting. Okay, don't work on that, make the multi-analyzer. Thread cluster. Oh boy. Alright, what do we got in here? Centipede Blaster, Centipede Burner, Cyclops Lancer, Militar Pikeman, 2 Scorchers, 3 Scythers, an Auto Mortar, a Countdown Activator, 2 Proximity ones, 2 Unstable Power Cores, 4 Mech Nodes, which don't really do anything, a Mech Drop Beacon, so we have another additional one which we don't know what is, a Mech Capsule, so we have at least one additional one we don't know what is, 2 Auto Charge Turrets, and 3 Mini Sluggers or Reputation. I am going to go with I am good. And you can keep those exactly where you like. Interestingly enough, if it didn't have the auto mortar and the reward is good enough, I could always hunker down in my ship until like the raids start happening. And then just let the raids target that, because that'd be the first thing they get at, and when they defeated it, I would get credit, and then I'd leave. That is a thing worth considering. If I take on something that scale, I could use as an anti-raid thing for a little while until it's defeated for the reward. Now, granted, one of the things is I could have a raid drop pod on my ship while this is all going on, and badness happen. Okay, so we're good to go again. And I do want to make my way over there, but for the time being, so it's a mechanoid relay. I think that's the thing we just tried to do. So I could do that, then cut to the ancient complex, then cut down here to the space platform and probably have time. How are we doing on our Lucy? Not amazing. We're in pretty bad shape on the Luciferum. But there is also the chance that the mechanoid stuff can... Well, no, the mechanoid relay can't get it to me. Okay, so drop over here. Because we were only staying there long enough just to kind of patch up JD and get going. I don't have a ton of food because unfortunately the siege raid hit my food supply and destroyed it. But we should be okay for a couple of jumps. The thing that's going to have to happen is I'm going to have to get the food before we go for the space platform. I'm also a little sad. Oh, is it? Why do I... Huh. That's weird. So they're all bunched up on this one, and the other two are completely undefended. Now, being grasslands, this one is not going to have any, It's not going to have any geysers. Yeah, weirdly, the 2 relays on the top and the bottom there don't have any mechs at them, and normally they do. Overheated grav engine, that's fine. So you're good to hack that thing. You're good to hack this thing. Everyone should be in good shape, so I'm kind of feeling like we just go. And then zone. Dumping stockpile. All right. So it's a Lancer, a Scyther, and 2 Pikemen. So obviously we don't want to let them free fire. So the Scyther's the only danger up close and personal, so we can run up here real fast. I'll have you ready to jump on whichever one goes free. Let's try and move you over here. Please kill. Okay, the Lancer's lost its gun. Okay, drop everyone back here. So you're the only one who took a hit, and it cleanly took your leg off. Because of course it did. Alright, that was Mgalo. Of course, that's even worse. Okay. So Mgalo got their leg shredded, so you start patching up to them before they collapse. I really hate that it targeted the one that wasn't close. Okay, that's fine. Alright, so that means, unfortunately, Mgalo needs a new leg. I can make a prosthetic leg, but I cannot make a bionic leg. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of random lights and healers are the only thing that, you know, didn't turn on, because we have the vanometric power and the wood fire power in there. So one sentient cookie makes that prosthetic leg, or I guess Hypno Butler makes the prosthetic leg, it doesn't matter who. Also, oh wait, I don't need that, I got 6,000 food on board. Yeah, forget that. You can go hunt everything that moves on this tile, though. Alright, 1 second. Do not build the roof over this, please. Alright. Okay, so with this, operations add install prosthetic left leg. And it'll get you all sorted out. Yeah, so the entire idea behind this one is if you hack it, this could be a very easy one to get. You don't get nearly as many of the Gravlite panels, but getting the Grav Core is nice and easy. We just got unlucky on that last one that we did get a siege raid, and that the siege raid was ultimately the problem. Alright, so we're getting that prosthetic leg on. You got an amazing doctor, and there's the light still on in this room and all that, so you got it. Cool. So the missing leg is mostly sorted. Ore. There's silver ore. Plasteel. Nope. Jade. Nope. Compact machinery. Okay, and what do you want? You would like 70 herbal medicine. Honestly, that's fair enough. I don't mind. I've got literal hundreds of it. And meanwhile, let's go ahead, and I'll probably regret this later, let's grab all of the random bits of fabric. And we can go down here and grab the gold and load that up and buy a new friend. Because each one of these I get to be not hostile is one less person chasing me, and that's going to be needed to deal with that. And plus it gets those bits of fabric and leather, not leather, the fabric, but gets the bits of leather out of here. Okay. So we have 99. $91, $98, $49. That should probably put us neutral. Alright, we are now neutral with another faction. And they're no longer chasing us. So you've hacked that one. That one's still being worked on. And that one's still being worked on. So you're getting there. Strange signal. I'll add that to the list. And we're not aiming to be here any longer than we need to. That's the reason I'm not bothering to plant anything right now. Okay, that's another one done, so there's only one more to go. After which point this collapses, and then we grab the goods, and honestly, I can't leave right away because we're still on engine cooldown. Orders. Go ahead and harvest anything on the map. Get our berries and all that. I was not gonna wait for like new stuff to grow and everything. Okay, so we got battery research going. So the good news is we do have the ability to get all the way over here to fabric. Well, actually, huh. Wonder why that's not... Wonder why it's still grayed out. I have the multi-analyzer. Oh, it's unpowered right now. I'm actually okay with that. Because then they'll work on some of the other stuff here, which I'm not... The shields would be good so I could make my own shield belts. Okay, and we're getting all our floors set up. We get more of our stands set up. Okay. You're about 2/3 the way done. A frightening structure. If I build a monumental size structure here, and then protect it for over a full year, then I get a bunch of gold and 90 standings. Is storage removed? Why is it rotting? Oh, stuff still rots from time. So it's not refrigerated, so it will eventually spoil. Once things get a little bit more power, I'll be able to run ACs on there without having to worry about that. And because that's actually part of the reason I made this a bit wider than it needs to be for the engines, is I am going to be putting a set of ACs here to eventually make this a freezer. But until we start getting a bit more power on board the ship, that's not an option. Relay crash. The mechanoid relay crash has dropped to the ground. Destroy it. Be warned, hostile mechanoids will soon arrive in response to the relay going offline. I did not think about that part, and we cannot leave for a little while. So I'm really hoping that doesn't end up being a big problem. Because I still have 4. Okay, an Earth Rush has aged up. Well, this is all terrible. No trait for you, and I guess I will give you crafting. Well, that's just it. We're going to be attacked here soon. Because, you know, they'll notice it's gone offline. The question is, how soon is soon? Order, allow, undraft. And let's go here, go zone, allow, nearby, do this. Congratulations, you're all restricted to nearby now. That way if the mechs show up, we can at least use the cover of the ship and all that. Yeah, so basically we're stuck here for 4 days while we wait on that. I'm not actually expecting to do any of these. I'm just going to set it up so that the growers just sit there and work at it. Yeah, so it looks like I'm going to get about 165 panels, which honestly for this one's not shabby. Yeah, everyone's fully healed. Yeah, I forgot when the relay goes offline, it triggers them to come after you. I don't actually know how long it takes for them to arrive, because I've never actually waited for it. Okay, and everyone's getting all that stuff cleaned up. Okay, we got battery research done. Now we got ground penetrating scanner, which I'm not going to do anything with. Okay, and everyone's repairing the damage to the ship. Okay, so we can copy our settings, grab all of these, allow, blink, paste settings, copy their settings, allow, take them off, blink, paste settings. Alright. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. That gives you an idea how much damage was done to the ship with just those couple of mortars that got by. That they had to repair, like, everything. Just punched a hole right through this. Alright, so what we're going to do here is I want them to Manhunter Pack me. I would like you to attack me, please. Because I wanted them to come into range so I felt comfortable hunting them. Oh, it's fine, whatever. Is that not in the range? Shoot Frenzy. Yes, we're starting to lose a lot of those surplus potatoes. That's fine. We got plenty more. We can grow plenty more. About 300 something meals. Okay, same plan as the other side. We're going to move everyone over here. And I do actually want them to Manhunter Pack me. This should be able to handle them just fine. And it would mean a lot of meat. Okay. And just like that, we are good on the meat side for a while. We probably won't be able to get them all cooked up before they all rot. Okay. Just in case if someone doesn't hunt them by themselves and get overwhelmed. Alright, so I still have 3 days left. I'm suspecting we'll be seeing these mechs before the timer runs out. Which leaves me unsure what that's going to be like. Whether it's going to be... Like, if it just drops, like, a cluster over here, we can probably just safely ignore it. If it's a straight-up raid, that is a very depends. If it's just like, oh no, they've detected you, they're coming in 8 days, then we could completely ignore it at all. Because we're going to be gone before then. Anyways. Yeah, pretty soon I need a second stove. I mentioned that before the last expansion. But what we'll probably do is take this stove out of here and the butchering table out of here. Find somewhere to put it. Even like... Yeah, maybe just like even off the side of... Like maybe, honestly, I could probably just clear off a little bit of the area in our storage here. And then just put a like pair of stoves over here. Just let them run back and forth. Okay, so you got a little while till you age up. You're getting close to your age up. You just aged up. You just aged up. And you got a while. Alright, 2 days to go. JD is growing? Oh, I guess that is a a thing you've got on your list. You're not high priority that, it's just something there if you got nothing better to do. Not entirely sure why those ones got to be so far ahead of the rest. Oh, that's probably where it zoned, and then I said never mind, and then unzoned it. It's just leftovers from that point. Alright. And the next thing we do is we jump to the ancient complex. And we're really hoping to find the Lucy there, because we're getting properly low. And I can't put Hypno on Hypno and Freeze because I don't have that technology unlocked. Everyone who can plants is just doing because I got nothing better to do. Okay. Alright. The chance of having a good outcome of this is actually pretty low. But if we get a little bit more of the, Oh, that's annoying. If we get a little bit more of the development points, that's great. And it was a negative. Alright, start fighting the fire as best you can. Please don't run directly through the fire. It's just not needed. Okay. Yeah, and the grasslands have very little rain. Oh, wait. Do I not have a meditation? Oh, someone is already using it. Nah, that's fine. And I'm not fussed if the crops do just get destroyed. I'm fully expecting to have to leave before we get any of it up. Or not even that I have to. Alright, well, we're on this ad break real fast. I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a moment. So thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a minute. Okay, and I am back. And thank you for everyone who's been hanging out and everything. And like, we actually got a lot of people over on the YouTube side as well. A group of people are drop potting in. Okay, they are scattered everywhere, so let's drop everyone into the ship for just a minute. They are attacking immediately. So let's rally people. And Apples has got themselves separated out, which is not great. Apple's probably going to end up running through this fire. Oh, that is bad for you. Oh, no. Okay. Apples is definitely going to get down, probably killed here. Because you couldn't, like, the door's right there. Just run for it. The door's right there. It's just surrounded by fire. Well, the problem is they've got to manage to get away from that person first. They could duck through the fire if that's far. Alright, so, and of course, the only one who's got an assault rifle is the one that appears right next to you. So let's move Apples over here. You're into full retreat. I don't have confidence you're getting out of this. If we're lucky, I might be able to give you some support. Keep running. Okay, you all, minus Apples, go here. You're almost out of range. Oh, come on. How bad is it? Real bad. Leafy Pew? Do your best. Go away. I knew it was gonna happen. I don't think there's anything to do to save him. I can get our stun off, but there's no one, like, this is a pacifist, no one else can get there in time to do anything. They're busy fighting the fight over here. That was just a situation of the fire putting us out of position. Leafy, just go back for... It's done, just, it's, unfortunately, it's over. Cut the loss. If they're at least injured or something, we'd have a chance. You two. Start chasing. I have zero expectation you're going to be able to catch them. You can't do anything either because the ship is actively on fire. Okay. There's no way. He is like edge of the map already. Grab his gun. Yeah, he didn't have a good gun, as I recall. He just had heavy SMG. It's already in the fire. We're just trading it for an assault rifle. So at least we're trading up. Hey, Ultra, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Yep, nope, that was, we had a fire here, so the person decided to run this way and they just got intercepted. At least we got to murder the person with the assault rifle. So go check out Ultrasaurus, and our fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. So yeah. Okay, so that's now a prison. Alright. Yeah, no, definitely someone to check out and all that good time. Yeah, no, we had a storm right before the raid showed up, and it built a wall of fire here. So the one person, instead of going in the door right there, to walk around this way to go for the door on the other side over here that we just added. And unfortunately, when that happened, a drop pod landed right there with a person with an assault rifle against a child. And they honestly got all the way over here, like just one tile before they got out of the assault rifle range, before they got downed. So that is unfortunate. And we're also only about a day away from leaving anyways. Okay. Medical emergency on Nova. Leafy Pew. Prioritize tending them. And all of this, forget about it. We're not even staying. So I'm going to need you to chillax on trying to fight this fire. Please don't stand in the fire like morons. Please stop standing in the fire like morons. You just need to not physically stand in the fire. It's the only wrong answer. There. Get the hell on the ship. Like, the fire being, like, destroying stuff, I don't care about that at all. It was just, unfortunately, we got intercepted. Why are you on fire again? Just don't walk in the fire. It's not that hard. Like, you are still actively on fire. Where it could cross corners like it's not supposed to. Okay, so who did we rescue? Alright, so they're not staying. Do you have gear I care about? Yes. The no rain here? It takes a lot to get it to rain here. That's kind of one of the big negatives of grasslands. Yeah, no, it's just really unfortunate timing that we had someone out of position because of the fire. I didn't see that the drop pod landed right there. So, again, we get like 2 new people and 1 person's lost. At least now we have melee that have been here for more than 30 seconds. Because that has been our luck this whole run. It's just the constant, you know, get a melee pawn, lose a melee pawn. Get a melee pawn, lose a melee pawn. Alright. And how are we doing on our Lucy? We're down to 7. I don't care about the mad squirrel. I was gonna walk into the fire anyways. Okay, prisoner, and we are going to release them for the reputation and all that stuff. Because we still got a lot of them all hostile to us. We do have the thing where they endlessly chase us and whatnot. So, getting that 12 rep does help. This isn't a person I'm going to be keeping around. I filled them full of holes, I took out a bunch of fingers and toes, and then they don't have good stuff to begin with. I'm still salty about that positioning. It's fine. And this is what happens on grasslands. It just burns. So normally what I'll do, if I'm not just doing a ship landing here, if I'm actually basing here, I will go and say, you know, like say this is my base. I will go and I will build a roof about 4 tiles out on all sides so that the, you know, the fire can't bridge into my base in any way. And just kind of make a perimeter around doing that way, having roofs around the whole thing. Or if you get stone going, that obviously works, but that's when you get things going off little ways. But yeah, so using the roofs, because what'll happen is once you leave the roofs there for a while, all the grass will die below it, and it'll just be dirt so fire can't spread. Alright, there's the rain finally happened. Okay, we get to leave very soon. And then we're going to hit the Ancient Complex, hoping for some Luciferum. And after that, we're going to space. It'll be our first journey to space on this run. So there's always a concern of, do I have enough of the oxygen things? Do I have enough heaters? Do we have that? So we might have to do that. We also got, we did get the grav panels from here, the 165 of those. So at the next location, while we're waiting on the cooldown, we will see what we're expanding on the ship. I'm really hoping we'll get the advanced grav tech here. Oh, that's gonna be fabrication. That's gonna be a while. Never mind. All right. Okay, and next research is shields, so we can make shield belts again. Alright, so let's go ahead and get out of here. Hi.
I'm gonna head downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
Wish me luck.
I'm sleeping?
No, I'm carrying everything downstairs.
I can help.
No, you're doing streaming.
I could... Chad, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Okay. Alright. It was just one of those things, like, Tim was like, wish me luck carrying all this stuff. It's like, I can help. Alright. Yeah, so we're going to the ancient complex, and the thing we want to get out of here, more than anything else, is we're really hoping we can manage to score ourselves some Luciferum. Yeah, I am capable of short bursts of manual labor. It's not that big a deal. She just worries about being like too disruptive to stream or distracting or whatever, and I make sure to be like, it's not a problem. Like, if ever it is, you know, I'll mention it. But, you know, it's easy to be self-conscious of those things. Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and put it down a little bit away from here. And the reason for that is we do have tiles to expand the ship, and I'm not sure where we're expanding it yet. Okay, so power. Plug it in. I hope you both come to Berlin. Yeah, so there's definitely talks about there's definitely talks for going to TwitchCon EU next year. I do think that'll be fun. Because I've been to a lot of places in Germany, but I've never been to Berlin. Like, I've been to Poland/Cologne, depending on which version of the name you're using. Which is a really cool city. I've been to Dachau, which is it's a historically interesting city that's incredibly depressing because bad things happen there. So ore, that's fine. Plasteel, nope. Jade, nope. I've never been to Germany, so it'll be your first time. Germany's cool. I like Germany. I've gotten to see a lot of places. I've been to, I believe, Munich. I've been to, what was the small town? Okay. So I'm giving them a chance to get the power on here, and as soon as we get that, I'm gonna go in here and start poking the ancient danger, or ancient complex. Cool. And there's the anomaly stuff again, because we want to keep that researching so we can eventually start de-aging people before bad backs and all the other stuff starts popping up. Honestly, I'm curious with the de-aging stuff, that might help out with some of JD's stuff. How old are you? You're 44? No, 42. Okay, and it should be appearing any second now. I'd like it right in this area. It's always terrible position. All I know is Berlin is from Conan trying and failing to get into Regain. I have no idea what any of that is talking about. Okay, so with that, grab everyone, drop back. And with the shield belt, JD can avoid most of the dangers here. That's fun stuff. A little bit of silver. We want the Luciferum. Bioferrite, that's... Okay. So we got a Scyther in that room. We got a Scorcher in there, as well as a Cryopod. I was gonna say, that's a bold thing. Okay, that actually works out well. So we can go over here. Yeah, so we got a couple of mechs in here we're going to want to deal with. There's a cryopod in there. Let's go see what everything is here. That I can go, and that'll, potentially give some good stuff. That'll explode and make a bunch of fire. That is in a room that has nothing in it. So we got 2 more times to maybe get there. So we got a Militaire, a Scorcher, and a Scyther. We got an Ancient Comms panel. So this will give me supplies. This will cause a raid. This might have someone in it. Well, I mean, it's going to have someone in it. It's just might have someone worth messing with in it. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go out here and try and handle this in the safest way I can. So we're going to grab our melee pawns. You all in the back. Actually, they're all short range. Come on, get the shot. Come on, get the shot. Just gotta get the shot. Any day now. You can do it. 14 shooting, by the way. Alright, so we got that all sorted. And I'll do the same for the Scyther. Alright, and last but not least, pile people in here as best you can. Ancients have awoken. Oh, Ancients will wake up. That's fine, I'm literally about to pop it open anyways. Children get a little farther away, just in case. Hey, did you want to wake up? Sucks to be you, Jess. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for the assault rifle. Okay, pop that open. Pop this open. Don't go in this room. It'll explode in fire. And we'll hack that for supplies, but we're going to wait to do the supplies until the ship's ready to go. Because usually it'll trigger a raid and we don't care about the raid. Okay, so you drop some gold. And you drop some uranium. So no drugs, unfortunately. Vegas is a dance club at Berlin. And Conan O'Brien is the late night tall show host. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, I'll go over here and say dumping stockpile over here. Low, clear, and corpses, human-like. Hey, Randall Thor, thank you so much for the 200 biddies. I do appreciate that. Alright, and we still got tons of food on board. So while we wait for the ship to be ready, We again murder everything within range that isn't going to explode and or fill me full of porcupine quills. Did it not make a drop zone? There we go. No human or rotten. And also we'll tell them to harvest everything. Also, we're out of wood. Decimate the local ecosystem. Just got some factions and work wasn't expected to be on. Yeah, I'm going a little long. It's been a good turnout night. So, you know, when numbers do the thing, take advantage while you can. Alright, so we do need to make a lot more chem fuel. So our next destination is there. Will we be able to reach that in one jump, or is that a two jumper? View range. It is unfortunately a two jumper. Okay, obsidian deposits, don't care. Hey, your local guru. Thank you so much for the raid. Can we get a shout out for your local guru? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. I was really hoping to find a place with drugs. Yeah, playing some... Oh, SnowRunner, nice. I hope you had a good time, your local guru. For those who don't know, your local guru plays a lot of similar games that we play here. So definitely go check him out. Playing some SnowRunner, which is a very fun, somewhat sweaty game and all that kind of good stuff. We played that before here on the channel. It's a good time. Basically, if you've ever played American Truck Simulator, where you jump in your truck and you have a relaxing drive along some really well-paved roads, delivering things from A to B over the courses of like hundreds of miles. Imagine all that, except the worst roads possible, where traveling a distance of singles of miles is a whole struggle as you like dig through the mud and try and get over rocks and around washed up areas and all that kind of stuff. And with that, you're looking at SnowRunner. Okay, so kick you over to that room. It's terrible fun. It could definitely be a game that can get under your skin sometimes. It's also a game where things go wrong, and then you go to rescue your thing that got stuck, and then you go to rescue the thing that you tried to rescue, the thing that got stuck, and it could just escalate from there. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to your local guru. So you got yourself some nice advertising-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. So thank you so much, Randall Thor. I appreciate that. That's its only weekly endeavor. Yeah. I enjoy SnowRunner. I wish I had more time to jump into it, because, like, I basically finished the entire map of Michigan on not hardcore, and I got very far on the, or not hard mode, or not hardcore, hard mode. And I got very far on it, but it's not a game I could sit there and really... Does it ever feel like we have no time? I know, right? So, I was, before stream today, I was looking at the game release calendar for the next 2 months. Yeah, September 20 is looking very upsetting. It's 35 games on Steam alone in one day. Granted, a lot of them I'm probably not interested in playing, but you're just staring there being like the UI breaks on Steam because of how many games are releasing on one day. And it's not like it's one day and nothing for the rest of it. It's like all the other days are like 8 and 9 and 5 and whatever games. And then just the one day of September 20th, it's for whatever reason, like 35. It is unmanageable. Okay, so JD needs to have their asthma treated. What I need is a Revenant to attack me so I could shackle it in the basement. Last month before GTA 6 Blast Zone. Yeah, no, it's been a wild year. So like, you know, GTA has been like, oh yeah, we're releasing this year, never mind, it's delayed. Oh yeah, we're releasing this year, never mind, it's delayed. And it's like, barring some mass upset at the last second, it's definitely like 99.9% chance releasing this year. But it feels like a lot of games kept deliberately like delaying themselves to avoid GTA, and then like this year they're like, okay, we have to roll it out. There's normal like a flow that happens with game releases, and it's just one of those things that this year has completely bunked any normalcy around it. All right, your local girl, you sleep well, and again, thank you for the raid. Like normally like the ebb and flow is like November, like in that 20s range, is kind of like your peak game release time. It's everyone trying to get in those holiday sales, and it actually kind of goes down a little bit, and it's like right around the time that like Christmas happens, it just kind of goes into free fall, like straight into the ground. And it usually stays that way with like 1 or 2 indie releases done there until like Steam Next Fest in spring next year, so like March. And then it kind of dips off again, and it comes back up right before the Steam Summer Sale, and then it drops again, and then it starts the slow climb up till November again. And that's the usual flow. So like the big times a year for game releases, like again, right before the holidays all start dropping, and then like right in that spring-summer area. Alright, so we got shields and then multi-barreled weapons. So let's go here and add on to the list here, make shield belt, do until you have 1 spare. And do not consider shield belts that are anything but normal or better. But yeah, so that's like the normal flow. And then this year, like this past year, was like November it ramped up, and then it just stayed there. And it just continued to be at like maximum pace until it was like kind of getting into about like around the Steam Summer Sale. And we had like this little dip for about 2 weeks that we finally got to like poke our hair up from, you know, underwater and breathe for like two breaths before being smashed right back underwater for the releases coming out again. And it's been non-stop. It hasn't quite kept the pace of like that November time. It did calm down a little bit while still being at like 10 times the normal rate. All right. So it's almost time for us to be allowed to leave the tile. We did get a ton of wood on board, which we used to make chem fuel. Technically, we're using wood for power because that's what we got available. I could have expanded the ship here. Honestly, with as little time as we're spending here, I'm just not going to worry about expanding the ship quite yet. All right, it's time to go. Because we do want to get the giant shield that we can go. So we're going to need to... What we'll probably want to do is those 165 tiles. We're probably going to want to use that for... Yeah, so that's going to be out of range. We're probably going to want to use that for purposes of... Cavern. I'm just checking to see if any of these mention drugs. Alright, so no on the drugs. Yeah, and it's straight down that way, so we are going to want to go towards the desert. Obsidian deposits have 0 chance of having drugs, really. Yeah, so if we jump down here to this temperate... Let's jump all the way down here. That should give me plenty of range to be able to reach the next thing. Because we're getting really dangerously low on our Luciferum. Oh, I was going to... Never mind. I was going to do the thing here to get the drop pod. I've almost never had that drop pod give me anything worthwhile. But it was still free loot I should have gone for. I'll have to check when my Luciferum's down to. I'm sure it's upsetting. Alright, so this tile is starting to get cold again. Oh, that's a great one right there. Thruster breakdown, don't care about it. We don't have anyone restricted who shouldn't be. I also noticed, considering we lost a kid, people's moods have been relatively fine. To be fair, we've got them in some, like, super nice bedrooms and all that. Realistically, we're not going to be growing anything here. We're going into winter on a cold tile. It is what it is. So no human-like, no rotten. So let's go ahead and do our normal thing. So ore. We do have uranium ore. Silver, we got silver. Then we go check for jade. No jade. Plasteel. There is compact plasteel. And then we go here to machine. Oh, that's a dangerous spot for that. And then steel, we're okay for the time being. Alright, so let's take a quick look around and just check to see, is there an ancient danger? I didn't see one, but that doesn't mean I didn't overlook one. Because ancient dangers are also definitely an option for, trying to get this. We'll also put that steel on to be mined. Okay, so I've got 165 tiles, and I've got enough that we can put them all down without putting another extender. So we probably need to make some kind of defensive position on the ship at this point. It's been a long time coming, and it pretty much needs to happen. Now, the most simple places to put a defensive position would either be right along here, or right along there. Because if we do that, I should be able to take advantage of the situation to give myself a better ability to fight what we've got. So let's plan to do one of these. So I have 3 there, 3 here. I'll have to use an extender over there. It's fine if I do have to use an extender over here to make it available, as long as I tuck it into a wall. Alright, yeah, we'll do it. So the plan here is I want to go ahead and give myself a little bit of space there. That's as far forward as we can go. We're setting up mostly short range. Yeah, let's start by going here and putting those blocks down. And then we're going to go and put a steel door here. Now deconstruct that. Alright. Cargo pods have been delivered. A bunch of jade. Thanks, man. Oh, and also orders. Yoink it all. And wildlife. Murder it all. Strange signal. I appreciate that being prompt for me. Sometimes you have to wait. But yeah, so the plan here is to give myself a defensive position that can kind of work in 2 different ways. One where I can kind of shoot the length, and then I can kind of drop back to the sides so that, you know, we can fight stuff coming in, but if I do want it to, like, run into this area where I can just pound one target with everything I've got at once, we want that to be an option as well. Monolith arrival. You may study that. And how is our Luciferum doing? We're down to 6. That's not desperate, but that's pretty grim. Yeah, if I put it like that, you'd be able to work with that. You can put it... Oh, that's the range of the grav engine. Oh, okay, that's pretty ucky. Yeah, we could tuck it up here. And I could seal it in the wall. Yeah, so that was going to be mostly a defensive position that we're going to build out of this one. We got 3 days for that to go, and if we check your range, the next one can hit the platform up there. But we really gotta make these drugs happen. Because if we don't, Hypno does depend on Luciferum. We did that to fix brain scars. And that is a lifelong commitment. So we gotta make that happen. All right. I'm honestly surprised, aggressive, that JD hasn't gotten in any social fights yet. I would have expected that by now. Okay, so you got a good shield belt and you got a masterwork shield belt. So that's good news. So both our melee pawns have proper shield belts now. Okay, so with that, we can grab you. I'll need at least this spot. Oh, thank you, Cookie. Because that is going to be 2 Masterwork shield belts in our group, which is really nice to have for our melee pawns. That is going to give them a much better chance of surviving. How many years so far? 7. Okay. We can seal that into a wall so it doesn't just get attacked, cannibalized, or whatever. Okay, so security. And we have 2 rows on either side, and then we'll have the column going out as far as we can really get it to go. Not here. Okay. It's gonna be a little snug, but we're gonna try and get as good of a defensive position we can with what we've got. And I am deliberately using uranium back here. And trying to give it a lot more health, so that the defensive positions don't get destroyed while the people are using them. Also, I don't know why I skipped that tile. Alright. That's mildly cursed. I also need to... Oh, right. It's going to make another door here. Give myself options. Well, no, that one's fine. I got a new door back here, so I got at least 3 different points we can leave the ship at. A guinea pig has decided to be food. Congratulations, guinea pig. Oh, you're teaching the kids stuff. That's fair. Alright. Please don't leave a chunk of granite sitting in the middle of the ship, so everyone slows down walking over it every single time. I'm not someone who's super fussy about efficiency, but there is such thing as just being bad about stuff. Alright. They're slowly replenishing all those package meals that got destroyed by that siege raid, where they just slammed, you know, a mortar right in the middle of my food supply. Alright. JD keeps getting stuck teaching all the lessons to the kids. Okay. Have you rescued Will? No, Will's not shown up at any point to be rescued. It's very unlikely Will ever will. It used to be a lot more common, but with how much they've diluted the pool of pawns, most of the time when a pawn gets kidnapped, that's that. That you never see him again. We're gonna leave soon, I'm just trying to very quickly get that. Gross moment. Okay, so why are we getting so many just bad trade options? Like, with almost all of our kids, we've only had like 1 or 2 that had actually okay trade options. It's been really weird. Transfer pods nearby. I'm literally... Okay, zone. They're not even planning to stay here. Well, I got a bunch of them up there, so they're going to attack probably immediately. What are they bringing? So they're bringing nothing but short range. We can probably just straight up fight this. We keep kiting back. Yeah, because they got a fire foam popper. The only long range they have is a couple of these guns. All the other guns are short range. It's a lot of ordnance. Gather around while they're still grouping up. Why are you all angry? Your brother died. That's valid. Okay, back off. And reset position. Okay. And we do this again. Reset position. Don't you get involved. What are you doing right now? I don't know what you're planning on taking, but I'm not excited about it. You may have just tricked me. Stun you. Get in on him. Get in on him. Did you take the baby? Okay, they're fleeing. Forget the others. Baby is on kidnapped. Would you leave me alone? I'm trying to do other things. Okay, so JD has saved Randall Thor. The rest of you go over there. Leafy Pew. Take Randall Thor back home, just in case, like, someone gets up and decides they want more. You two start chasing. Alright, are you going to live? Potentially. So... most of you start chasing. The injured kids, get back. You're injured, get back. Go ahead and... oh, someone's got to give up the room. Alright, that's a prisoner's room for right now. Go ahead and welcome our new guest to the colony for the little bit. Order, allow. What's about to explode? Oh, that's lovely. Zones. Put out the fire, please. Meanwhile, you can grab the medicine on your way back. You can get out of here. You can get out of here. That's fine. Remember to tree sprout. That's fine. We will go ahead and do this. And do not allow animal corpses. Go haul the SMG. Go haul this. Randall Thor. Baby, save the baby. We did save the baby. Are you not going to put out these fires? Like, you're being awfully... Like, get that done. Yeah, we did rescue the baby. They broke a hole in the wall and they tried to kidnap the baby. It was a weird choice of priority, but it is the priorities they did choose. Okay, so let's check. So you got some mild burns. You took some pretty nasty hits. Yeah, so we got one person here. Megalo actually took some Go inside the... That's fine. Leafy Pew? Don't leave people untreated. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, wait. We don't... Okay. I'm trying to avoid having another ad break because I'm gonna step away long enough to, take care of all that. Alright. Let's go ahead and we'll tell them to put those back down. Alright, is everyone actually treated or just pretend treated? Okay, so no new serious injuries, and you got all sorted out. Gear-wise, you don't have anything we care about. And as far as the character here, not the worst. Honestly, hardworking, fast learner, definitely not the worst. I'm not looking for them, though. I'm going to go ahead and just release them to get the 12 rep. Okay. Yeah, because then what we could do is we could put this defensive line back here. Now we'll see how far we go. I might have to trim off some of these. Ah, yes. The never-ending fire. So your brother was kidnapped. Wait, what? I mean, if you want to die, I'm happy to oblige. I literally just released you. All you had to do was not do that. Alright. Apparently your connection was really messed up. You realize it's probably desynced a little? When you reload, Twitch made you log in again for the first time in ages. Ah. Cool, so we did get Bob over the kidnapping of their brother. So that's cool. Oh, I see where this is wrong. I gotcha. Okay, cool, that'll be better. Actually, I probably don't even need that. So we probably trim these tiles off to save some tiles. Cancel this tile as well. We'll have to wait and see. This whole cancel all this. Get that placed so we have an idea of what we're looking at for defensive measures. Then we can worry about the next thing. And it would have just left right then, but we had people out of position, and then the other thing I was kind of worried about is I need to stop long enough to put on all of our spacesuits and all that so people don't die. Okay. Okay, no major injuries on you. Alright, so releasing them again. The last time we released them, they berserked the moment they stepped outside. They came back in to fight me. Yeah, so you'll be there. I'll need at least the tiles here so I can walk around it without having to climb over it. Actually, don't need that tile. And we'll add a door onto the back, because that'll give me options for, like, routing in different directions to, like, while they're fighting in here and I lose position, I can duck out here, forcing them to walk back out. That'll go a long way. Okay. How many factions are neutral right now? We are to the point now where I've got 3 factions to neutral. Out of 12. So, tangible progress. Yeah, and then this will be the area we go out. What kind of room are you adding on right now? A defensive position. So we'll have a bit of a corridor going out this way, so that I have my ranged units back here, my melee along the sides, and then I have the choice of I could fight from range this way, or if it's something I want to fight up close, I could then move my range to the sides here, and then again my melee will stand kind of running interference. So it's kind of like a dual setup. It definitely has its pros and cons, but it's a design I found I like. Okay, so I got 28. But yeah, so I set a mostly short range for this one. So the idea is what I'll end up doing is on the end here, I'll want to put like a little cap so it forces the enemies to come in. But we can worry about that later. There's also other setups you could do with this. Like when you're on the ground, you don't need the walls. You can just put like one open path to force them to walk down with no cover. But at the same time, when you're on the ground, that doesn't work. Those walk around. So, I treat it mostly the same way you would when you're on the ground in the first place. And what we could do here is furniture. actually, let's not put you there. And I do it that way we have lights for if we have anomaly things like nocturnal event or whatever. I keep myself, you know, within the lights. Multi-barrels, hunter drone, that's fine. We have struck compact plasteel. Love to see it, I forgot we had that here. Okay, structure. That'll be uranium here. And there for the extra hit points. Just, I know they're even because I could see like there's one tile on our side. For some reason, my eyes are making me think this is like way up. And it's just because of lighting things. It's just doing like a little bit of an optical illusion kind of thing. Alright, your asthma's acting up. We got the one last gravlight pen. Oh, these aren't the right walls. I didn't do the ship walls, I did just regular walls. The regular walls aren't bad. They work fine. But the ship walls have, like, over 300 hit points more. And I really need those to have as much hit points as I can get them to have. Alright, anyways though, chat, I've delayed the ads as long as I can, so I need to be wrapping up for the night because I got stuff I need to do tomorrow. But with all that said, thanks so much for tuning in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find a way back here in the future. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST is the plan. We'll probably be doing more RimWorld tomorrow. Now, with all that said, coming up pretty soon, we'll be checking out Big Ambitions 1.0 release on the 28th. In the meantime, we're probably going to be doing a decent amount of RimWorld, maybe mixing in a different game or here too in the meantime between then. Then we've got Valheim 1.0. Then we've got TCG Card Shop Simulator 1.0. Then we got, you get the idea. There's a whole bunch of stuff coming up here very soon. With all that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, which there are a ton of you tonight, so thank you so much for tuning in. I hope you'll like and subscribe and all there if you enjoyed the content. I'll see you again here in the future. But thank you so much for watching over there on the YouTube side. But the stream will be ending abruptly there because I do not have a host ready, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on.